sit down, relax. How's everybody doing today? Doing good. Thanks for coming out. It's a beautiful day here in New York. It was snowing out in Colorado when I left, so it's nice to get away. All right, so today is Street Fighter. So what is Street Fighter, right? So Street Fighter is my 23 years experience. It's everything I learned on and off the battlefield. It was during my evolution as a Special Forces Green Beret. I have worked in 27 countries. I've been in permissive and non-permissive environments. So how does a 210-pound Asian work in countries like Yemen, where everybody's trying to kill you, in Libya, right? So you have to be smart. It's not just about, the physical aspects of combat. You have to be smart, all right? You have to dive into intelligence to understand your situation and your environment. So a lot of people always ask me, hey man, you do all this kung fu stuff, right? And do you think it'll work in the ring? Do you think it'll work in MMA fighting? Well, fuck, man. I think the real question is, why don't you pull an MMA fighter and put him in a gunfight, right? Because that's the real world. Don't be so confined in the way you think. Don't be so regimented in what you see on television as, wow, that shit works, right? Because in sports, it's a sport. Okay, and I need you to understand that, because that's the root. That's the seed of today, right? You must kind of reprogram what you perceived as what would work. Okay, so let me explain this to you. So during my evolution as a Green Beret, I traveled to 27 countries. I lived with rebel forces. I had to train these indigenous forces. We had to fight. We had to overthrow countries. We had to suppress conflicts in certain areas. And through this comes an understanding, because you are embedded with the locals. And what I found out through all my years is that martial arts, right? I've been training in martial arts since I was 8 years old. But what I realized during combat was martial art is a really washed down, diluted method. And let me explain that to you. What do you think martial art was developed for? What does martial arts mean? Martial, military, tactics, right? But through time of peace, because at the beginning of time, during the fruitful periods of whatever country, war-stating periods, every country had a war-stating period to get where we are today. Through war comes peace. So those martial arts were developed in times of war. It was through the times of peace where everything gets diluted and things get broadcast on TVs and channels, and then that's where the general population says, that will work. That will work. Well, I'll let you understand this, that if you try to square off in a fist fight in real life, and there's guys with machetes, you're going to lose, you understand? If you don't understand your situation awareness and you're trying to fight and the other guy is trying to look for a club and it's going to hit you in the head, or you have multiple threats around you and all yours concentrate on that threat in front of you, you're going to lose. If you come in with a mindset of going overseas and not being able to go in the streets and picking up a blade or some kind of weapon to arm yourself, because you understand that maybe your fighting skills is not up to par with 5 or 6 dudes coming at you. My skills are not up to par for 5 or 6 guys coming at me. You arm me with a blade, then it could be different. Understand? So you need to come up with these... you need to come up with a very lethal mindset, okay? And within that mindset, you need to control your abilities, right? I'm going to train you to the most lethal person that I can, and then it's up to you to understand your situational awareness, all right? What's the laws here in New York to carry blades?
In New York City, it has to be a fixed blade, and it can't be more than, I believe, like an inch and a half.
Okay. I don't know your laws, but I know my laws and where I am. But this is the thing is, that was a test. If you don't know your laws in this state, then you don't know your situation. You don't understand your environment. You carry a fucking machete around here, right, or whatever, and that's against the law, then obviously you're going to get arrested, understand? You have to understand your operational environment. When I worked overseas, I had to be sensitive to my operational environment. I couldn't be this ugly American going into Libya and walking around with fucking guns all over me, unless I want to get kidnapped. You understand? You got to lower that posture. All right? Okay. So understand that Street Fighter is just all that. It's street smart. It's understanding the situation. It's planning your routes. It's understanding that once I exit this building, it would take me 15 minutes on this time of day and this amount of traffic to get from this point to this point, understand? If you understand all that, right, then that's the jump. But what is Street Fighter? Street Fighter is you fucked up. Everything else, all your tactics, all your strategy, you fucked up, and there's the enemy right here, at this distance right here. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do when they close ground, right? So in the wars in the Philippines and Afghanistan, we had what's called standing. That means that we maximize the effective use of our weaponry, okay, our guns. But what I quickly found out was during my time in Iraq, when we had to close in ground with the enemy, when the enemy is this close, what do you lose? You lose distance. When you lose distance, you lose what? Time. You lose distance, you lose time. So it's a different fight. So if we're here to here, and you, let's say you're armed and you have a blade or a gun on you, it's a different fight at that time. If you're trying to reach for a blade or a gun, unless you're at presentation or unless you're bladed, ready to go, it's going to be very difficult for you to employ any weaponry within this range, unless you're ready. So Street Fighter is, do we walk around with guns and knives on the ready position? Right? You don't. So you have to take my lesson and put it into your world. Your world is you're probably walking around some bladed, concealed position, right? If you're even carrying something. Okay, if you're not carrying something, then why not? If I don't have a fucking knife on me, what do you think I carry on me? A pen, a pencil, right? Something that I could fucking dig that thing into somebody. Something I can use as a weapon. If you don't have a weapon, you find a weapon. You can find a weapon in the grocery store. You have to think outside the box right now. Okay? You have to think outside the box. I want you to put yourself in a country, all right, or in a state that won't allow you to have any weapons. That's Street Fighter. Street smarts. All right, so now we're entering this distance. When you enter this distance, you lose time. So how do you make time? Gabe. Please sit down. Concept, a mindset that you're able to take that little clips and you're able to put the parts together. Makes sense? There was a monk one time that asked a samurai about the ways of war. He said, the monk said to the samurai, what is the way to combat? What is the true way to combat? And the samurai said, the way to combat is the way of the normal mind. Okay? State of Mushin. When all thoughts and emotions are limited and your true training kicks in. Because when you are dealing with conflict, when you're dealing times of war, when you're fighting for your life or your family's life, you're reacting. Okay? You're not really thinking and processing things clearly. Okay? But if you're able to train to a state, right? Train to a state of fluidity, right? Train to a state of no mind, then you're going to win the fight. Okay? You have to train to a state of no mind state. That means a normal mind. Every day you guys reach the state of Mushin. Every single day. When you first got in your car, when you first learned to drive, you adjusted the mirrors, right? You adjusted all the mirrors, you probably turned off the radio, had your turn signals on, but think about where you're at today. That car becomes you. right? As you're driving and this car is coming here, you're able to judge and process time. You're able to judge distance, right? That's a martial art. That's machine. So you need to take that mindset of normal mind, right? Walking, breathing, eating, right? Think about when you're a child. How hard was it you to learn how to walk? Everything's difficult at first until it becomes a state of no mind, state of normal mind. So we're going to learn the state of normal mind. So my concept is this. If I'm able to take a state of normal mind, how my body moves, right, normally, then I take that concept and I throw it into the most extremes in combat. Gunfighting, knife fighting, hand in hand, everything is I take that state of normal mind into this. Okay? Now, how I move is different from how he's going to move, how different she's going to move, right? How different you're going to move. Size and strength matters. Okay? I'm a martial artist since I was 8 years old. Size and strength matters. Don't ever think, oh, it's about form and technique, which it is, and leverage. But size and strength does matter, and reach matters. Because that, my friend, is about timing and distance. All right, so let's talk about timing and distance. Who shoots in here? Okay. What do you shoot, a pistol? All right, so let's talk about pistol. So let's say you're really good at shooting a pistol. All right? But if I take you in the streets of New Jersey and you have to make a 100-meter shot or a 200-meter shot in an urban environment, is that weapon proficient for that situation? So you can't just go, hey, you know what? I'm training jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is a ground fighting sport, or not a ground fighting style, right? Wing Chun is this distance here. Muay Thai is this distance. You understand? Right? So you can't gauge off of, oh, I learned karate, right? I learned JKD, I learned whatever, jiu-jitsu, right? And I'm a martial artist. No, you're a martial artist at that one level of that fight. Understand? So I approach things at different levels of the fight. Stick out your arm. So if we're here, I'm at a safe distance. Now I could breach this distance really fast, but I'm at a safe distance because he can't reach me and I can't reach him. Right? So it's a different form of fighting out here. If I take one step, now we can reach each other. It's a different form of fighting. Now we're at long distance strikes. Okay? If I move into this distance here, now we're at the medium range strikes. Once we start grappling, now we're at a different level, right? And then when we go to the ground, it's a different level. So during my process as a soldier, as a martial artist, I went to these different locations and I gathered the intelligence, right? So I went to Indonesia, I went to the Philippines, even in Africa, in certain regions of there, right? I went to Europe and I was able to grasp all this different knowledge at the very roots of why it was created. It was created during combat. But through the process of life, and through the years, the world has gotten a little softer. Majority of the world, all right? But not the third world countries. All right, still in Mali, Libya, certain regions in the Philippines, you know, you're still seeing these savage acts. People are still killing each other with machetes in Africa. I've seen villages hacked up with machetes, okay? I've seen villages hacked up with machetes in the Philippines. So what I'm telling you is, war is always going to be there, okay? Even in this domesticated world, I train police officers from all around the United States, and people are still getting hacked up with machetes. Okay? So you have to arm yourself with that mindset, understand? So if I have a weapon in my hands, does that change my range? All right, so if I have a weapon, he stays his arm, and I have a weapon, and let's say it's a machete, right? I have a longer range of fighting. I have a lethal end to my hands. Okay? When you're trained for a martial art for any weapon, it has to be universal. It has to translate into the way of the gun, in the way of the hands, in the way of everything else. You don't just take, oh, I have a machete and I have a blade, this moves differently. The gun moves differently. All the mechanics, your body mechanics are the same. How you generate power is how you generate power in CrossFit, in powerlifting, all the way to how you generate power in a punch. Okay? Everything All right. So within the levels of the fight, we have time and distance, right? If I take his distance, so I'm here, and I take his distance, right, and I'm up close to him, he doesn't have time. I took his time. What do you need in order to deploy a weapon? What do you need to strategize a fight? Time. If I take his time, right, if I take his distance, I take his time. In the Special Forces, we were learned surprise, speed, and violence. Those are three elements that kept me alive. Okay? Surprise, speed, and violence. Surprise is I know a martial art that he doesn't know. Surprise is I'm armed with a gun. Surprise is I'm going to sneak in your house at 2 o'clock in the morning with night vision with assault force. You understand? Surprise. You lose the element of surprise because you flash your blade, you flash your gun. We're squaring off and you get into one of those weird karate stances, right? And you're advertising yourself. You lose the element of surprise. So you make it up with speed. You make it up with violence, right? So as I breach my opponents, right? If I breach them, I take away what? I take away his distance, but I take away his time to react. So let's say he rushes me, right? Now I'm here. See, I'm not off the edge. Even if I try to deploy my weapon, he's going to be pushing and pulling on me. A lot of police officers have been shot with that lockdown method. Okay? But if he tries to breach and I move, now I'm off center line. What did I just create? Do not back up against your opponent. If he comes here and I back up, I'm not creating what? Distance. I'm not allowing myself time. But if he comes in here, I'm creating distance. Creating time for me to deploy my weapon, my blade, whatever, even strategize on how to fight this guy. Okay? Because what you're going to learn today is overloading the senses. All right, so overloading the senses is this. I want to attack his corners. Okay, I want to move off center line to my opponent. Center line on an opponent is if he's standing here, imagine there's a line going from his head down to his groin, head down to my groin. If we're center line, I'm in between what we call the X. In the military, we call this the X, the kill zone. Okay, where all the predetermined coordinated fires, all the shots, all the lethality on the blade, all this distance is right here on the X. So why the hell do I want to stay on the X? Why do I want to stay in this kill zone? Because if I'm here, think about all I have to worry about. This hand, both his legs, and his head. Understand? That's 100% his arsenal. So bring up your arm. And if I move to the left or to the right, remember that line goes down his body, center line his body. So what did I just do sidestep? I cut down his arsenal by 50%. I cut down his body by 50%. So the only thing I really have to all I have to worry about now is his foot movement, his arm movement. Unless he resets. Now I'm back to work. So it's about timing. Right? Everything's about timing. So all these moves, they won't work unless you have timing. Understand? And you get timing by practicing more and more and more and more. Alright, so if he rises up, he throws here, here. Now I create distance. Right? Distance. And then this distance will allow me to control my blade, my gun, or box. Understand? Okay. So distance and timing. And this is one of the many forms that I picked up, this is called sulat. Right? Sulat is an old Indonesian martial art used to break stuff. Break bones, joints, manipulate. But what I really like about sulat is the off angles attacks. Okay. So the floor is gone underneath me, and there's a clock underneath my foot. Okay? And this clock method is underneath my foot is the 12 o'clock position. And in the rear I have 6 o'clock, I have 3 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. And then all the 1, 2, 3s, right? So on the footwork, right, I utilize JKD. Everybody know what JKD is? Or Bruce Lee? Bruce Lee did JKD. JKD is like a hybrid of Wing Chun, right? Everybody know Wing Chun? Everybody know Wing Chun? Right? So Wing Chun is what you see like, you know, the Wing Chun dummy, the Wing dummy, right? So Bruce Lee, what he did was he implemented the breaching aspect to Wing Chun. And he took that from studying fencers, right? People with fencing. So he's able to use his footwork in order to breach that gap by utilizing the structure of his body to spring forward. Okay? I like that method, but I use the clock method of the Philippine Kali system, which is heavy emphasis on blades and impact weapons. Is this clock system? Imagine it's like a compass. So there's a compass underneath my foot, and there's a 12 o'clock, and the 12 o'clock always moves towards the threat. So as my threat moves, this is now becomes the 12 o'clock. The 12 o'clock is always towards the threat. So if I need to move to my opponent, right, I can move to the 3, and I can move to the 12. I can move to the 11. I can move to the 1, right? I can move back to the 6. I can move to the 7. Understand? These are the clock methods. Within my opponent, there's a reverse triangle. So imagine a rectangle shape, and from there it extends out to a pyramid. Right? Can you see the point of the pyramid is passing? Right? And this is a rectangular shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide his 12, his 6, his 3, and his 9. And it's a clock system. So those are my angles. Those are my corners. Remember my footwork, 12 o'clock, and these are my corners. So if I come in at 1, right, if I strike, I come in at 1, I can come in at the 5 on up to the 12. Understand the patterns, under patterns here. So you have to start understanding the clock system because that's how a blade moves. In order to defend yourself against the blade, in order to protect yourself against the blade, and you first know, you need to know how the blade moves. All right? Okay. So we're going to understand these angles of attack today. So arms up. So the first thing we're going to learn is sulat. This method is called habad, right? Habad, you can look it up. You can look up sulat online, and it'll show you this basic movement. The first time I learned this, we're coming off of training in Indonesia, and I was living in some grass hut village, and they had this music playing, and I was like hot. It's like 110 degrees out in the jungle, and I'm learning a salat movement, and they're like, it was one of the most miserable things I ever learned. And I thought it was like this movement was the dumbest thing I ever learned. It's not. Okay? So here's the movement. Left, right, left. And I'm like, what? That's it? They're like, yes. So you stick out your arm, and you're going to go left, right, left. So this is habad. Right, left, right, left. See how I replace the parry arm? So this is called the check hand. So this is called the check hand right here. Okay? So the check hand basically takes the trajectory of his punch off angle. Okay? So hold strong. Strong as you can. So the trajectory of his punch, his power is here, see? His power is here. But his power, it's not here. His power, don't let me do it. It's not here. Don't let me, that's all I need. That's all I need. This movement is all I need. Because this movement goes to his eyes. This movement sticks a blade into his lungs. See? This movement goes into joint manipulations. That's all I need. I don't want to see you guys pushing past my center line. See? I don't want to see you pushing this here. Because that's unnecessary. That's unnecessary movement in that direction. That's not where I'm going. I'm going towards his eyes. I'm going towards his throat. Okay? Now, think about predators. Right? You study a lot, as I do. I study everything. Everything you can think of. Astronomy, down science, and history. I study everything. And you think about how an animal attacks. You don't just bite somebody on the tail, right? If he runs, you don't just bite. He goes for the neck. He goes for the jugular. He goes for the kill shots. So when I process my enemy, depending on the level of the fight, now in war it's different, right? I have to look at how to kill him. I have to look at how to put the threat down. If you're fighting for your life, you need to look at those target areas, right? You don't just cut the cut, right? Sometimes I cut his eyes. I go straight towards the nose, the eye line. He can't see, he can't fight. If I stick my fingers through his eye, he can't see, he can't fight. Understand? It brings a whole different level of fight as soon as you parry and stick your fingers through somebody's eyes because they can't see you. Understand? Okay. So we're going to start off here. Just hold strong. Watch, he's holding strong. He's not really, don't let me move you. See? I can still move, see? I can still move him here because his power is not here. His power is here. I can intercept him here. Okay? And that's what the technique of Sulat is to close the ground to take away his power. Bruce Lee kind of talked about it in JKD. When I was studying JKD, he talked about intercepting fists. You ever heard about that? Intercepting fists? What's the concept behind intercepting fists? If he generates his throw a punch, see, his power, watch his hip, throw a punch. His punch now, trajectory, is here. That's his power. Go ahead. Go ahead. But his power is not here. See? His power is intercepted right here. If he throws a wide, right? His power is right here. His power's not here. So I want to intercept the power. I want to move in. I want to move in towards where there's no power. That's why it's called intercepting fist. I'm intercepting it before it generates that power. I'm understanding the path of that punch. When you understand a path of a punch, then you can defeat a punch. If you don't understand a path of a punch, you can't defeat it. If I say, throw me a jab, and you don't know what a jab is, or let's say you throw a jab, and I don't know what a jab is, I can't defeat that jab because I don't know the angles of a tap. Understand? If I don't know what a hook is, then I can't defeat a hook. Same thing with a blade. Okay? First drill we're going to do, your partner's going to stay in his arm. Right? We're going to go right side first, and then we're going to start moving to alternate sides. The reason why I target right side is 99% of the world is right-handed. Statistically. All right? So, I want to intercept this more towards the wrist line area. So right about here. Anywhere in here is where I want to intercept. And then I want to move my check hand. It's basically like a shield. Right? Think about how many years we've been fighting with a shield. Right? Then I want to move the shield up. Okay? This check hand up. So it looks like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Say in your mind in the beginning. Left, right, left. Now, I'm not even moving, I'm not really even putting any power, but watch his hands, right? Watch his fists, how he moves off my center line. Can you guys see? I'll move in different directions. So if I just move here, see? Don't let me move. See? He's already off angle. I'm already off angle. I'm already off his 100%. So here again. So if I'm here, see? I'm already off his 100%. I'm not really even utilizing my footwork here, which I will, right? But see? He's already off center line. See? Off center line. What's center line? I'm in between these two things, right? But if I'm off center line, that's off center line. See? Off center line. So, in a blade fight, what's that lead me? Straight shots through what? His lungs. I want to collapse his lungs. I want to stick a blade right into his armpit, right? Because there's nothing stopping me. It's like me taking a blade and sticking right through his nose, right? The soft tissue area, there's nothing stopping it to reach to his brain. Nothing stops me from this line straight into his lungs. I want to collapse it. Understand? Okay. So when I move off center line, so it looks like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's it. That's it. Water flows downstream. All right? 1, 2, 3. Water flows downstream. So I don't want to see this. Ooh, this. No. Here, Here, not this, not this, this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You got this? If I don't replace this area right here, if I don't replace this, then he can continue to follow through. But watch this move. Go ahead and push. Go push. Seriously. See? He has no leverage here. Go. He has no leverage. I have the leverage. Right? So as soon as I come hit, now I have the leverage. So if he pushes, I can let go, and then now I'm back here. See? As he pushes power this way, and push, I can let go, and it frees up this area. So you have to feel where the push and give is. Very much like jiu-jitsu. Okay? What he gives you, you take. Don't force any movement that's not going to work. Understand your body, understand your reach, understand your strengths. Okay? Left, right, left, left, right, left, left, right, left, left, right, left. Once he gets it down, he starts throwing a punch. He resets the punch, and then you throw. Left. This too. Left, right, left. Go. Throw a punch. See a lot of movement. See how he moves a lot of these unnecessary moves. That's power. That's too much power. This is not where I want the power. This is where I want my speed. Okay? So I don't want power right here. I want to be able to breach in. So if I push too far here, I'm pushing in an unnecessary direction, which I'm still in his kill zone. Okay? If I just do this. What am I building right now? What am I doing to your mind? What am I doing? I'm building a state of what? Memory, state of Duchenne. State of no mind. When all thoughts and emotions are eliminated. Okay? When you're trained for a state, there's no other state than a state of Duchenne. In anything you do, there's no other state. A state of no mind. So we have to understand this, get this down first. Any questions?
I often get a lot of questions on what style do I train on. Well, here's the answer. You have to attack it at different levels of the fight, from long distance to breaching, to close range fighting, to takedowns, to groundwork. You have to master every one of these levels. So what do I train on? At Ronin Tactics, I have drew my experience from my time within the Special Forces. With my time in the Special Forces, it allowed me to travel abroad, so I was able to see the very roots of some of these forms and styles on how it was developed and why it was developed. Majority of the fighting systems that you see was developed to defend themselves in times of war. Throughout time, a lot of these forms and style got diluted, and the combat side of it was taken out. So during my time, I take the essence of the combat side and I formulated my own fighting system. And through my experience and time, I had developed my own style. So where does Ronin Tactics draw their fighting system from? Well, Kali, Filipino martial art, heavy emphasis on blades and impact weapons. I also draw from an old Indonesian martial art called Silat, which allows me to breach, allows me to parry the arm, joint manipulations, and breaks. For breaching, I go into JKD, which Bruce Lee was very known for, to breach that gap, that distance. So allowing me to employ the essence of JKD, allow me to get an effective range of that blade. Then you go into long, mid, and close range engagement, strikes. From there, if the fight goes into trapping or standing grappling, then I implement the judo aspects or wrestling aspects. Once we hit the ground, that's when I implement my jujitsu and shudo aspects. So those are my experiences. I draw from every levels of the fight, and I pick the martial arts that was developed for that level. So let's go over the different levels of a fight.
2, 3, 4. 5 comes in at the 5 to the 11. 5 to 11. Notice how I have to change my angle. See? I have to change that angle to get that pitch up. Okay? 5. 6 comes in at the 7 to the 1. Attacking the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 comes into 12 to the 6. And then 8 comes in from the 6 to the 12. So 1. Ready? Finding position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. If you find yourself doing this, no. Relax the shoulders and let the blade flow in your body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1. Okay, let's start over. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There was once a monk, and he asked a shogun, a samurai, he said, what is universal to make you effective on the way of the blade? He said, everything is universal. Life is universal. He goes, what I find is when you're a great painter, right? Like back then they used to do a lot of calligraphy, right? Kanji writings. And if you find yourself moving to like a paintbrush, it moves very much like a blade, like a flow of a blade. You understand? If you're too stiff, you're going to move your body like this. Move the blade, right? Like water, like you're painting, right? Like you're painting. Why do we go big circles? Why are we going big circles right now? Like 1, 2, why are we going this? Why are we doing this? That's the fastest way to learn. Because if we're in a real fight, it's not that wide of an angle. If we're in a real fight, and this is his hands, that 8 pattern then goes into the target area. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, I'm not going to attack. If I need to just go down here, I'm not going to go, oh God, I got to go through this whole sequence. No, it's just 1. If I need to attack at angle 2, 2. If I need to attack at angle 2, 2. You see what I'm saying? So if you understand the angles of attack, then you can kind of combine that with what? Chabad, footwork, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai. You see? Because you're able to step away with your forms and styles for a couple hours and let me influence you. Now you can take these teachings with undisturbed eyes, unjudging eyes, and then you can implement that into your forms and style. But you can only do that, right, with clear eyes. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. People ask me, why do you use your check hand, right? Why would you move your check hand in relation to the blade hand? Because, my friend, we have to form a relationship, right? Any relationship, even if it's a physical relationship, right? You have to communicate, right? So the communication is between the blade and the check hand. If you don't know how to communicate, then you need to understand timing, because the check hand is what's going to clear the path of the blade for you to stick that blade in. And how would you do that? You have to form a relationship between the blade hand and the check hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We understand? Okay. In relation to a blade swing, there's negative energy and there's positive energy. Positive energy is on the positive side of the swing. And then once I pass the target, then it goes into negative energy. We call that deceleration. Right? Because is the blade worthless here? It passed through my target. It's a worthless at this space here. So I'm going to have to decelerate, and I'm going to have to change that pitch again. So this energy is called negative energy. Then you have your positive energy. Make sense? So you want to hit the target where? On the positive side, right? The positive energy side. So for me, instead of going wide swings, so all this negativity, this negative space, right? In a real blade fight, I'm moving very much like a punch, and then I'm slashing down. I'm moving like a punch and then slashing down. See? See? Instead of coming here wide, I come in like this. See? Because I'm staying full contact, what? With the positive space. Negative space, positive space. Make sense? Why are you keeping that? Why are you keeping your check hand down?
Oh.
There you go. Okay, really wild movements, right? Watch my flow. Right? Control that blade. See? I'm looking at angle. So this is my intersection. Intersection, all the lines are going to cross right here. So the intersection comes in here, see? And it flows. You're doing this. Right? Flow. Use the mechanics of your body. Tell me if it's going to cut you to the bone. All right? So this is all the power. You think that's going to cut you to the bone? So you don't need to generate all that power, because that's what? Wasted movement. Ali on the slashes, angle 1, angle 2, right? So now remember that reverse rectangle shape? Now I want you to see that it extends out into a point. Okay? So imagine I'm standing underneath a pyramid. Underneath the pyramid, and the pyramid is basically I'm underneath the ground. I'm looking up, and there's the point. Understand? Of the pyramid. Everything intercepts at the point of the pyramid, right? And then the pyramid is shaped like a rectangle. We see, points out to the pyramid. So when it comes to a thrust, it enters at the 1 o'clock to the point, the pyramid. 2 o'clock to the point. 3 o'clock to the point, 4 to the point, 5 o'clock to the point. It comes in at the 7 to the point, comes in at the 12 to the point, and 6 to the point. We see this. Now I'm entering 1 to the point, 1 o'clock to the point. I'm entering at 11 to the point, right? I'm entering at 3 o'clock to the point. I'm entering at 9 o'clock to the point. I'm entering at 5 o'clock to the point. I'm entering at 7 o'clock to the point. I'm entering at 12 o'clock to the point. I'm entering at 6 o'clock to the point. We understand this. Ready, attack angle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It makes sense? Okay. Now, remember to slash angle 1 from 1 o'clock to the 7 o'clock, 11 o'clock to the 5 o'clock. Now we're going to thrust to a slash. So in the art of Kali Estrema, when you thrust, you slash. When you slash, you thrust. This is what it means. If I thrust in position 1, attack angle 1, I'm going to slash down attack angle 1. So it comes here, attack angle 1. Attack angle 1, what? 1 to the 7. Attack angle 1 on the thrust is 1 o'clock to the point. So I'm now 1 o'clock to the point, drag it down to the 7 o'clock. 1 to the point, drag it down to the 7 o'clock. Angle 2, 11 to the point, drag it down to the 5 o'clock position. We see? So it looks like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We see? Because remember in Colorado, the big jackets, right? This is how you eliminate that. You implement that into your strategy. It doesn't matter what clothing he wears. He's going to get thrusted and he's going to get slashed either way. If he wears a big jacket or not, he's going to get slashed and he's going to get a blade thrust into his body. All right? So it doesn't matter what he's wearing, because your attack patterns and your strategy is already there. It's a natural movement. Blade, slash it down. Attack angle 2, 11 o'clock to the point. Hold. Turn the blade, slash it down to angle 5. Attack angle 3 comes in at 3 o'clock to the point, slash it across to the 9. Come in at 9 to the point, slash it across to the 3. 5 o'clock to the point, slash it up to the 11. 7 o'clock to the point, slash it up to the 1. 12 o'clock to the point, slash it down to the 6. 6 o'clock to the point, slash it up to the 12. So it looks like this. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ready? Do it again. Nice and slow. Ready? Fighting stance. 1, slash down. 2, slash down. 3, slash across. 4, slash across. 5, slash up. 6, slash up. 12, slash down. Slash up. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right now what we're doing is we're training what? The mind. We're training the mind to the state of no mind.
Muscle memory.
Muscle memory. You're trained to the mind to a state of no mind where all thoughts and emotions are eliminated and truly your training kicks in. No thought process. It's just your training kicks in without thinking. And that is the state of mind that you need to have when it comes to close quarters combat, because what don't you have if I close in with you? That's right. You don't have time. Where do you think I'm sticking them when I'm hitting at this attack angle to drive down? Where do you think I'm hitting them? Nope. Nope. I'm hitting him in his eyes. I'm hitting him in his nose area. Remember for my pistol shooters, why do we have the T there? Right? Because it's soft tissue area. I could take my fingers and stick through his eyes and touch his brain. There's no doubt about it, 100%. Because it's soft tissue area. So imagine a blade. If I stick a blade in there and I twist the blade up, where's it gonna go? Like he just said, he gone. See you in the next world. Okay? Because that's where I'm going for. I'm hitting him in the face. I'm hitting him in the eyes. When I'm fighting, that's my first move, take out his vision. That's the difference between MMA and what I'm teaching you. I have no rules. You understand? The rule is to neutralize the threat. Okay? So when I'm coming in here, you're sticking him in the face. If I'm coming in this way, I'm sticking him in, trying to get into his kidney areas. You understand? So now I'm going to start working targeting, basic anatomy, right? If I take out his eyes, right here, what did he lose? Vision. But what else did he lose? Balance. I stuck my finger through a guy's eyes. He lost his eyes, but I stuck my finger in his eyes, and he vomited over himself. He lost the equilibriums. He was unable to stand. You see? And he vomited on himself. Okay? So when you stick your fingers through something like the senses, he loses that sense. Okay? So first, let's go from the head down. I will stick my blade around the soft tissue areas. I'll go into the jugular areas right here. What happens when you slash a guy through the jugulars? You can bleed out a lot faster, right? So imagine in a fight, what do you think is happening in a close quarters fight? To your body, what do you think is happening? Your heart rate is up. Blood, your heart rate is beating a lot faster. That means blood is getting what? More to your muscles, right? Making you what? Stronger, faster. That's adrenaline. If I cut your neck line and all that blood, basically I cut the lines of communications. So if I cut here and that adrenaline is jacked, What I want you to do is get up and run 2 miles, come back here and let me cut your neck and see what happens. Because the blood is flowing, you see? And when that adrenaline is flowing, when you cut a neck, he's gonna bleed out a lot faster because his heart is beating a lot faster. It'll squirt out like a garden hose, you see? You just gotta protect your eyes from the blood. Okay. Jugular. Throat area. Usually I like to stab him underneath here to go in through his tongue. All right, so you stab here, it goes up into his tongue, and we call this fishing. All right, so I stab here and I'll pull him this way, his weight's gonna shift forward. It's fishing, okay? You stab him over here, depending on the geometry of the blade, where's the heart? Center line, right? So the 3-inch blade, right? If you hit him with the guard, what I usually do, if I come in here, I turn the blade and I slide it down into the only thing you see is a ring, and it enters his heart. Okay? The whole handle goes through the cavity. All right. Make sense? All right. Underneath the armpits, if I stab in the armpits, what does he lose? His lungs, but also what runs underneath there? Arteries. He'll bleed out a lot faster. Okay? If I cut on the inside of his arms, what does he lose? He loses grip strength. So if he's carrying a weapon, all right, and he's going to lose grip strength. He's going to dislodge from that weapon. Make sense? Okay. So underneath the armpit, and then right back here, what I got? Nope, right back here. Kidneys. Okay? Kidneys. Kidney shot, I already told you. It's going to send like bolt, it looks like a bolt of electricity runs through his body. Locks out. Right? And then you dig that blade in, start kicking. Right? So, all right, and on the inside of his thigh, what we got? Outside his thigh, what we got? All right, so if I stick a blade into the outside of his thigh, it runs this deep, what did he just lose? The ability to stand, mobility. He's going to start hopping around. Right? So if I come in here and I cut him right here and I go to this side, because, you know, maybe I don't want to take his life, right? He's going to start hopping. You took his mobility. You see what I'm saying? When you hit a target area, you're either targeting mobility, you're targeting the threat, or you're targeting his life, right? The vital organs. Make sense? Turn around. If I stab back here, anywhere right here, what happens? Into his spine, what happens? Yeah, it's going to shut down because what I just do. I sever the communication between his brain to his body because the information runs from your brain down your spinal cord to activate his limbs. If I stab him right here, basically what happens? I sever the communications. Okay? If I hit him here, spine, kidneys, inner thigh. If I slash him right here, what happens? He doesn't have the ability what? He's going to drop. Okay? So if I come here, he's going to drop. He's going to drop. Drop. So when he drops, you see what I'm saying? And look at my angle. Okay? So those are the areas you're targeting. The reason why I'm teaching you all these angles of attack, because you have to know how to employ the angle to get to that target. The reason why I taught you Hubad earlier is what? Well, I have to clear the arms. All right, so if I come in this way and I'm trying to stick a blade in, go ahead, move, yeah. See? If I'm trying to stick a blade in, see, he stops, right? He stops it, see? He stops it. But if I have a check hand, he throws a punch. See? Check hand. And then what? This comes here, right? Remember the water? Chabad is what? Left, right, left. Watch the left, right, left. You see? The movements flow well with the blade when it comes to Kali, Shulat. There were certain martial arts that I drew from that I knew it will enhance my ability to stick that blade into those target areas. See? Once you find the opening, See? Once you find the opening, see? If he tries to stop this blade, see? Or I could take the blade and just, see, watch my blade. All right here. Watch the blade coming in first. So as soon as, so right, left, right. Right, right, left, right. So it's still, watch the parry. See it? Watch the parry on this blade. Fine. That's why. I don't want to always stay on the X with these punch. Am I still on the X? Can he still grab me? And then once he grabs my neck, start shanking. Start shanking like this. See? He's going to get me. But if I move off center line, see? Scissor, or you could trap. Scissor looks like this. Trapping looks like this. That's towards his throat. Second one, here, cut. Angle goes down instead of up. Okay? Now scissor. Scissor. We got it? Combat shooting, to me, and off of my experience and my evolutions of combat and shooting and direct action operations, I'll tell you, combat shooting to me is your individual proficiency on your weapon combined with your understanding of strategy and tactics on how to maximize angles and coordinated fields of fire against your enemy. Understand this. How to read the terrain and maximize cover, concealment, darkness, speed, right? That's to me. But in order to do that, you have to master what? The fundamentals, right? Each individual on a special forces team, any type of team, right? You have an individual skill, and then you have a team skill, right? Team tactic. So right now, today is about developing the individual, right? It's about developing yourself. So in order to do that, you have to go back to the roots of things, the basics, okay? Because what I was taught prior to war was the 7 fundamentals of pistol marksmanship. So I learned the 7 fundamentals. At one time, I was going to counter-terrorist training. I was 21, and I was like, man, I could recite this thing over and over and over, and I knew it, in and out, right? But during the process of my life, I had to go back and revisit a lot of those fundamentals because what I was taught during peacetime wasn't working out for me when it came to speed and proficiency and moving and all that, right? So I had to revisit certain things. Grip was one. Stance was another one, right? Because while I was taught on a flat range, right? Before the war, we were just taught on a flat range. They blow the whistle, draw, boom. Safety your gun, go back, draw the, they pull the whistle, boom, right? So all you're doing is just standing there, stagnant. And yeah, we were employing tactics and strategy. Obviously, commandos, you got to do that. But our weapon handling skills wasn't there for our proficiency in movement and our tactics. You understand this? So during the process of the war, I'm like, man, I could be better with my shots. I could be better at the grouping drill. This is my experience. Okay, is I want to be able to drive from my 12 o'clock, my 3 o'clock, to my 9 o'clock. Understand? I want to be able to cover this whole angle from here. I want to be able to draw my gun and shoot accurately in this kill zone. And with one movement on spin, I want to be able to cover this kill zone. You understand? One movement. One movement. Okay? So your footwork has to be, for me,
I like my power hand, which is, I'm right-handed, right? I like my power side, my gun hand, I want that foot to be pulled back on a line. So I'm going to draw a line on the ground, imaginary. And I'm going to put my toes on this side of the line on my gun hand. And I'm going to pull my legs shoulder width apart, and I want to put my heels on the other side of this line. You see? You see it? All right, so I'm standing here, and I'm talking to you. See? Normal. No straining. Okay? I'm going to pull my gun, and this is my position. You see? That's it. I don't want to start seeing all this, right? I don't want to start seeing, right? It's natural. Okay? It needs to be a natural position. So if you're going up there, and you're like, okay, Tim, I'm going to relax, man. I'm going to relax. And I'm like, shooter, load, make, ready. And everything start locking up, right? And then you're like, and I'm like, do you understand the drill? Yes, Tim, I understand the drill. Fire. And you come out and you're like, yeah. You see, it is the spirit that takes over. You will always convert back to your level of training, no matter what. So today it's about understanding yourself. You need to get up there and consciously talk to your subconscious. Your subconscious mind is fucking freaked out. You must control that energy. So once you get up there, all right, toes, line, little make ready, stand botch. And then you need to say to yourself, relax the shoulders. I'm standing upright having a conversation, okay? And I'm just going to relax my base. I'm telling you guys, if you don't relax today, what's going to happen on a 5-round rapid is you'll start kicking back. Everything is tense. You need to relax everything and let the structure of your body handle recoil. Okay? That's my teachings today. You have to understand it. On your stance, your hips need to be open. Hips close, hips open. Why do I want my hips open? Mobility. Also my gun line. My instruments of war, right? I want to be able to get to my lifeline. I want to be able to get to whatever I need to get to on my gun belt. So if I aggressively pinch down like this, see, I have to turn my body to get to my instruments. Understand this. It's about proficiency. All right. So let's talk about grip. You know, it's the first time I was training on grip, right? I had an instructor tell me, just grip the fucking gun. So I went, okay. So I gripped the gun, and I think I was like this. He goes, shoot the fucking gun. I'm bam, bam. I missed everything, right? And then when I started going to more specialized training, it was, okay, grip the gun like this. All right, hey, change up your structure a little bit. So I started dissecting it a little bit more. What I'm trying to say to you is, when you understand the 7 fundamentals, right, maybe you understand it at the 10% level, right? And then maybe you have to revisit grip again, and then maybe you understand it at the 40% level. And then maybe you go to war and combat, and then you go, then you understand at the 80% level. Understand? In time, you understand more of the fundamentals if you're willing to swallow the ego and go back and start at the basics again. But if you understand this, then life is a process of learning. You are only ready to learn certain things at certain times after certain reps of doing it. And going, I fucked up, and this ain't working for me, and then you go back and then you relearn it again. Beaver tail right here, it goes up. You have your back plate, all right? So you want to line up the structure of your hands, right? So you look at this right here, you want to take the gun and put it in just like this. I'm going to teach you what proper grip feels like, and then you have to mimic that on a draw, okay? But if you feel what it feels like on the pressure points on the gun, you can mimic on a draw. And if you can mimic on a draw, you'll be fucking fast. You want to reduce recoil on the gun, reduce the flip time on the gun. Beautiful. Those are principles. How do we achieve that principle? How do we go there? Because you're telling me, okay, a grip, I need to flip my gun back on target. I need to align that thing with structure to my target. I need control on that muzzle flip. Well, how do we do it? See, because just a normal grip on the gun won't allow you that. Okay? So you have to put pressure points on the gun. The harmonics on the gun, as the thing fires, it's going to vibrate certain ways, right? The way that your wrist pulls, you're going to have to counterbalance that. Understand? So if I'm a right-handed shooter and I put a lot of pressure on this side of the gun, I'm going to have to counterbalance that pressure on this side of the gun. And I'm going to have to choke up on the gun in order to reduce the muzzle flip. And I'm going to have to line my structure and relax my shoulders in order for that recoil to enter my body so I can have control. You understand? So what I'm trying to say to you is not just grip. Grip is about putting pressure on the gun at the certain points on the gun. So let me explain. So if I can hold my gun on a C-clamp position like this, I would, but I can't because the thing functions back. What's that telling you? If I can hold my gun on a C-clamp position right here, right, then that will make me more accurate. What's that mean to you? I need to control the end of the gun. Okay? So how do I control the end of the gun? I need to get my thumb out there. Okay? So I need to get my thumb out there. You understand? I need to control the harmonics on the gun. So the pressure is going to push this way, the pressure is going to push this way, the pressure is going to push this way, and it's going to go pressure up. Let me explain. All right. So the gun lines up with the structure. I'm going to pull my hands up underneath the beaver tail. I'm going to extend these two fingers. I tape up my hands, not because I was playing with a knife, because these are really aggressive grips, all right? And it tears up my hands after a whole day of aggressively shooting it. All right, so these two fingers are my power fingers, right? And they're going to, so imagine the gun here. They're going to turn and push the energy this way, up this way. You see? The fingers are not going this way. The fingers are pushing. These two fingers right here are going to pull up this way on the gun. This finger then milks, so it looks like this. Then this thumb milks up right here. I got fucking grip on this gun. I'm pulling the gun up and I'm pulling my thumb straight up. This allows what? Space right here. My hands right here with my wrist line, this is called structure on a drive hand. With me turning my wrist right here, this is a broken wrist. You see? This is structure. This is a broken wrist. So on a broken wrist, the recoil is going to go to the point of weakness on your structure. So if I have a broken wrist, what happens? It's going to go to this weak point. But if I just turn my wrist straight, where's that recoil going to go? It's going to enter my shoulders. So if I relax my shoulders, where's that recoil going to go? It muffles through my body. It's a beautiful energy if you really channelize it and you observe it. It's a beautiful thing. Recoil entering your body and the energy dispersing through your body. It's beautiful. Okay? You need to feel it though. Only way is you need to relax. If the tighter I tense, think about it, the tighter I tense up my shoulder and my arms, where's that recoil going? And if my shoulder's tight, where's that going? Towards my stance. You understand this? On a weak wrist, you'll start seeing if rounds are hitting you in the fucking head, like bung, 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 where rounds are hitting, that's the gun telling you got a weak ass wrist, man. Right? So you need to change your structure on the gun, right? So the gun is not pumping shellings on your fucking head. Because think about it. If I have a weak wrist, the recoil is going to go here like this. The shell is going to pop me in the face. Pop me in the face, right? Okay. Yes, sir.
Approximately what is your grip? Is it about like a handshake, or are you really digging into it?
So this top portion is about how I turn it. That's the proper grip.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So we're handshaking here. So this is the pistol. This is the top portion. That's about how tight I hold my grip.
Yeah.
Feel it? So I basically turn my wrist. I'm teaching you pressure. See how you feel just the top? This is the whole grip on the gun. This is just the top of the gun. Only the top portion of the gun. If I squeeze this portion, it's going to start pulling my gun offline. Only the top portion of the gun. That's about the pressure I place on my gun. Only the top portion. You feel this, even this pressure right here, right? So that pushes back the gun. If you have space right here, you have no control of the gun. You have to get high on the gun, high on the gun. Understand? And then these two fingers are pretty much pulling this up at this angle. And then this thumb goes into a 5 o'clock position on this ramp. Notice how both of my trigger finger and my drive hand, they're basically the same. See it? And what's that allow me? Equal pressure on both sides. If I have one forward, it's going to start pulling the gun right. Think about it. Okay? Any questions on grip? Let me tell you something. You have proper grip, that gun is not moving. That gun, it won't even, it's just a slide, it's just action back, and you can just track the sights the whole time. Okay? If you have proper grip. Also, this needs to squeeze in right here like this. So as you're gripping, with the proper grip I told you, with the proper pressure, now what I'm doing is at the top, I'm pinching the top just like this. Understand? I'm pulling my elbows like this out to get that pinch. And that will give me more control over the gun, more management over this weapon. Okay? All right. It's really hard concept, right, to get at first, but once you get proper grip, I'm telling you, your whole gunfighting is going to change. Out the bone on the trigger finger, okay? And that will give you always a great reference point. Okay, so I want you to grab your trigger finger right now, and I want you to feel the bend on your trigger finger. Feel it. And you should feel a bone, right, towards the tip of the finger. You should start feeling a bone, and then you start feeling the meaty portion and then the tip. All right? So right here at the bend, you'll feel the bone. You'll feel where the meaty portions start on your trigger finger, and then you feel the tip of the finger. Okay? So what I usually do is I like to start off on the bend. Okay? I like to start off on the bend because we call it tuning the gun to us. Okay? So when I tune the gun to me, in my grip, in my eyesight, and how my stance is at, right? Remember, everybody's different. Okay? So first I tune the gun. So I go all the way towards the bend, and usually for me, my rounds are right. My rounds are right. And then I go towards where the bone is at. The bone in that finger's at, and that will give me a straight, clean press back because it's bone. Okay? And usually it's still a little bit right for me. Depending on my gun, each gun is different. And then I go towards the middle of my trigger finger, the middle portion of it where the meaty portion is at. And usually for me, that's center. Where I'm going with this is if your grip is good, and you're not anticipating recoil, and your rounds are grouping right or grouping left, right, then you need to adjust your trigger finger. That means if your rounds are grouping right, you need to give me less trigger finger. You'll hear me say that today. Give me less trigger finger. Give me more trigger finger. All right? You need to listen to me when I'm coaching you. Okay? If you see your rounds drifting right, what am I going to do? Less trigger finger. Left, more trigger finger. Okay? So do you think I do that on the fly? I do. Press is when you draw the gun, you're going to hit a wall, right? So you're going to have no resistance, and you're going to hit, resistance. We call it in the shooting world the wall, okay? I want to hit that wall. I want to hit that wall as fast as I can. So basically, I don't want to do this. fire, boom, come back, let the gun reset really slow, and then boom again. Okay? I want to come off that trigger and reset that. Say I'm at the wall. See? I'm at the wall. I'm taking out the slack, I'm at the wall, I'm going to fire. Taking out the slack, I'm at the wall. So as soon as I fire, I'm going back to the wall. The faster you can go back to the wall, the faster you can fire. What I don't want to do is squeeze through the wall where I'm not feeling that wall. What's that wall do for me? What's that wall do for me, sir? Okay, I like that. What's the wall do for me? What happens towards when I hit the wall? Everything gets refined at a very focused point now. Okay? So I'm like, oh, I'm at the wall. Now it's front sight. Sign alignment sight picture, front sight, breathing, boom, and it goes off. So once I hit that wall, everything gets refined on me to make it more accurate. Make sense? All right. Any questions on trigger pull? That's big today, guys. You can have the best fucking grip and your trigger pull sucks, you're not going to hit the target. Okay? Trigger pull is important. Do you think it's natural to anticipate on a trigger? Huh? Yeah, it is. This thing's blowing up in your hands, right? So that's why people dry fire. That's why people are always at the range. You will flinch. I still flinch. Okay? If I'm off the gun for a while, I flinch. When I was in the military, I had to look at the terrain, I had to look at the environment, I had to look at the rebels or the militia group that were fighting or were training. I don't know, wherever the mission is. But the thing is, you got to know your distance, right? And you got to be confident with shooting a certain distance. Like in a counter-terrorist unit, we have to be confident in shooting a low percentage target, which is a headshot, 6 inches, headshot at 25 yards. If you know you can hit that every time, right, everything else is fucking easy. So that's why, like the 3-inch box this morning, if you can hit the 3-inch box consistently with speed and structure, then that's where I need you to be. A lot of you guys are hitting this 3-inch box, and it's great. You're a great marksman. But now it's going to open up, right, because a lot of your grip it's not there. A lot of you guys are over-presenting the weapon, right? Over-presenting the weapons all the way out at full presentation. Think about it. If I was to, big guy, right? Hold out your arms, right? And don't let me move it, right? So if I can, see, I can move everything. Press it back. Now wedge in. It's harder, wedge in your hip line. Right? It's harder for me to move than coming out. It's fully extended, right? Fully extended, the recoil is going to go right here because there's no, try to stop that. You can't. Understand? So at the full presentation, what do you lose? Controllability at the snap of the gun, right? So if the gun snaps, it's going to take a little bit to what? To re-index, correct? Okay. So some of the issues I saw this morning is full presentation. Some of you guys are pinning your trigger to the rear. Clear gun. So, wall here. I don't know if they teach this in law enforcement, but it's a bad habit, okay? When I say pin the trigger to the rear, is you're engaging, it cycles and you're still pinned to the rear, and then you're going to let it off into a mechanical reset and you're going to fire again. Is that what you guys are doing? Some of you guys are, okay? So what happens is if you're doing this and you're pinning it to the rear, you're letting it off and then you're resetting like this, you're training the snapshots, the split times in between to be fucking long, right? Because you're stretching on that thing, right? So for me, it's about coming off the trigger, okay? Look, guys, I learned this. So at a certain stage in the war, I was like, look, if I'm in a close quarters gunfight, this fucking At this distance, I don't have time to think. I don't have time to fucking think. I don't have time to, almost impossible to react. I have to just draw the gun. Everything has to be in muscle memory. Understand? Okay. So a lot of you guys are burning through the trigger, as in, okay? What's that not allow me? Accuracy, guys. You want to be able to pull the trigger with bare minimum movements on the weapon. So I want to be able to clear the weapon, bare minimum movements on the weapon. If I'm burning through the trigger, what happens? It's going to cause a lot of movement on that weapon. Second, you're not taking off the slack. A lot of you guys are not taking off the slack to the wall. You have to take the slack off to the wall. Understand what I'm saying? You have to ride it to the wall and then drop it once you hit the wall. On presentation, this is the next drill. The next drill is called the presentation drill. Presentation drill is I'm standing here. I'm going to move to my holster. So clear gun. Here, I'm going to break nice and slow. I'm going to move it up to my eye line. Okay? To my eye line. On presentation drill, watch my presentation. This is called presentation. This is called leveling the gun. See, look at the sights. I'm leveling the gun. See how it's level right here? Some of you guys, some of you advanced shooters do this. Look at my head. You're dipping down to the sights of the gun. No, you don't dip down to the sights of the gun. When you dip down to the sights of the gun, what happens? What? Yeah, you're going to tense up, right? Because you're kind of rolling these shoulders in. And it's unnecessary movement, right? Why would I come down here and go like this to a gun? Why do you think we developed that muscle memory? Where do you think that muscle memory came to do this?
I thought we were controlling the recoil by laying into the weapon.
Okay.
Stuck down with bullets in it.
Yes. Throw the gun. No, so a lot of rifles nowadays is what? The sight to bore, we drop the sight to bore ratio, right? So, I mean, even on my rifle, I have to dip my head because I dropped the sight to bore ratio. If you're used to shooting rifles, you're going to naturally drop your, if you're a YouTube fucking educational guy, you're probably going to do that because a lot of guys on YouTube do this stupid shit, right? When you do that stupid shit like this, what you're doing is you're exercising muscles that does not need to be exercised. Therefore, other muscles need to fire to compensate for this fucking muscle that's fucking stressed out. Understand? If your neck is like strained out like this, you don't think that you're going to compensate for that? You are, because it's not natural. What is natural is how you're standing right now. How you guys are standing right now, if I'm standing here, remember my foot placement? Here, like this. Relax the shoulder, and basically I just bring the gun up to my eye line. Nothing dips, nothing drops. So the presentation, this is called presentation drill. No movements on your shoulder or anything, you're bringing it up, high on the pull, because you go low on pull, what happens? You're bowling it in. If you go high on the pull, you bring it up to presentation. I'm working high compress right now. So high compress looks like this. Sight. Sight underneath which eye? Dominant eye. So for me, and all the other skilled guys with the right hand and left eye, right? What you're going to do is you're going to bring it here, right? And then when you bring it to presentation, this is called the presentation drill. Clear gun. On presentation, once I level that gun, it goes off. It doesn't do this. No. Everything needs to be manipulated from 3 to 4. 3 to 4 is side alignment, side picture, taking off to the wall, to dropping that hammer on presentation. Not this. Defeats the purpose. This is how it needs to look. If you're missing, then you need to slow down your presentation. What am I building right here? Muscle memories for what? This, guys, this is the most important distance that you have to traverse in your gun skills. The reason why is because from this distance to here, you're picking up the threat. Okay? You're bringing out the gun to presentation. You're taking that trigger to what? The wall. You're lining up to the threat, right? If you're a reflective sight, you're threat focused. If you're fixed sight, you're front sight focused. Understand? So a lot of different shit's going on here. To focal focus, to threat, situation awareness, to fucking prepping that trigger, to dropping that hammer on presentation. Any questions on presentation?
Can you describe the trigger as you're kind of like, going to your presentation, like which wall you're at which stage on the...
This is a 1911, so it has a cleaner wall, but it's the same thing with a Glock or any striker fire pistol. I'm going to demonstrate on this, and then I'll demonstrate on the Legion striker fire. All right, so if I'm here, see the trigger finger is off, right? It's off the trigger. So as soon as the gun levels, that's when the trigger finger comes on, see? As soon as it levels. I don't want to see this. Okay? For 1911, safety switch on. Guys, you need it. For the 1911 guys, you should be activating this thumb safety. You should be activating thumb safety. Look how I activate it. See? I activate thumb. I'm back. Fire. I'm back. Okay? For the 1911 guys. All right. So on presentation, as I'm coming here, I'm ready to the wall. I can shoot right now. Okay? So if I'm over my dominant eye, can I pop them right now? You better believe it. Okay? So if I'm here, I'm ready to the wall, and as soon as I prep, I'm prepping. And as I'm pushing, what do you think I'm doing with my elbows? I'm wedging the gun. Okay? So clear gun, guys. Clear gun. Part. Yeah. So watch, get where you can see my presentation. Here. Watch me drop. I see my front sight. I got front sight all the way through. Front sight. As soon as that gun levels, see? As soon as it levels, watch. Level. I don't want to see this. Some of you guys are doing that, like, you guys are doing this. Some of you guys are doing this. Right? Some of you guys are doing this. So remember, just stand there, nice and relaxed, watch. That's it. That's it. Your tactical stance is your normal stance. Right? Eyes and ears, meet me downrange. Eyes and ears, nice and slow. So I see my front sight. I'm going to press. Once it levels, fires. Okay? Easy drill. Easy drill. Notice how I started picking up my speed, right? Look, guys, you have to build up the muscle memory first. Remember the Glock guys. The Glock guys, there's 3 walls. I want you to understand that trigger prep. This is where it gets really interesting, right? With the gun, because you guys understand the fundamentals of marksmanship now. Now it's about proficiency on a gun. Right? What is the structure I need? What is the stance I need for situation awareness? How do I need to snap the gun? How do I need to prep the trigger? What is the distance and the speed I need to flow at the shooter's ability right now? What's the 3 things that matter? Distance, size of target, shooter's ability. Now I'm throwing more shit on your plate. So your shooter's ability, if you're not ready for a presentation, you need to slow it down. Second, if you're like really fast and then you find yourself finding a wall out here, that's not what I want. I need you to find a wall somewhere in between here. By the time you land, that thing goes. All right, so I had a good point about a red dot, right? So what I want to do, what I'm trying to mimic on a fixed sight, think about a fixed sight here. Without the optic, fixed sight. If I have my fixed sight and I'm tracking this movement, what am I doing with the fixed sight? I'm dropping the fixed sight from 12 o'clock to threat. It's always going to come in at 12 o'clock position. The fixed sight, think about it. If I'm here, it's always going to come in to 12 o'clock. Understand? Now, I'm going to take you to a reflex sight. If I shoot the same way with a reflex sight, look at the window. Is it not going to drop in from 12 o'clock to threat? The optic? So think about it. If the red dot's here, and look at if I'm dropping here, the red dot's going to enter from 12 o'clock to threat. Just the same as a fixed sight enters from 12 o'clock to threat. Understand? So the path of a gun needs to be instilled right now. So if I'm looking at the threat, right here, look at my front sights right here, right? And I have an optic. What I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer from the front sight to the optic. I'm going to use the front sight to track to the threat, and I'm going to transfer that into the optic. Did that make sense? Proficiency on presentations, what I'm looking at. If you're not landing that shot by the time you hit 4, then everything else is wrong in between right here. Jeff?
All right, load and make ready if you need to. The line's hot. The drill is presentation, 1 round at a time. 1 round at a time for 1 magazine.
From the holster every time?
From the holster every time or from ready? Yeah, draw the first one and go back to position 3. It's 3 to 4, 1 round, 1 magazine. Upper deck, upper deck. Line's hot, on you.
Good.
Oh no.
Pick up the front.
As it drop, boom. As it drop, boom. As it drop, boom. There's no sense in waiting. Oh, shit, it's in the line. Yeah.
So I can be on target.
All right, holster your gun.
Okay. Yeah.
Jeff?
Thank you.
All right, especially the guys with the optics. It's threat focused. I'm not looking for the dot in the optic. I'm looking at my threat, and as that dot starts to present itself into the threat, I'm pressing through the wall. I don't need to wait for the dot to settle here like a front sight. As the dot tracks from 12 to 6, I'm pressing boom. I'm pressing boom. I'm pressing boom. I'm not pressing boom because it defeats the purpose of the dot. The dot is made to process information much faster. You're threat focused. You're not looking at the dot. What he talked about with your head dipping, if you have a problem finding your dot, it's because your dot is going 12 to 6 and your head is going 12 to 6 right behind it. There's no point of reference for it to stop. Keep your head still and just let the dot fall, let the dot fall, let the dot fall, but my head's not moving. The other thing to remember with a dot, the dot does not have to be in the center of the glass. If the dot is anywhere in the glass and it's here, touch it because it's parallax free to parallax free-ish to about 50 yards. Okay, so don't think that, oh, I've got to center that dot up right in the window. The dots let you be sloppy on your sight picture because I'm not looking for a sight picture, I'm looking at my threat. So don't try to center it up. Stop seeking perfection in sight alignment sight picture with a dot. All right?
Yeah, when I tell you guys to land in position 4 and fire the weapon, that means fire the weapon, right? Not find your dot, not try to focus. I need you to land in position 4 and fire the fucking weapon because everything else needs to work on the fundamentals from here to here. I'm trying to short up your fundamentals and your travel time for you to land in that position 4 and fire that weapon. Some of you guys say I'm landing in position 4 and I'm firing the weapon. You're not. You're taking a second to sight in that optic or sight in that front sight. I need you to land and fucking fire the weapon. If you're missing, then everything else needs to be worked from here to here. You need to go slower from here to here. Understand? Okay. Next iteration up. Load and make ready.
Load and make ready.
Lower deck target.
The line's hot. On you.
we go. All right. Host your gun. What is this called? Fishing, right? I'm not fishing, right? If I have my front sight here, I'm tracking the front sight through. I'm not doing this. Now I don't have front sight, and then now I'm dropping in. That's a waste of movement. I have here, just here. Also, a lot of you guys are doing this. You're kind of coming low, right? So that defeats what? The purpose of the front sight. So if I'm coming here low, what reference point do I have right here to the target? I don't see front sight or optic until I get around full presentation. If I go to a high compress, I have front sight all the way through. If I'm here, I don't see anything all the way up into here. Understand? So when I tell you get your gun up, it's not here to presentation, right? It's not here to present, it's here. This is called high compress. This is what we're going for right now. So the next drill is a low, or you could call it Suli, you can call it whatever the fuck you want, low compress, right? But I'm here like this, okay? So next drill is, this wrist is broken, I'm here like this, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna snap that gun here and snap that gun up. Notice how I'm at an L right here? So when I'm at an L, it pivots into the thumb over thumb position, okay? Here, we see it here? So it's gonna be a low Suli position right here. You're gonna look at the threat and you're gonna bring it up and you're gonna fire. Once you land here, that's when you fire. Okay, so I'm here. Once I land, I'm firing. Okay? Okay. Eyes and ears. From this position here, I'm gonna bring it up nice and slow, fire. Bring it up nice and slow, fire. See how as soon as it lands, it goes, okay?
When you're engaging a target. Give me one.
Distance.
Distance? Give me one.
Finger.
What?
Shooter's ability?
Shooter's ability. What else?
Accuracy.
Size, right? The size of the target. So now we increased it back to a 3-inch box, right? Notice how I'm moving in between these distances, these sizes, okay? So now we're going to work presentation of a gun. So number 3 to 4, 3 to 4. A lot going on, 3 to 4, okay? You're leveling the gun. You are leveling out your breathing, right? For me, it's an exhale, right? It's just like when I punch and when I did boxing, right? It's an exhale, right? Everything's tight. My core is tight, okay? So as I'm coming out on presentation, I'm leveling the gun for a 1911 platform. I'm unsafetying that weapon. I'm taking my trigger finger and I'm taking it to the wall. Once that thing levels, right, I'm tracking that front sight. Think about it. I'm seeing the front sight the whole way through. Once I track that front sight to the wall, position 4, the round goes off. I don't want you to see you hanging out in position 4. Once it hit position 4, that round's going off. I don't care if you're ready or not, right? You need to train that distance from here to here. If you're not hitting it, I need you to train that distance from here to here. That round's gonna go off. So I'm training the prep. So if your round's going off in position 4 and you're missing the target, then you're doing everything wrong here to here. This is here to here is what I'm looking at. Understand? Eyes and ears. All right. So position 3, high compress, upper deck 1. As I'm coming out, nice and slow, as I'm coming out, I'm gonna level out the gun, I'm gonna level out the gun, I'm gonna fire. I'm gonna level out the gun, I'm gonna fire. I'm gonna level out the gun. You see, as soon as that thing hits on 4, I'm going.
Any questions? All right, guys. This is huge, especially when you're starting to draw, right? And start doing this presentation. I'm basically breaking down the movements, right? Because I could teach you from the draw, but a lot of movements. If I could teach you what really matters from 3 to 4, because once I'm compressed here and I'm moving around corners, I'm going back to what? Going back to a high compress, or even if maybe a Suli, but it doesn't matter because 3 to 4, right? All right. Second iteration up, first iteration back, please. Load and make ready. All right, at this point, high compress 3, high compress 3. All right, guys, the high compress, you should be right underneath your eye line. Right underneath your eye line, you should be able to see front sight, right? Even if you're on a red dot, pick up that front sight. That's your reference point to a push. Stand by, move. Damn! You see that, Ronin? Good job, bro. Good job. All right, look, guys. Some of you guys are stagnating, right? That means you're pushing out really fast. Well, if you haven't developed the mechanics of taking it to the wall, blowing out your breath to stabilize the gun and level out the gun, then you're not at this speed to push like that. So what I need you to do now is think about all the movements, nice and slow, pink. You can even go to speed. Boom. As long as you hit 4 and it goes, I don't care. Okay? Upper deck 2, stand by, move. Some of you guys are going out to really extended presentation. This means it's kind of old school. That's how we were trained this in the 90s, right? Some of you guys are doing 90 shit.
Y'all aren't even born yet.
So this is 90 shit. See? Watch. See how extended I am? Watch my extension on the gun. See, I'm not even full extension. So that's the speed we need to start hitting. Almost effortless, okay? Some of you guys are really extended out, so you're kind of like drawing out that 3 to 4. And man, 3 to 4, that distance, too long, okay? So try not to roll your shoulders forward, right? Nice. Elbows are kind of like here. All right. Second, on grip, to refine grip, because you're going to need this for the next iteration. To refine grip is not only is this here and this is here. Once I'm high, I'm breaking the gun. I need my elbows to kind of be bent to break the gun. If I'm out here, it's kind of hard to break the gun, right? So I'm breaking the gun. Me breaking the gun, what's that give me, Dave?
Gives you a vice-like grip on both sides.
That's right. I'm vicing the top of that pistol grip. And the higher I get on that frame and vicing the top of that pistol grip, that frame, I have more control. Okay, so this is the drill. I'm coming out. I'm just coming out to right here. And when I come out to here, I'm kind of turning, I'm breaking the gun, right? Get it? I'm breaking the gun. Some of you guys too, you're very upright on your stance, okay? Let me tell you something, you'll get away with that right now, but when we start hitting 5-round cadence with a drive, you're gonna be all over the place, okay? All right, guys, first iteration, same drill. Upper deck 3. Not fully extended, elbows still bent, break the gun. Stand by, move. Yes.
I want you to
Nice.
For the lot sooner in the process.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about why this target, right? This target is great because I'm training you to shoot a low percentage target, and you're shooting this low percentage target over and over. Think about what I'm doing right here. And then now I put a full size silhouette target up. You think you're gonna really aim? It's just so natural now, right? So that's the thing is I'm teaching you how to shoot small shit. You shoot small shit, you're gonna shoot faster. Okay, any questions on the first iteration? You see that's faster if you bend your elbows a little bit? Okay. All right, guys, so second iteration up. Stand by, move. Nice and slow.
Catch yourself too.
That's true.
Yeah, that was good.
You have to train that subconscious mind. And the way to smooth out a trigger pull, right, is in the basement of your fucking home, squeezing that trigger over and over and over, finding that wall, right, communicating with your gun. Each gun talks differently if you listen to it in your hands. Okay, each gun feels different, talks different, right? So after a few rounds, I can kind of adjust my grip, we call it tuning the gun up to yourself. So if you find yourself blowing it out of the target, understand subconsciously your mind is working. So you have to train the subconscious mind. Okay, and that's at your home, right, doing it. When you get out to the range, it should be confirming your dry fires. Okay, so I do rapid reloads. I move through the house. I process my subconscious, right? I move in from carbine to pistol as I'm walking through the house and picking up shit, mixing power drinks, draw my pistol, I'll fire this, and I'm doing this because your everyday stance is your tactical stance. And if you implement that, if you listen to what I'm saying and implement that into your everyday, now, obviously, like have your training guns, no safety, right? But dude, my wife is cooking, and I'll pick up a laser. I have a laser cartridge on my gun, right? And I'm mixing a fucking protein drink, and I'll pick a target on the wall, on my peripheral view, and I'll draw, and I'll boom. Oh yeah, I still got it. And I'll walk over here, right? I'll grab my rifle, and I have it slung, and I'll click. Oh, I still got it, right? So you have to. It depends on your situation, right, man? I was trying to survive at one time. So I had to train to a certain point that it was no mine, okay? Now, you train to a state of no mine. If you're off the gun, do you think there's going to be mine when you come back? Yeah, there's a lot of thought process because you've been off the gun, okay? So understand that. The longer you stay away from the gun, the more you got to pick up those fundamentals again, okay? Any questions on marksmanship? Don't beat yourself up. Okay, so the three things that matters when engaging any target, right? The three things that I consider. I don't just pull a gun and squeeze around, right? I understand my situation, right? I understand my shooter's ability. The three things that matters is the size of the target, the distance to the target, and the shooter's ability. You need to understand this deeply. The last one is shooter's ability. You have to swallow your pride, okay? And that's a hard thing to do in certain arenas, okay? You gotta swallow your pride. So, what did I just do now? What was the end state for today?
5 round rapid fire on a 6-inch circle.
That's right, 5-round rapid fire on a 6-inch circle at 5 yards, right? So I pulled you back to roughly about 7 yards here, okay? So what did I just do? When we were at here at the 5-yard line, we were shooting 3-inch boxes, right? 3-inch boxes. If you are accurate here, then you need to move it back. So as I'm moving back, and let's say you're barely hitting at at the 5-yard line on a 3-inch block, you think you can engage at a rapid speed out here? No. You cannot. So that's where the shooter's ability come in. Because I increase what? Distance. I increase what on the target? but I increased distance. Okay? So now it's finding that rhythm, finding that pace at a little bit more of a distance. So what distance is this? If it's a big ass room, right? It could be. I don't really see rooms like this fucking big, like all the way to here, in a normal house, right? But you'll encounter it sometimes. But this distance right here is a normal hallway. Think about it. So I want you to start looking at distances right now in your life, right? It's kind of walk down your hall today and go, oh yeah, that was about the distance I was shooting today. And I was pretty fucking accurate. So I know as a shooter, no stress, I can hit targets at 7 yards down the hall. So then I start scoping out my force protection plan, right? I know that I can hit a target at this angle in this upper lay position in my home. I know if I move to this point, that's going to be a funnel for bad guys to come up. Cops, you better understand this. You have to read the terrain. All right? You have soldiers, you better read the fucking terrain. It's not about engaging, it's about putting down a threat and opening up the situation and reading the terrain, moving to a good vantage point, getting a good, we call it a control position in a house, a point of dominance, right? A control position. So let's just say if I'm standing up in the hall, right, down the hallway, and I have a good position down here, I control the hallway, right? So those are points of dominance. So you have to understand your ability to engage targets at a rapid speed in these points of dominance in your home and measure it out and mimic it here on a flat range. Makes sense. All right, so the next drill is five round cadence on a 6-inch dot. Make sense? Nice slow, right? Find your cadence and pick it up. Eyes, ears. So when I increase my distance, does my cadence pick up or it slows down? Huh? Right. So the farther I get back, the more it takes for me to aim. The closer I get, the faster it takes me to acquire the target, right? So what I don't want to see is you guys doing fucking drills out here going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I start bringing you back to the 15, 20, and you can't gauge distance. Size of the target. What else? Distance to the target. What else? Eyes, ears. All right, on 4, high deck. All right, one more. Any questions? All right, so notice how I adjusted my pace, I'm reading the target, it's talking back to me. All right, it's not about you missing the target and blowing out and go, oh, I'm going to continue. No, readjust some points, all right? And okay, I got it, I know I was doing wrong. It's about studying yourself, studying your pace, okay? Studying your pace. Now, the gun should feel like it's coming back where it's not kicking up, right? If the gun's kicking up, you're doing something wrong. Right, I need you to ratchet down on the top portion of that gun where it's like, damn, this thing, I got this, okay? And that's how you should feel. If you don't, well, you need to raise your hands, I can help you. What I found was that I don't want that. I don't want a clean shot. The reason why I spread it out to 6 inches is because, dude, if anybody knows anything about medical shit, if I blow out in a 6-inch radius, where are you gonna fix first? What are you going to plug first, my friend? Right? Second, I want to blow out arteries. I want to blow out structure, bones, everything. Okay? Also, I'm trying to stay center line as much as I can on a 6-inch spread. Why is that? First, it works my grouping, right? Second, I want to blow out his fucking spine. I want to hit him in high on the chest because I want to sever his brain to his spine and he'll drop. Okay, too many times I've seen guys trying to shoot here, and the guy's like, oh, and runs back in. I'm like, did you hit him? I know I hit him too. He died in the room, all right? But if you blow out his fucking spine, he'll drop like that. Okay, this is combat shooting, all right? And it's understanding the human body and how to stop it. Any questions on this right now? Okay, do you think I'm picking up my front sight every time? Okay, so if you feel like you're not picking up your front sight, you feel like you're rushing it, right? Then I need you to slow down your brain and go front sight, front sight. Say it to yourself, front sight, front sight. And trust me, your brain will concentrate on that front sight. Every time you snap back, you say front sight, front sight, front sight to your brain. If you're going up online and your fucking gun is going everywhere, then you need to push this back down and ratchet down that gun. So you need to say, ratchet down the gun, front sight, front, oh, fuck. Ratchet down the gun, front sight. You need to say it to yourself. And subconsciously, you'll do it. This is all new for some of you guys, so you have to say it to yourself. Okay? Yes, sir.
Between like shots 2 and 3, or between every shot, are you focusing on the target and then coming back to your front sight, or are you staying on the front sight for all 5 shots?
Good shot. Good question. Front sight, whole time through. Okay. So when I was going through sniper training, we had to do standing offhand shots up to 2 to 500 meters on a standing shot, and these were graded drills, right? So you have to establish a pattern, but I knew at a certain point when I and it's iron sights, it's not scoped, right? Back then it was iron because you had to pass through the iron sight phase before you even go to the scope phase of sniper training. So I'm standing here going, bam! And at a certain point on that marksmanship phase, dude, I knew where I hit. Based off of where that crack in the round was and where the front sight on a pistol or the front sight on a fixed sight, right? Once you move and let's say you crack and this round's right here when you know you pulled a low right? So on a rapid drill, I know roughly where those rounds are plinging, and I kind of readjust on the fly. Okay, and you do that here. If you understand the readjustment portion on the fly, man, you can start getting those groupings back in. If you don't understand your grip and your side alignment, side picture, well, fuck, man, you haven't even mastered the fundamentals, so we can't really move on. So then what do you have to do as an individual? You have to slow down to marksmanship phase. Don't go rapid yet until you're able to hit 5 rounds on deck. Okay? Shooter's ability. Any more questions? All right, so what I need you guys to do is for shooters online, load and make ready. On your cadence, Remember, grip, structure. On you. Okay, so it's kicking. Now it's tightening up. It's kicking, tighten it up. Relax the shoulders. Okay, still kicking you. Tighten it up. Tighten up your grip. Five rounds. Tighten up your grip. Pinch off the top of that gun. Give me 5 o'clock position. Go. Relax. All right. Back in. Tighten it up. Slow down your cadence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On 6. Go. Okay, so you're starting to rise, right? I need you to tighten down on that grip. 3, 4, 5. Go. All right, you can shoot better than this. Bring it back. Cadence, tighten down on everything. Bring it back in. Lower deck 4. All right, Tighten it back in. Slow down the cadence. Nice. Pick it up the cadence a little bit, just a little bit. Go. That's where you're at. All right, high 6. Give me 5. Go. All right, you got to dial it back in. Bring it back in. Find me that wall. Go. Good. This right here is underneath the 6. Right here on top. Find me the wall. Go. Okay. Adjust your point. Just this right here. Pull this straight. All right. Nice and relax the shoulders. Go. Let's go. Go. Nice, nice. Did you learn a lot more about yourself today? Okay, good. I want you to, right? Because I could teach you, dude, I could teach a monkey how to shoot, okay? I could teach anybody, I've done it, okay? But the thing is, you have to figure out your own path, man. You have to figure out your own way of doing things, okay? I can give you the 90% solution, you have to come up with your 10%. Because we're all different as human beings, okay? The way that I move, the way that I train, I've developed those skills through many years, okay? Some of you guys have really good skills, man. You need to develop these skills, right? You know who you are, right? So develop those skills. For the guys that need marksmanship training, okay, that's where you're at. Develop those skills. Okay, nobody's judging you but yourself. All right, so tonight you need to write down principles. You need to write down things that you learn, right? So you can enhance that pace. So you can enhance that rhythm and those skill sets. So let's just say, man, I was fucking killing it on a 3-inch box at 5 meters, but he pulled me back to, I don't know, 7. And I was missing it all on a 6-inch dot, 6-inch, right? Then okay, that's okay, right? So now understand that. Understand your rhythm and your pace to combat. When I have a young teammate that I have to train, right, to get them on the battlefield, they have to understand their rhythm. They have to understand their fitness level. They have to understand how they're going to perform, their stress level and everything. We dissect everything and we train to that intensity. So let's just say for my guys that were like, man, you know, I did really good today. Okay. So the next step is pick up your speed, pick up your accuracy. Okay, where do we go after that? Then you perform at certain zones, like heart rate zones. So right now our heart rate's maybe 120, 130, I don't know, whatever you guys' heart rate is at. But you want to be able to shoot around 160 heart rate. Right? Why do you think I choose that heart rate? Yes, sir. Yes, I'm dealing with adrenaline, right? So I want to train because I know in a gunfight that my heart rate is going to be 160, 170. You know how I know this? Because in combat, I put a heart rate monitor to me. And I ran in the house with a heart rate monitor, and I downloaded that to the computer, and I knew, oh shit, yeah, this was the oh shit moment. My heart rate is spiking around 165, 170, and I'm physically fit. Okay? So I put a heart rate monitor to me, and I get my heart rate to 160, 170, and I know statistically off my data that that was the combat heart rate when my adrenaline and everything was dealing with that. Okay? So that's just a deeper level understanding of who you are as a human being. Okay? You have to train there. If you want to. If you deem that this is important in your life, then you have to go there. All right? If you don't, then you will never understand that level. Capabilities, right? Understanding your limitations, understanding the terrain, understanding the enemy, and outflanking them. It's about moving to cover, right? Standing and shooting, yeah, that's cool on a static range if you're trying to build marksmanship. But combat shooting is about advancing that marksmanship, right? Because if you're coming out, let's just say you're coming out of your patrol car and you have a combatant starting to shoot you, would you stand out there and just draw your gun and shoot in part? Right. You'll seek cover, right? You seek cover or you seek concealment. What's cover? What's cover? Bus stops bullets. What's concealment? Is darkness concealment?
Okay. All right. All right, guys. I need you to get into a certain mindset today, right? Combat pistol comes with a mindset, obviously, right? Because if I say, hey, aggressively move that gun, and you're not aggressively moving that gun, right, it's all in the mind. If you get frustrated today, it's all in the mind, okay? So it's not about getting frustrated. I'm here for you guys. I'm going to give you the skill set that kept me alive. I'm going to give you my struggles. I'm going to tell you my mistakes, and you take that lesson, man, and you put it into your world. Okay? Your world is to protect the community here. All right? Mindset is one of the most important things, guys. Mindset. Okay? And I can't really teach you that. I can't really teach you that, but I will share a story with you. You know, when I was a young child, you know, I was a martial artist. I trained martial arts through my whole life, and it's not just the movements of martial arts, it's the path, right? It's the higher purpose of living. And one of the stories I read was, there was a story about a Zen master and a Zen professor. You see, the Zen professor, he wanted to travel and meet the Zen master, and he wanted to talk about the ways of Zen. So he traveled many distances to meet the Zen master. And as the Zen master and the Zen professor sat across from each other, the Zen professor just started talking. And it was early on in the conversation that the Zen master knew that you didn't care to have a conversation about Zen. You only cared to hear about what you had to say. So the Zen master put a teacup down, and he put a teacup in front of him. He took the teacup and he began to pour. The tea began to overflow. And the Zen professor said, hey, what are you doing? My teacup's full. I'm good. He said, exactly. How can you ever learn anything new? How can you ever take anything new? How can you absorb anything if you're so full of it? If you're so full of your own opinions? Empty out the cup today. Do not stop yourself from learning today because of the ego. Okay? Just let it go for a few hours. If you think you know, and it works for you, and I come up and I said you can move faster, and I demonstrate it, then just for a few hours, believe me, and try it. Because you will never learn anything new unless you try something new, right? Talk about the fundamentals of pistol, all right? So there's 7 fundamentals of pistol marksmanship. Can I have one? Give me one. Stance. Breathing. Come on, guys. Come on. Not just one guy. Come on. Side alignment. Trigger control. Side picture. Okay, so you guys know this shit, right? All right, so let's talk about it. So how I divide it is, hey, first it's stance, right? I got to stand. All right, so how I divided stance is, man, I went into weaver stance. I went in, we know what a weaver stance is? Weaver stance? Okay. I went in a isosceles stance. I went in every stance you could think of. There was a certain portion in the war, I was in a specialized unit that we poured in athletes, right? We started recruiting professional, basically athletes. And I wanted to learn how are they able to cut through those corners? How are they able to move that ball? How are they able to move and catch a ball, right? Because those are all hand and eye coordination. Right? And what I came out was the best stance is a boxer stance. The best stance is an athletic stance, a fighting stance. So how I do is I draw a line in the sand. And I put my toes on one side of the line, and I put my heels on the other side of the line. Okay? So if you're standing here on both toes on this side of the line, what happens? I get rocked back, right? Recoil rocks me back. Especially if you tense up your shoulders. If you tense up your shoulders and you're doing all this, well, where's that recoil going to go? All that energy is going to go in your shoulders. And in time, if your legs are not stable, you're just going to get rocked back. If you just take one foot and push it forward, drop your knees like it's shocks, right? Dude, you're going to have a better stance. And I still have what? What do I still have? Mobility. I can still fucking move. Okay? So let's just say this. If I go into a weaver stance, do we do weaver stances in here? Do you guys shoot weaver stance? Okay, let's talk about that.
So if I have a threat over to my 9 o'clock position, okay, you want to be able to drive, always be able to drive the gun from your 12 to your 3 to your 9. And in one movement, you can rotate and drive from the 12 to the 3 to the 9. Understand how I just covered that with 1 foot movement? All right, so if I'm going into a weaver stance, what I just do? I have no drive to the 9. Understand? So your stance has to be able to drive from the 12 to 3 to the 9, one movement from the 12 to the 3 to the 9. Understand that? That's very important in your world. Let me tell you why it's so important in your world. You don't have fucking numbers. You don't have the numbers. It's not that big of a police department, right? And you have a lot of terrain to cover. Okay? You don't have numbers. So understand that you may be rolling on a threat with 1 or maybe 2 guys, if even that. So that's why your field of fire, you have to be able to see and move. Okay? It's not just about this. You have to be able to see everything, the terrain. You have to be able to see cover and concealment. All right? Okay. Any question on stance? From stance, what do we have? Grip. Grip, guys, is the most important thing when it comes to pistol marksmanship. I used to think, oh, front sight, side alignment, side picture. Yes, that's important too. But fuck, man, if I lined you up, side alignment, side picture, you're perfect, and your grip is shit, you think you're going to hit the target? Right. So your grip has to be there first, right? Think about it, seniors, right? When you're training these officers or even the junior guys that are going to raise and train the younger officers, think about it. If you're trying to fix his marksmanship and his grip is all fucked, dude, you're kind of jumping around. Okay? The first thing you have to fix is grip. So let's talk about grip first. All right. If I can hold the gun like this, that's the way I'll hold it. All right? But obviously I can't because of slide mechanics of the weapon. You want high in the weapon. Okay? So if I have any window on the gun, what happens? Right, it's going to tilt. It's going to, the harmonics on the recoil, right? It's going to move around your hands. How many times have you shot, right? You shot and then you did that boom and then you had to re-grip. You guys ever do that? That's because your grip is shit. Okay? I have that problem. Okay? The thing about this is, guys, dude, I went through a lot of training in my career. Okay? I did 23 years in special operations. I did a lot of training. But the thing is, I never crystallized a belief. Right? That means at 21 years old, when I went to counterterrorist school, when I hit 35, I still revisit those fundamentals. You understand? All right. So let's talk about revisiting the fundamentals. So on the gun, you have a beaver tail on the gun. Okay? Right here. What I want to do is I want to extend my fingers as long as I can, and I want to get high. See how I'm coming up on the gun this way? Right? And I want to pull these 2 fingers as far as I can. All right, so if you're like, why is he doing that? I will never grip a gun. You have to understand the proper grip. You have to feel how it feels right to have a proper grip. From there, we can adjust the draw. Okay? All right, so you want to pull this, and these 2 fingers right here, I want to extend right here. And I want to grip high underneath the trigger guard. Can everybody see what I'm doing? Right? I want to grip high underneath the trigger guard. The energy now gets transferred up to this position. It's not this position. It gets transferred up to this position. The energy. Okay? So as I grip, watch my grip. I'm turning my hands like this. Okay? I'm turning my hands like this. So as I grip, I'm turning my hands like this. These 2 fingers right here, my middle finger and my ring finger, those are my power fingers. That means that this is my grip. This pinky finger, no grip on the gun. Let me tell you why. If I grip the whole gun, even with my pinky finger, watch the gun pull offline. See? The gun's going to pull offline. It's going to pull offline. The thing about that is the more you engage muscles, what happens? It takes you what? You're going to slow down your what? Fast twitch muscles. Right? You want to release the forearm muscle so you can You can put them down differently. You have to pop structure. You have to hit structure. You have to pop his hips, right? If I put 5 rounds on your hip line, you think you're going to get up from that? Okay. The thing about this is when we train in marksmanship training, right, and pistol, and you have to train in marksmanship because if you have to take a hostage rescue shot, right, a low percentage shot. But the thing is, if I put a 5 rounds into a 1-inch grouping, that clean, right, into a human being, or if I put 5 rounds in a 6-inch ring, which one does more damage? Huh? That's right. So your combat marksmanship has to change, right? It's not just about precision shooting. No, it's not about that. It's about putting that fucking guy down with the rounds and where it's going to count. So you have to understand where to put these rounds in the body and how big is that spread that needs to be. If I put 5 rounds in a 6-inch ring, well, where's the fucking doctor going to start on that one? You understand that? And those are hard lessons, man. Right? Those are the lessons we learn, and I lost teammates in these lessons. So when I give you these lessons, I want you to really think about it. Think about your terrain. Think about the threat. Drugs, right? Meth. How are you going to put down somebody with meth? Try to shoot him in the face? I just told you, you shoot him in the cheek, he's not going to go down. You shoot him around here. If it doesn't hit a major spinal cord, he's not going to go down. So the shots we're going to worry about today is 5 rounds on a 6-inch spread. 5 rounds on a 6-inch spread on the hip line. Those are what we're going to worry about today. Okay? And we're going to worry about marksmanship because your marksmanship has to be there. Because we have non-combatants in this area. Right? And your marksmanship has to be dead on. Can't miss. All right. Grip. Here, these 2 fingers, I want you to grip here, and I want you to pull, and I want you to move this thumb up. Move the thumb up. And what's going to happen is there's not going to be any more space underneath the beaver tail. Now with this hand right here, this is your drive hand. Right? So look at my drive hand, guys. Look at my drive. It's so important. The drive hand structure. This is the drive hand structure. This is non-broken. See, this is a non-broken structure. Understand? So if Jeff is my target, this is a non-broken structure. See? This is a broken structure. Just that. This, non-broken. This is broken. This is definitely broken. What happened? Why am I explaining this? Because if my wrist is broken, so this is a broken wrist, right? You see it right here? The recoil is going to go to the point of least resistance. It's going to go to the point of weakness. So if your wrist is broken, then you have a weak wrist. So what happens? The recoil is going to snap. Understand? But if I have a straight wrist, what happens? Think about the kinetic energy, how the slide goes back. If I have a straight wrist like this, right, what happens? I don't have any broken structure, so the bone structure, as the recoil kinetic energy goes into my shoulders. It's not going to go into the wrist. Now it goes into my shoulder. Once it goes into the shoulder, if your position is relaxed, that means some of you guys are doing this already. I say, hey, pull out your gun, guys. Right? That's many years of what you perceive as tactical. Okay? That's not tactical. That's not tactical at all. When I say pull out your gun, look at your stance already. You're like this, right? No. Just relax, man. That's my draw. Okay? So put away your gun, please. All right, so let's talk about stance because I'm seeing it mess up. So I remember I trained with some of the best competition shooters in the world, man. Rob Latham, Jerry Barnhart. I was a very tactical shooter, right? That means my combat and strategy was there, but I could be faster on the gun. And what he told me was, you're too tactical, man, right? So this means, this is how I used to draw a gun. We do this, right? Is that a tactical stance? Do you feel it? Do you see it? Do you agree that this is a shooting stance? Yes? All right. What he told me, but look at this. Look at my body mechanics. See? Notice how I roll my shoulders forward? Look at my head. My eyes drop. Notice how my neck drops behind the gun like this? See it? You see it? What happens is when you engage all these muscles, right? What happens is now you're engaged in stabilizing muscles. So everything has to stabilize to get you in that position, right? So now you're not only fighting the gun, you're vitalizing all these different muscles because this is not a natural position. So a natural shooting position is I'm standing there like this, and you and I are having a conversation. See, I'm just standing normal. I'm just going to bring the gun to my eye line. That's it. That's a shooting position. See, look, here. I'm just going to bring the gun up to my eye line. See it? That is a good aggressive position. Look, here, bring it up to the eye line. If I start doing this shit, I'm pulling in all the muscle. I'm exercising, straining my neck muscles and all that, and what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You're not relaxed, and you're going to pull that fucking round off target. Trust me. So the more relaxed you are, the better you are. The better grip you have, the more recoil management you're going to have, right? Because it's not just about one round, right? It's about putting 5 rounds on target today. 5 rounds on target on a 6-inch dot. That's the standard today. If you can do that, guys, if you can do that, you're going to take down majority of threats because you're knocking out their structure. Guys, never stop learning, man. You know, when I was going through training in my 20s, you know, my 30s, and now in my 40s, you know, I never stopped being that student. I never stopped being hungry. And the thing is, when we get complacent and we get satisfied with who we are, then there's no growth there anymore. Okay? So today is about growth. Today is about knowledge. Okay? So when you're seeing these drills, what I want you to do is I want you to snapshot this drill and how can I force multiply this drill? How can I mimic my training to be this? And it's a process of learning, right? It's not you just going to the range and just teaching yourself. It's you being able to understand the process to quickly get your guys on deck, on target. All right, so driving a gun drill, guys, it's the same thing. I'm gonna work nice, slow shots. I move fast and I shoot slow. If I'm able to move fast, that allows me more time to what? Apply my fundamentals, right? Apply my fundamentals. So imagine if you're able to apply the fundamentals with speed and you move fast and you shoot fucking fast, it's hard to defeat. And there's 4 of you or 5 of you. It's very hard to defeat. So the thing is, now I'm teaching you an individual skill set to drive a gun. When do we drive a gun? SWAT guys, when do we drive a gun? On entry, but why? We want to collapse sector, right? We want to interlock fire, we want to collapse sector and kill zone, so driving the gun is going to give you that. Eyes, ears. So driving the gun drill, eyes, ears, nice and slow, but I want you to see the speed I pull that gun offline. The speed I pull that gun offline. Eyes and ears. All right, so I'm just gonna nicely bring it up and I'm gonna drive the gun to the next target. Nice and slow, bring it up. I'm driving the gun to the next target. See it? I'm already on the next target. Now, what do you think I just did when I drove the gun to the next target? You think I'm at the wall? Yes. Right, okay. So that's why we start learning how to prep a trigger, if you guys are blowing past the trigger and you're shooting over, look guys, you don't have control. So you need to be light on the trigger, okay? Again, driving the gun. Nice and slow. I'm gonna bring it out presentation. I'm driving the gun, driving the gun, driving the gun. See, my structure, watch my structure. If my presentation is here over by dominant eye, right? Dominant eye, if I keep on going, 12 to 6, 12 to 6, 12 to 6, every fucking time, if I see you as a threat, you think I'm gonna drive that gun there? Everything's still the same, isn't it? So that's why driving a gun is so important. What I don't want to see is this. There's no driving. This is driving again. As soon as that thing pops, I'm on the next threat. Watch, as soon as that thing recoils, I carry that recoil to the next threat. It gives you more time to aim. And notice how I lock my lower body to my upper body. Okay, so let's talk about that. When do I move my lower body independent from my upper body? When do I move my lower body independent from my upper body?
Moving and engaging.
Yes, moving and engaging, right? If I hit here, I got to drive that gun, right? In a stagnant fire, it's more like a boxer. If I'm moving, if I'm throwing a jab, this hip's connected because where's the power? The core. So I want to exercise the power from my core, right? So as I'm driving, the energy from my core is what's shifting the position. And if my position is the same over and over and over, everything's aligned. Get it? So driving a gun drill is here, presentation, pop, drive, pop, drive. It almost seems like one movement. Did it not? We got this, driving the gun? Okay. Who do you have last?
I had evens.
Okay, give me evens here.
Yeah, I had odds. So.
Give me odds here, please. All right. You understand the drill?
Yes, sir.
Go. Good. All right.
Good job.
1, 1. Drive from your core. It's like you're throwing a punch, right? Drive from the core.
So think about this. Just move the cross, but just drive.
Yes. Yes. Faster. Drive from your core.
Drive hard. There we go.
You see how your body's lifting forward? Get back upright. Drive. Yes. Good job, shooter. Yep. Good job, shooter. Good job. All right, 1, 1. Oh, hell yeah. All right. All right, you're badass. Let's pick it up. Pick it up. Go. All right, let's work a drill. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 2 on this one.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, did you prep the trigger on the first round?
Yes, yes. You got it now, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
One more time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Keep the cadence. You got a good cadence. Keep it up. Go. Yes, go. Reload as needed. Go. No, do a rapid reload as needed. Go. Go. Hell yeah.
That's it.
Great job, man. Natural. Natural.
Now that'll work.
Great job.
It's a advanced skill, right? When I say that is subconsciously your body's going to want to fight. It's not natural yet, okay? And there's so many steps to driving a gun. So the steps is it's not just about cracking around and pulling the gun offline. It's leveling the gun. It's about understanding where that front sight is at for an index, okay? Being able to pick up your peripheral and driving that gun to that peripheral vision as you are prepping the gun. So prepping the trigger, taking out the release to the wall. So by the time that the sights are level on the second target, you're at the wall ready to take that shot. Sight alignment, sight picture is already there. The faster you move, the more time you have to shoot, right? So we move fast and we shoot slow. In time, our shoot slow becomes really fast. So then we just become fucking fast at everything, okay? But you have to break it down, right? So you have to break it down in mechanics. If I'm telling you, hey, to shoot fast and your fundamentals that you were trained on for so many years was to re-index, to make sure that you shoot down, right? Now you're breaking away the fundamentals because I'm telling you, you have multiple threats. Why re-index? If that round's already cracked, you need to move on to the next target. This is the first time, drive the gun. This is the first time, drive the gun back. This is the first time, drive the gun back. If I miss the target, I'm still driving the gun. So as soon as that round cracks, you're moving on to the next target. Remember what I told you this morning? I know my shots based on the crack of my round on my front sight, right? So if you're not reading that front sight, you don't know where those rounds are going. Remember the double tap days? You know what a double tap is? What's a double tap? So one side picture, well, two side pictures. So two side pictures on a pull. When I say two side picture is first side picture, bang, bang, and then follow through, okay? So what is control pair? What is a control pair?
Two shots on this one, double precise time.
Yeah, you're picking up that front sight every single time, right? Along with follow through, okay? So the days of double tap, guys, are kind of over, okay? Because during the war, we learned a lot of things. I had to do hostage rescue. I had to do direct action operations, and along with that comes non-combatants. So your rounds have to count, right? Your grip has to be there. Understand? Fundamentals doesn't get replaced because I'm adding more shit to your plate. All right. The next drill we're going to do is driving the gun. You're going to hit the first target. You're going to drive the gun as fast as you can to the second target. You're going to pick up your sight alignment, sight picture, and you're going to squeeze around the second target. Understand this? All through, recovery, all this bullshit, right? Because it's marksmanship. So if I burn you down, boom, 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 you're training the range to collapse, to look, or to burn, to follow the guy down, collapse, look, and follow through recovery. Well, we don't have that time. We don't have that time when I'm entering a room and there's 5 combatants wanting to kill me. I have to fucking put rounds fast on each one of them, and then I have to follow through by putting fatal shots, right, on the follow through. So let's just say 5 combatants, I'm gonna put 5 rounds through, and then I'm watching them die, and anybody who's not dying fast enough, I'll pop rounds in his face or his hip lines. Understand? So why did I pop the hip line? Why would I shoot his hips out? Structure, right? I want the guy to fall. During war, prior to war, we would go into a shoot house and we'll shoot 2 rounds in a target. Did we do that, police officers? Right? We run through a house, we shoot 2 rounds. Why do you think they do that?
Make sure they die.
2 rounds? Why do we put 2 rounds per target? You don't know, right? So that's what I mean. You don't know. Because through years, this instructor handed down to this instructor. And this instructor handed down to this instructor. And nobody know what the fuck. Why are we shooting 2 rounds in? Because when I went in Iraq and I put 2 rounds in a human being, he didn't go down. All right? He didn't go down. At this close proximity, man, with the muzzle velocity, right, it's going to burn right through a human being. All right, especially if you have a higher caliber round, depending on the grain of your round, right, your bullet. So the thing is, the reason why we shoot 2 rounds on target in CQB and the schooling, Because in the Army, we're trying to save money. In the law enforcement world, you're trying to save money. So they were looking at the proper way to fire and then manage that recoil to index right back on the target and fire again and move on. It's just training. But in time, people thought that was a tactic, right? I did. I was trained that way in hostage rescue schools. I was trained that way, right? So when I had to employ to meet my enemies on the battlefield, I put 2 rounds in him, he's still standing there. So that's when I realized I need to put more than 2 rounds, and I need to put rounds where it counts. So if you look at a target, right, if you look at a man-sized silhouette, why are we always shooting out the center? Why are we always shooting out the high on the chest? It's not because it's just a target. You're programming your mind to do so. Well, why do we do that?
Vital organs.
Okay. Anything else? Huh? High percentage, right? Good. High percentage target. If I close in ground with you, what do we lose? You lose time, right? So you have to pick the high percentage targets. Right? 5 rounds in his hip and he'll drop. He'll just flop around like a fish. He'll drop. Because up until then, I was putting 5 rounds center line on the chest, right? So basically what I was trying to do is I was trying to blow out his spinal cord. You blow out a person's spinal cord, you sever the communication lines between the brain and the body, and he'll drop like a fucking fish. Boom. He'll still flop around. But that's how you neutralize the threat. You want to blow out the spinal cord. You blow out the spinal cord, you would take down a human being. For my police officers, if you can't blow out the spinal cord, you pop his hip line, and it'll take down the threat. Okay? If you can't get that low percentage shot. If you want to train for high percentage, you always want to engage in high percentage shots, but you want to pick your high percentage shot locations. This is high percentage shot. Those are high percentage shot, but you guys are blowing out in the fucking shoulders and the stomach and area. That's not what we're training for. We want to train for the kill shot, high on chest, center line on chest. Understand? So that's why we have to bounce from steel to paper. Steel to paper, because paper keeps you slow. And it keeps you true, but it keeps you slow. Steel keeps you fast, but you'll blow out, and all you're hearing is the audibles, right? So you have to slow down and concentrate what you're doing. The next drill is called driving the gun. Driving the gun back in the day was, I have multiple index. If it's a target and you're a target, driving the gun is, I see you as a target, I engage, I look at and I shoot. Is that what you guys are taught? Yes or no? That's old school. All right, so the old school days are coming here and firing, boom, and then turning and going here. All right, so remember that drill that I taught you earlier with on one side and I'm on the other side, and you can see him there in his peripheral? How many times, my police officer, have you put a gun on somebody that you don't know if he's a combatant or non-combatant? Is that something you would do? If you perceive this guy as a threat, and he has no gun on him, but you perceive he's a threat, would you put a muzzle on him to control him? You're not shooting him. Would you put a muzzle on him? Okay. If you say yes, then this concept is it. Okay? So if I see you as a threat, and I see him moving. Okay? So if I see him, I'm going to drive my gun. See, I'm already online with him. So remember that drill. If I can point towards you, I can point towards him. If I can drive my gun towards the point, I'm already on him. You understand? So I'm making minor adjustment once I get to that location. Okay? Now, driving the gun sometimes, if I perceive, and it's really up to you, man, if you perceive a hostage rescue situation, if I perceive that this is a possible threat, I'll drive my gun, finger off the trigger. If I see you as a threat, if I burn down a guy, boom, 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 and then you're in that same room, finger on the trigger, drive the gun, take it to the wall. And this is where you have to build that muscle memory. You have to build that discipline. If you overshoot the wall, obviously you're gonna shoot whoever you're putting your gun on. Understand this. So it comes down to muscle discipline, it comes down to memory. Now, if you disagree with this method and say it's unsafe, that's because you're not training. You're not really pushing yourself. Okay? Because if I'm telling you I can do it, and I have done overseas, then you can definitely employ this technique. Driving the gun is moving to your peripheral vision. This is how I drive the gun. All right, so
we can lock our lower body to our upper body, right? Or we can have our lower body independent to our upper body. We understand this. So this means, imagine, do we play baseball in here? Anybody? Okay, thank you. So imagine a sport where you have your bat, right? You're swinging your body like this. So you're locking your lower body to your upper body, right? And you're swinging with the full force of what? Your hips, right? So imagine boxing. If I'm here, I'm swinging like this. I'm not doing this, right? I'm swinging with my whole body, my structure, very much like a gun, okay? So what I want you to do is I want you to put your fingers on me, your drive hand. Okay, now I want you to lock your lower body. No, that means like plant your lower body in a good stance. All right, and I want you to move just your upper body, not your lower body. See how you're moving your lower body with it? Now I want you to see how you're moving your lower body with it? So this is moving my lower body. See it? My knees, look at my knees. This is moving my upper body, look at my knees. We understand the difference. Okay, now I want you to put your knees forward and I want you to look at me. I want you to point towards me. I want you to point towards me. Point towards me. I want you to drive just with your upper body. So it looks like this. See? See how I'm moving just my upper body? Go ahead. Drive to trim. Okay, now I want you to look at me. I want to lock your lower body to your upper body. I want you to drive as a unit with your pelvis line. Understand this. So basically you're pointing your pelvis line at Trump. Which way is faster? Huh? Driving with your whole body, right? The reason why that's faster is because you're pushing the energy from the ground, very much like a punch. You're pushing the energy from the ground. Understand this. Okay? Versus moving independent from the lower body and upper body. When would I move independent from the lower body and upper body? When would I ever do that? What? When you're moving. So if I need to move like a tank, right? Look where my knees are at. See? If I need to move like here, now I'm moving upper body independent of my lower body. But if I stand, I'm going to drive with my whole body. Does that make sense? On driving the gun, man, you have to pull that gun offline to program your mind on how fast you need to pull off. This is the first drill on driving the gun. You're not taking that second shot, you're pulling that gun offline so you understand the body mechanics of moving that gun. The body mechanics of moving the gun goes from the core of your body, not here. It goes from, like I'm throwing a kick. Think about like a baseball. Think about any athletic movement, right? You're going to drive that power from where? The core, right? So watch how I drive the power from the core. All right, I'm going to bring it up. Fire, next target. Fire, next target. Fire, next target. I don't want to see this. See? Watch how I speed. Fire next, I'm already on him. Fire next target, I'm already on him. Fire next target, I'm already on him. All right, so the drill is this. I want to pull the gun offline. See, I'm using my body mechanics to pull offline. Do you see it? All right, so this is called a short drive, all right? So short drive is I get a good base. Notice how I'm standing upright. Body over here. I'm pushing the gun. I'm driving the gun here. All right, so watch how I move my gun offline. I'm going to talk it over. Okay, I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. I'm bringing it up. I'm firing. I'm moving offline. I'm already on the wall. Okay? So as I'm firing, I'm already on the wall, and then I'm going to take my time and shoot the second target. Coming up, firing on the wall. Take time to shoot the second target. Fire on the wall. Here, I'm already on the wall. Okay? So I want to drive that gun to my peripheral vision. You want to drive that gun to your peripheral vision. So to start off this drill, you want to go slow. So it looks like this. I'm picking up the front side already. So now, that's your speed. That's your speed. Understand? If you're missing the target, what do you need to do? What are the three things that matter? Okay, so you're missing the target. That's your shooter's ability. All right. Understand that on a low percentage, that's not even low percentage, but on a smaller target, you may have to take your time and shoot. Okay. If you're missing the target, slow it down. Work on the mechanics of the driving the gun. Faster. Look at me.
Go ahead.
Look. Ready? We'll do it together. Ready? Ready? Let's go. Get your gun out. Go. Go. That's it. Faster. Watch my hip line. Watch my legs. See? This is how he's shooting. The hips need to move together with the gun. Like this. See? I'm here, right? I'm gonna tie my upper body to my lower body. I'm just driving this here. If I drop a knee, then it changes the pitch. See? It changes the pitch up, changes the pitch down. Okay? I want to utilize this. I want to drive just like this, locking both upper and lower body together, utilizing the same structure. No! Holster your gun. All right, guys, listen to me. It's all in the fucking mind right now. I need you to go up there. You guys are getting up there and going, ugh, right? No. Get up there, relax, look at the targets, bring it up to your eye line. Everything's no muscle tension whatsoever. No muscle tension on shoulders, neckline. I don't want to see it. Okay? I want you to stand there like you're standing normal, bring the gun up to your eye line. That's your shooting position. And then I want you to move your hips. Okay? If you're locking out like this, guys, how can I move my hips? Think about it. It's not proficient anymore. I want to open up my hip line and move like a athletic athlete. Shooter. You're moving your upper body, so that means you're planting your lower body, you're just swinging your shoulder, right? You're swinging your shoulder, you need to swing your hip line. You need to swing your hip line. So if you put your gun to presentation and you move with your hip line, you're moving with your shoulder right here like this. So you're like bam, 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 right? You want to move with your hip line because you want a point of reference on that draw.
Okay.
See? Move with your hip line. A lot of you guys are kind of over muscling this thing. Watch how I barely move, right? Watch how I barely move. See it? This is you. Sights level on wall, so as soon as I'm here, I'm already ready to fire. See, I'm already ready to fire. So right here, I'm already ready to fire. So by the time I hit that, I'm already ready to fire. Understand? Look at your position right now. Look at your shoulders. You're already rolling. All right? I want you to relax.
What were you doing?
Look. Relax and look at the target. Visualize the target. And look at me. Look. All you're doing is bringing it up to your eye line. Relax. Watch how fast I pull offline. So as soon as I'm here, I'm already offline. See? I'm already offline. As soon as that round cracks, you're pulling that gun offline. All right, miss the first target, drive the gun. Miss the first target, drive the gun. Miss the first target, drive the gun back. Miss the first target, drive the gun back. If I miss the target, I'm still driving the gun. Understand? So that's why it doesn't make sense if you guys are doing this. Fuck that. If I miss the first target, I'm driving the gun. The structure, upper body and lower body together. Watch how I do it. Watch how effortless it is. Watch how I don't even utilize too much movement. Okay. Just watch how effortless it is. I'm already on that second target, right? You don't see unnecessary movements, right? So you guys are doing this shit, right? Because you're moving independent of each other. Your lower body, your hip line drives the pull. It's a advanced skill, right? When I say that is subconsciously your body's going to want to fight. It's not natural yet, okay? And there's so many steps to driving a gun. So the steps is, it's not just about cracking around and pulling the gun offline, it's leveling the gun. It's about understanding where that front sight is at for an index, okay? Being able to pick up your peripheral and driving that gun to that peripheral vision as you are prepping the gun. So prepping the trigger, taking out the release to the wall. So by the time that the sights are level on the second target, you're at the wall ready to take that shot. Sight alignment, sight picture is already there. Magazine changes, right? There is a speed reload, there is a slide lock reload or emergency mag change, and there's a tactical reload. Those are the three reloads that we're going to train on. Which one is the most dangerous? Which one's the worst? Slide lock, right? The gun's empty. Okay? So you got to get that gun up. So this is one of my favorite drills, especially if you're going to the range, you just don't have that much ammo and you need to work on some fundamentals. This is one of my favorite drills to work on one of these fundamentals. Is that I have an empty mag and I have loaded mags. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to work this slide lock reload drills. So if I have, so this is the setup. Empty gun, 3-point check, loaded mag, insert it in. Now the gun's loaded. I'm going to take out the full mag. I'm going to take an empty mag, 1 round's in the chamber, so what's going to happen? It's going to induce a slide lock reload on me, forcing me to conduct an emergency mag change drill. Any questions with that? All right, so I'm going to go up, slide lock to the rear, conduct my 3-point change. I'm going to take a full mag, put it in, put a round in. Attempt to empty mag, put it in, press check. Now I'm set, right? We understand? I'm going to move up on line. I'm going to press out. It's going to slide lock reload, put it back in. Turn my gun. Reset. Bring it out. Fire. Slide lock reload. Bring back in. Fire. Press. Here. Take the empty mag. Reset. We understand this drill? Ready on the right, ready on the left. The range is hot. Make it work. It's all right, you're a Marine. I expect that from you guys. Negative, negative. All right, stop. When did we start doing this shit? Slide lock reload. Why? Why am I reaching for this? Why? Waste the movement. Waste the energy. Let gravity take over. Understand? If your mag gets stuck, right? I press it, gets stuck, sweep it across. Dunk. Activate light, move. Activate light, move. You need to move with speed and proficiency and movement because some of you guys are not moving with proficiency and movement. If I tell you to move this way and you have to take a shot this way, you're not gonna crab walk, right? Because that's not proficient. Proficient in movement is the toes are always in the direction of movement. So if I need to move this way, my toes are in the direction of movement. If I need to engage, I engage by let going of my lower body to my upper body. So when you guys are moving in between white light here, now I'm moving, see? White light here, boom, now I'm moving. Here, see the proficiency in the movement? It's almost kind of like a boxer a little bit in the you're white lighting your eye. You're white lighting your eye, so that's like slipping, right? There's a proficient way to use a light source tactically with a gun, okay? So let's talk over some light sources that are out there. Majority of you guys are running the Surefire with the knuckle switch, correct? So the thing about this is it's a great light. This is a great light for me. I run this during direct action operations, CQB, where I need to get in, search a building, search a house, and stuff like that. Great light source. The problem is that you need to readjust your grip on the grip that I taught you this morning, because the grip that I taught you this morning is where it's tightening underneath what? High on the trigger guard, right? So it's going to obviously press against the knuckle switch. So I readjust my grip by, instead of going here and elongating my fingers when my knuckle line is pressing here, I actually move this grip further along, right? And then now my grip just gets replaced, so I can turn on and off the light anytime I want, okay? Based off on my pull. So if I'm high on here and then I need to, see, I'm still tight on my grip, now I'm going to apply light. Okay, it's just readjusting your grip. A lot of you guys are on a pull are doing this. Okay, if you're doing that, man, think about, like, let's say you're making entry into a home, right? Think about it. You're making entry into a home. They don't know you're there, so you haven't lost the element of surprise, and you're pulling your gun because you're hearing threats, and you flash yourself. You understand? Let's say your team is doing a quiet approach to a building, and one of you guys flash. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what I shoot at. Light. Okay, so I've been caught up in pretty bad gunfights before, and you flash a light towards me, that light's going down. Okay, so it's a natural thing. So in the process of shooting positions, we have different type of shooting positions. All I'm going to say is this: I don't care what position you shoot. You have this position, the FBI, and all that. I'm just saying free float the light, man. Get used to shooting in any one of these positions right here. Okay, just free float the light. Don't always go to this. Don't always go to this. Don't always go to this, right? Because what you're doing is you're establishing a mindset. You're establishing a point, right? You want to free float that light source. If you free float the light source out here, people are like, well, you know, you can get shot if you're here. Yeah, absolutely. Free float that light source away from your head. Okay? All right. So I narrowed down certain light sources I like. I love Surefire just because they're power and they're luminous. I like the Fury Tactical, man. This is a very powerful light, and it also allows me direct line a funnel right in the center, a beam of light in the center, but also it allows me that fringe. Okay? So when we look at a tack light, we're looking at that fringe. And the reason why is because that fringe is what I'm picking up my front sight with. So if I'm here, see the fringe, it's picking up the rear, but it's towards the target. See, I'm picking up my sights through the fringe of the light. I'm not directly shining through the gun source. I'm exposing the threat, and I'm picking up my sights through the fringe. Understand? All right. This is what I usually run with on my kit is the Tactical MV. What I like to do is I like to put a bungee on it, the bungee source on it, so I can go ahead and get it into these 3 fingers. Okay. Now, once I get into these 3 fingers, it allows me to get to my mags. It allows me still mobility. It allows me to get to that light. It allows me, my hands, to get to my equipment line, my gun line. So a bungee is really nice. If this gets in your way on this side, then you can go reverse bungee and you can still do the same thing. Understand? So you got to modify your equipment, man, based off on your tactics, on your the way that you carry your equipment every day. It needs to be modified where it's easy deployable and it's going to work for you. Okay? So free up these hands. If you don't have bungee stuff, sometimes I tape up my light source and I build some kind of wall barrier here, and basically that's going to give my grip to pull this light back into me. I don't like the new tactical lights with the guard around them, right? Because it doesn't allow me to palm activate my light. So I hold my light with these two fingers right here. Hold the light with these two fingers, and I wedge it into the palm of my hand like this. So what it allows me is what? It allows me those three fingers, and I can still utilize the light, okay? So think about when you're working today, I don't want you to hold the light like this, right? Because how are you going to get to your mags? Unless you can do it. Unless you can do it. I can do it. I can still get to my mags like this depending on what light source I'm in, all right? So the next drill is you're going to have a light. We're going to show off all the lights. You're going to pull up the gun, all right? You're going to fire and take it off. So it looks like this. What we don't want to do is get greedy with the light source, okay? So back when I went to CQB training, it was in 99, right? Counterterrorist training in North Carolina, it was in 99. We went through the shoot house and complexes with lights, right? Tack lights on. So you think about, like, if you look at CQB, everybody understand dynamics of CQB at least? So when you go to your points of domination, you have interlocking fire. So everybody's kind of swinging their lights in, right, to kind of collapse their sector, and that was our tactic. It was a good tactic. It was very fast, very good, very effective. We were able to neutralize everything really rapidly. The problem was when we went white light and we started interlocking these white lights in a room, well, you got windows in Iraq, okay? We started getting shot at through the windows. We started getting shot at on exfil because everybody knows that U.S. are here in their neighborhood, right? And they're going to start shooting at you. I need you to be disciplined on your white light tactics, especially for you guys. So if you're converging on a crisis site and you're working and you're not used to working with him, you understand that? You cannot afford to lose that element of surprise. So we call it going quiet clears, right? So we go quiet, we go to points of domination. The first shot is called go loud, and then we fucking get violent, okay? So you really want to go quiet until you have to go loud. Light source, you only want to expose it when you need it, and lights off. So if I was to draw the gun comes out obviously first, okay? I don't want to do this, oh, okay? If I see you as a threat, if I see you, boom, as a threat, I'm like, oh shit, he's a threat. Now I'm coming off line. You understand? So let's just say Zach is my threat. I see him, he's a threat. Okay? That split second of what? Flash, it's going to give me what? A little bit of time, right? Reactive time. Oh shit, now I'm offline. See? So on the next drill is I want you to present light, flash, on, off, present the gun, on, boom, off. You got to identify, right? Identify, draw the gun, identify, boom, off. What I don't want to see is this. Or this. See how I'm drawing the gun out? The gun's going to be drawn before that light comes out because what am I doing? I'm maximizing what? Concealment. I'm maximizing darkness. Low light. Okay, now I'm going to start prepping you for low light conditions. So in the process of things, if you're training on low light, then you need to free up a hand, right? You need to free up your non-shooting hand because you need to have a light source in that hand, or if you have a light source in your gun. People always ask me, well, what's better? Well, it depends on what the fuck I'm doing. If it's CQB direct action operation, I'm going in a building, I'll probably have a tack light on me.
right, on my gun. But on the everyday carry, I like a separate source, because if I'm searching a room or I'm searching a buddy, I don't want to point my gun towards them. You know what I mean? You don't want to use your gun light as a normal source of light. Okay? So when you're practicing for this, you need to fire one hand. Right? You need to fire with one hand. And there's so many different techniques on firing one hand. Right? Some people say, hey, well, if you're right hand, left eye dominant, you need to twist your gun this way, right? Yeah, sometimes I did that. I have done that before. And we also, train on so many different ways where they're like, oh, put more weight on here, blade off to it. I'm going to tell you what works for me. Okay? I stand like this normally on a soft sleeve stance. Now I'm just going to take this hand away. I'm going to stabilize my gun now with more trigger finger, because I need to pull it back to the right, because the gun is going to go to the path of what? Least resistance. So if I'm firing with a normal trigger finger, it's going to move like that regardless, right? But if I put more trigger finger in there, what it's going to do is going to push my rounds more to the right, not pulling it to the left. Understand? It's going to still pull to the left because you're getting rid of this hand. Okay? So you're understand your shots are not going to be that accurate as two hands, because now you have a stabilizer here. So your stabilizer is your thumb. So remember that really aggressive thumb grip position? Now I'm pulling it here. I even experiment with pulling the gun this way, because I know it's going to kank up this way. All right? You just got to find your twist. You got to find that torque. Okay? So try to move here. Drop your base. Drop your hand down this way, and this is your firing position. Watch all my weight shift over to my right side. I'm not blading my body off to the target. I'm just shifting. It looks like this. If I get shot here, now I'm going here like this. That's how it looks. Okay? Eyes and ears. Get a good grip to start off with, right? Good grip, because you're firing one hand. So light source out, nice and controlled press. So flash, come up, flash, off. See the lights off? Come up, flash, lights off. Flash, lights off. Lights off. Flash, cut it offline, flash, fire off. See? You want to almost disappear into the night. Understand? So you only flash your light when you need it. So prep your fucking gun, prep everything out. You're not taking it to the wall in case he's well, you identify that threat already, right? So you identify the threat, move offline, identify the threat, boom, lights off. Surprise, speed, and violence. Okay? When I lose the element of surprise, I need to make it up with speed and violence, right? So when you're flashing, you lost the element of surprise. If you accidentally white light yourself, you lost the element of surprise in your mind. You should understand that. Okay? So what I don't want to see is this. With no purpose. As soon as you flash, pull offline. As soon as you flash, pull offline. Okay? Once you identify, pull offline. Get aggressive on the gun. All right. So imagine you guys are in a hallway, right? And you're looking down the hall. You know, you're walking down the hall, you're looking down the hall. You see a threat, and now you're moving offline. Okay? Disappear. All right, so if I'm back here, okay, and I'm away from my barrier right here, okay, at night, unlike during the day, at night I want to suck up to a barrier, okay? So when it's daytime and I have vision, I want to kind of get back away from the barrier, okay? It gives you more vantage point. It's the same amount of cover, right? But it gives you, so you're not getting, if I'm during the day and I'm fucking shooting right here on a barrier and I'm getting shot at the barrier, you're going to get a lot of shrapnel, you're going to get a lot of kickback in that area. So if you're backed up a little bit, you're not going to get all that frag. Get it? From the rounds. But the problem is at night, if I'm back here, I'm lighting up this. See?
So if the threats are back here and I'm lighting up this, I really don't see too much of that. I don't see what's beyond. You know what I mean? So I kind of want to come up to the barrier and maximize the barrier so I could see beyond the barrier, so I could see the threat. Okay? So if let's say I'm coming up, I come up to the barrier here. Okay? First off, on the position, so turn on the lights. Across here, if you look at the line right here, see the line from the barrier? If I come out and I want to stabilize my shot to get this out, what am I breaking? I'm breaking that line right here. See? I'm breaking that line. And I'm like this, and I'm about to come out. I'll switch knees, and then I'll come in. Same thing with this side. As I move here, I'll switch knees. If you have a reflex sight and you're shooting around barriers, so as I come up, I'm coming up here. I'm moving here. I'm moving here. See how I'm moving? Right? Finger, guys, need to be off the trigger today. All right? When we're moving, when we're doing dynamic stuff, unless it's at presentation, that means the weapon's leveled with your eye line, that's the only time that weapon goes on fire. All right? Some guys asked, I had some police officers say, well, I run my gun on fire all the time. I run through the house with my gun on fire because that's just the way that we do things. I'm like, hey, man, that's you. That's you, because you never had to shoot around your buddies. You never had to shoot from moving platforms and do reloads around people's heads, your teammates' heads. So it's better to develop the muscle memories now, right? You don't think I run through the house with it on fire? Sometimes, depending on the threat levels, depending on the situation. But I have the muzzle, I have the discipline that I trained over and over through the years to put my weapon on safe and to manipulate that in a stressful environment. Okay? So if you're saying, if a lot of guys say to me, well, I don't put my weapon on safe because it's, under stress, I'll forget. Well, then you're not training. You didn't put yourself there in the training scenarios. Okay? All right. That's my thought. Okay? Obviously, people have different opinions. Okay. So let's talk about an AR. Let's talk about the setup of an AR. So let's talk about the muzzle, and I'll go all the way down to what I look for in a combat setup on my AR. Now, I have different ARs. For CQB, I usually go 12.5 inch, right? For anything else, I go 16 inch. And the reason why is, dude, I run this in CQB before too, all right? So 16 inches, 12.5 inches, it don't matter. But that 12.5 inches is still allowing me the platform I needed to get in these confined spaces. This right here is a little bit harder to move in confined spaces, in vehicles and stuff like that. All right. So let's talk about the brake, right? I run the Surefire brake just because it mounts up to my suppressor, okay? The problem with this brake is if you shoot it next to your teammates, he's going to feel the concussion, right? Because it's a little bit of a compensator. It pushes the energy to the side. Just understand that, right? When you're shooting around teammates or whatever. So if you run suppressor, I definitely recommend some kind of muzzle that has a suppressor adapter to it. And this is a Surefire one. All right. I run night vision, so I'm going to need some kind of IR laser. All right. That's a whole different class, but I do run night vision. If you run night vision, well, you probably need some kind of IR laser on your gun. Tac light is a must, all right, especially in low light conditions, CQB environments, different lighting conditions, you're going to need some kind of tac light. All right. I like my pistol grip forward, right, and the reason why is I don't run like this, right? I'm not running like that. I need to get to my instruments, okay? So this allows me that leverage, that see how the C-clamp, I'm working the secret. And then I have all my switches along with my light right about here. Okay? I do believe in some kind of flip-up sights, right, in case your optics go down. I do believe in that. If you run a magnifier behind your optic right here, then obviously you're not going to have the real estate, right? If you're trying to keep everything on the frame of the gun, right, you're not going to have the real estate that you need. So you may have to go an off point on your fixed sights, like competition shooters. I've seen, on my sniper rifle I have off points, okay? All right, so I like to rubber band, retainer band all my cables so it's not getting in the way. All right, so anything that's wires or whatever, you need to rubber band that down. All right, these are Ranger bands that you can buy on Amazon. They're called Ranger bands. Really, they are. And I don't know if a Ranger made it, but they're called Ranger bands. And I use this in combat, and they're durable, man. I rubber band everything down. Okay. So get rid of all the cables. It does get snagged on shit. All right. All right. So let's talk about optics. Dude, that's an individual shooter preference, man. Right? Some guys run EOTechs. I ran EOTechs because that's what we're issued in the military, along with a 3x, just like how he has his setup. We had an EOTech scare, right? But I tell you what, I never had problems with my EOTech. I don't know if that's just a bad batch, but in combat, I never had problems with my EOTech. All right? I do like to run the Leopold because the EOTech, you have that 65 mid-angle ring. You know what that means? Mid-angle, everybody? All right, you got the 65 mid-angle ring and you got the mid-angle in the center. Well, to me, it was a little bit busy, right? I just like a dot. That's it, because I'm old school like that. When I first got to the teams, we had the tubular aiming points at the time. It wasn't even a magnifier. It was just, it is old school, like 98, right? So it was the tubular shit with one dot in the center, and we were running that. So I'm used to running just one red dot. And the Leopold LCO allows me that window of an EOTech that I'm trained on, but it simplifies it to just a minute angle dot. What's a minute angle? What does it mean?
1 inch at 100 yards.
What's that?
1 inch at 100 yards.
That's right, right? So 200 yards, what? Right. So at 100, right, you're hitting at a 1 inch, basically a 1 inch dot or 1 inch box, okay? So 1 minute angle, when I look at a gun, I look at the angles on the gun. What's the minute angle on that optic, okay? I like 1 minute angles, unless I'm doing sniper operations, and I go sub-minutes. When you're zeroing today, if I blast my fucking optic up where it's like you can see a red vignetting around the optic, do you think that's 1 minute angle anymore? Okay. So when you're zeroing your gun today, I need it dimmed down till you barely see it. Understand? Where you like have to try to almost kind of find it. All right? And that's how you truly get a good zero in. I remember this one student had his shit blasted and he had a hard time even finding the target. Understand? So even in CQB mode, guys, I don't blast my fucking window. Okay? If you see how that looks in a hallway at night, you probably don't want to blast that optic like that. All right? If you're trying to keep stealth now. All right, so what are we shooting today? Okay. Anybody? Okay, so scopes like a 1 to 6. I'm all about that, man. Especially like when I did vehicle interdictions, I was all about, especially helicopter to ground interdictions. I was all about the tubular because it allowed me that optical gain, right? Instead of using just a flip. Okay. The problem with that is you can only drop it down to a 1x. That means there's a little bit of magnification difference, and it could trick your eyes. Now, you overcome that by obviously firing with both eyes open, right? Yes. Do we fire with both eyes open? So let's just say I have a problem firing with both eyes open. I'm just, having a problem learning. I'm always shifting focus to one eye. How would I get over that? Excuse me? So let's just say today, as we're firing, and you're like, man, I keep on closing one eye too. I want to get used to firing with both eyes open. So young team guys, when they come in, they have a problem firing with both eyes open, right? Why do we like to fire with both eyes open? Situation awareness, right? Situation awareness, and obviously, and you're not shifting all your focal to one eye, okay? So what I usually do is, if you look at an optic, you take tape, and you put tape, or you put the dust cover, if there is like a, I don't know, aiming point has dust covers that you could put over, and you basically block out the front side of your optic. All right? So you think, if I block out the front side of my optic and I'm firing and I close one eye, then I'm just going to see black with a fucking dot, right? But by fire both eyes open, I'm going to see the dot and I'm going to see what the target. Right? So that's how you kind of train yourself. Do you see that as a, when can I use that on a mission, operationally, that concept? You ever laid on a range and then the sun's directly in your face and it washes out your optic? You can't really see. You ever had that happen? Yes or no? Yes. So the sun's blasting your face. You think you're going to see that optic? No, you're not. So sometimes what I do is I close that front side and then I can see it crystal clear. All right, so tactically you can use that to your advantage. I learned that in the Philippines. About zeroing a gun. What did we zero our guns at? Give me some numbers. Are we zeroed? Would you zero your weapon at? 25? Huh?
40 yards.
So a lot of thought process going on between 25, 15, whatever, right? Can't think like that. Can't think like that with an AR. I like your concept, but you can't think like that with AR, because an AR is a ranged weapon. Remember what I told you. What is your purpose of carrying that weapon? We talked about maximizing range, right? You think you're going to maximize range when you zero your weapon at 25 meters? You're not, right? So I've done a lot of zeroing through my life. I took data from different terrains, and I came up with my baseline zero. Obviously, terrain has a lot to do with it. If you live in a desert environment, you want to flatten out that zero. You want minimum offsets on that zero. But for an everyday gun, right, I'm all about the 50 meter zero. And let me explain why. Why do you think that, Richard? Why do you think 50 meter zero?
You can hit at 50, you can hit at 200.
That's right.
And the deviation in the projectile is not going to be too far off.
Beautiful. All right. So a 50 meter zero, if you understand ballistics, right? So the round goes through the grooves and the bores on your barrel. It goes into a spin, supersonic spin, right? It goes into spin, and the bullet then arches, right? So it comes out, it kind of climbs like a football, and then it goes into a transonic stage. Transonic is when the bullet goes from subsonic, right, to transonic, where it starts to wobble, okay, and then it glides out there, and that's sniper range, okay? So you got to understand your muzzle velocity and your ballistics, all right? So what Richard said was, if I zero my rifle in at 50 meters, ballistically, that data, so imagine 200, at 50 meters, it's going to start climbing. And then it climbs and it drops down around 200 meters in the same plane. Understand? It's the same plane as that 50 meter zero. So it's great to have that close data, right? And then it has that kind of far data. Why do I need range on my AR? If I'm like, well, I'm a police officer, I'm going to do CQB, I don't need range because I'm close quarters. Why do you think we need range? Why do you think we need it? Think about data, guys. So I'm all about statistics. I read, ever since a child, I've been reading history, wars, right? When I was in the Special Forces, I would study past battles and data, right? What did we make mistakes on? That's the worst thing. If there's data out there and you don't read it, and this is your life, you're just a dumb guy, right? So the thing was that guys were zeroing their guns at a close range, but dude, they're getting in street fights. Think about Somalia, Panama, right? Those are environments that are going to see. I'll tell you my personal Iraq, right? We're going in, containing, isolating houses, and then getting shot down the street, 200 meters, 300 meters down the street, right? So for my police officers, you need to understand that. It's not just about, an AR is not just about your close quarters range. You have to understand what's the capability of that AR. It's to get that range, that distance, okay? So today, I'm going to zero you in at a 50 meter zero, okay? A 50 meter zero would also allow you that 200 meter, roughly around 200 meter ballistics, the same holds. If you personally, as an individual, feel like that's something you don't want, then tell me. This is your gun, all right? But if you don't know, I'm going to give you my experience, and my experience is a 50 meter zero. Dude, it was a great zero for CQB and distance. All right, so you get the best of both worlds. Now, obviously, on a 50 meter zero, what do we have to build? We have to build the data from 50 all the way up to 5 meter line, right? If CQB is your game, right? Why is that? We want to build that data. When I say build that data, it's building what? Holds. Know your holds, right? So on a gun, we have a sight to bore offset. So the sight to the bore offset, where the round goes and the sight. So roughly, if you see, I have a 2-inch drop, okay? So the old school days was we had the carrying handles, right? We didn't have modular system when I got to the A-teams. We had the carrying handles, and we had this tubular fucking optic, red dot, on top of it. Dude, it was like a 5.5-inch offset, right? So when I was going through CQB training, it was like I pop it up, my gun was down here, my optic was up here, right? Okay, that's what we had. That's what we had. So when the modular system came in, my holy shit, that's so badass. So I was able to drop my optic. The lower you drop the optic is what? The less offset you have. Okay, so you should understand that. So kind of look at where your sight to bore offset is, and know that's kind of roughly where you have to hold. You understand? Okay. All right, so let's talk about slings. What we got going on slings today? Okay, I see some different ideas on slings. All right, single points. Raise your hands. Anybody believe in single point? Double points? You don't believe in single point, DJ?
No, I don't even know how to use it.
Okay. Because I'm looking at your single point. I'm like, you don't believe in single? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. And then the 3-point slings. Remember the 3-point slings? I don't know, some of you guys. Okay. The 3-point slings, dude, I got to the A-teams, and I was carrying the MP5. It was a 3-point sling back then, right? I'm like, man, this is so badass, right? And then I'm like, when there was an eagle down, I'm dragging, fucking shit's hitting me in the balls, and I'm climbing fences, hitting me in the face. I'm like, man, this 3-point sling ain't working for me, right? And then I started seeing guys maneuvering and doing all this shit with 1-point sling. I'm like, that's it. That's it. That's the sling, right? And then I climbed over my first fence, and there was a rifle on this side, and my body was on this side, and I'm trying to reach over and grab my rifle, and I fell over. And I'm like, that's it. I'm done with the 1-points. But I like the 1-point. Let me tell you what. The 1-point sling allowed me that freedom to maneuver from weak side to strong side. It allowed me to just work the mechanics like I didn't have a sling. It was great. Besides getting racked and, Edgar Sherman came out with this thing. I recently switched over. I'm really kind of old school when it comes to my gear. What kept me alive overseas is kind of hard for me to pull off of it. But the Edgar Sherman sling allowed that tension, right? But also, you don't see any free-floating shit. That means there's no straps floating around in there, okay? So this is a great sling. How I work this sling, 2-point, is I have it over here like this, right? You have to, when you size up a sling, usually what I do is I measure into my shoulder line. Measure into my shoulder pocket right here. And then I kind of adjust all the slings. Why do you think I want this on my shoulder pocket just like this? Where do you think I want it? Right, it's already there. It's already seated into that shoulder pocket, right? So this is already at almost presentation. I learned this when I was doing a lot of PSD work, right? Personal protection detail, where I was standing there and I had to go dynamic if I need to in any moment. So we learned to start getting our buttstocks and sizing up the sling. What I like about the 2-point sling is if I go to full presentation, I can tighten this down. See what I mean? So I can tighten this sling down right here. And as I go to presentation, I could pull basically my elbow down. And what do you think I have? You can hear it. You can hear this lock in place. So let's say if I need to do a long standing shot, right? You'll see me size up my sling. I'll come in. I'll start cinching everything down so it gets tight on me. See, this is tight. This is a good standing position. All I had to do, pow, right? So everything's tight. So that's great to have this type of sling. Also, when I'm moving through, I don't know, a city, climbing walls, fencing, this thing really tight on my body. So this thing becomes a part of me. I can move this thing to the side, and it basically glues up against me. If I have a teammate down, I can cinch everything and see, it doesn't move. The weapon doesn't move away from my body. All right, so CQB-wise, when I move up to a structure on a house, right, so let's say here, if I move it to a structure, I have a 2-point sling right here, but I can't move to my weak side. See, the gun is not free to move around my body, okay? So as I move it to a structure, I go into a 1-point over my neck, okay? So this over my neck allows me what? Freedom of movement to get my gun to weak side, strong side, or wherever I need. So what I'm recommending to you, right, get a 2-point sling. Size it up right, and utilize the 2-point as a 1-point when you need it. Understand? When you need that. I do pop my collar because I'm trying to be cool. I'll pop my collar because it allows that sling to move around my collar without burning my damn neck. Okay? Try slinging a machine gun around your neck for a while. It's going to burn through your neck. Okay? So pop the collar if shit's burning to burn. All right. Obviously, you need some kind of retainer band or ranger band on your buttstock. Right? Why do you think I do that? It retains the sling, but why would I want to retain my sling? Vehicle, right? So we lost teammates to ambushes before and contacts on vehicles. And the worst place for you to be is in the vehicle, right? Because all that shrapnel, right, is hitting that vehicle. All right. I do carry extra batteries in my buttstock. I used to carry batteries on tape right here too, right? Because buttstocks, back then we had like these batteries that sit in here, and I'm all about that too. If you have a pistol grip that has the battery stored right here. We also had battery compartments stored on our buttstocks. You seen that? For me, I didn't like that because sometimes when I compress my weapon down in a vehicle, if I'm working here, dude, it tears my fucking hands up. Right here, it tears it up. So I didn't like the battery compartment right here, but individual shooter, right? All right, so let's talk about buttstocks. When I first came in, they had like the fixed buttstocks, M16A2s, right? And then when I got to the teams, I started seeing the collapsible buttstock. I'm like, man, that's so badass, right? And I used to run around shoot like this. Right? In fact, we are taught to shoot center line on our chest. So going like this. Well, the problem with that is I never really had structure on my gun. So when I'm shooting and I have to drop down low, see, I'm maintaining all the weight right here. And then one of my seniors came up and said, "Hey, extend your buttstock." I'm like, okay. So I extend my buttstock. And he taught me how to measure it. He goes, bend your arm. to an L. So what you want to do is you kind of want to bend that to the L, right? And the reason why is because you want to use this L as structure on the gun. Okay? So if you find yourself like, if I'm dropping levels today, right, and I'm getting up, and if you're straining right here, bend your L. Bend the arm and use the structure of your body to get leverage on the gun. Make sense? Okay. Yes, sir. So right here, just a general rule of thumb, okay, and I just want to be able to get the buttstock into the L on my arm. Do you think it changes when I'm wearing body armor? It could, right? Depending on the cut. You know, the SEALs, they do the swimmer cuts, right? I like the swimmer cuts because it allow me to climb a little bit better. So the swimmer cuts, it frees up my shoulder pocket, so I can mount that. Some of our other ones, like the Cry Precision cage chassis system, big ass chassis system. Dude, I was shooting right here on my arm. All right, so, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, because this quick release bites into my shoulder, so I want it across. And also, it doesn't bind my sling when I go weak side. It doesn't bind that sling. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Sometimes the swing will get twisted up. So having this, I went to Jerry Barnhart's training, and he had 550 cord. I didn't like the 550 cord idea because, dude, it became a rat's nest after a while of that thing tangling up. So me hitting on the outside right here, it was pretty much the same functionality. So your gun, man, you have to be able to go strong side, weak side. That gun has to be free floating on your body. It's not just one side. Any other questions? So let's talk about a carbine, right? So first, when you pick up a carbine, you need to customize that carbine to you. You know, you always hear, hey man, the weapon's just an extension of your hands, the weapon's just an extension of who you are. Well, you need to measure up that fucking carbine so it feels right in the balance feels right. The buttstock length is just perfect on your structure of your body, because some guys are bigger, some guys are smaller, some guys have wearing body armor. So you have to adjust your weapon buttstock, right, accordingly. The buttstock is very important. When I first came to the teams, you know, we were issued like the first soft mod kit. So up into then it was all like carrying handle M4s, right? So when I first came in, they finally made the very first Mauser system, and I'm like, holy shit, that's like badass, right? And they gave me like this short M4, and I had the buttstock. So I used to run around with my buttstock compressed like this because I thought it was the coolest shit. I didn't realize that that if I would have just extended the buttstock, maximized my cheek well, right, the placement on my cheek well, then you're going to have more accurate shots. Okay, so a great way to measure a buttstock to who you are as an individual is there's a bend in your arm. So usually what I do is I take the bend in my arm and I put the weapon to it goes to the bend in my arm. Understand? What I'm trying to achieve here is utilizing the L, the structured L in my arm, because if I don't have the proper length, look how heavy the weapon is forward. Okay? But if I have the proper length, I utilize the L in my arm to support the weight when I need to go into a prone position, or I need to go into some kind of rapid movement, right? I want to utilize the structure of my body, okay, to handle the weapon. Make sense? All right. So usually, if you are rolling around in a fucking patrol car, or you're rolling around some kind of vehicle and a carbine is one of your weapons, you need to stow away the fucking sling, okay? So usually what I do is I take retainer bands and I put it in my buttstock so I could tow my slings. The reason why I'm telling you this, because I lost teammates that try to bail out of vehicles with their sling and they got caught up in portions of the vehicle. Understand that. You need to stream down your body, your equipment as much as possible, especially if you're working around vehicles.
Every police officer I know rides around patrol cars. You need to be able to off-ramp that vehicle very fast, okay? Your carbine sling needs to be stowed if it's in the vehicle. Make sense? Once you break contact and get out of the vehicle, you can always unstow the sling. All right, why do I this grip forward? Okay, because if you're rowing fucking night vision or you're rowing with some kind of tack light and all, it gets very heavy on the front of the gun, all right? So on the teams, we row with night vision, okay? So if you row with night vision, you're gonna have some kind of laser pointer, IR laser pointer on your weapon, so it could make that weapon off balance. I like to put a forward handle on my gun because it allows me to still work on my toggles. It allows me to pull the gun back into my shoulder pocket, right? I'm not doing this. I'm running the gun like this, so I have a control of a C-clamp control over my gun. And it allows me to pull my gun back in the shoulder pocket. If let's say it needs to smash a window on my vehicle, right? Then sometimes I'll smash a vehicle utilizing this, okay? And I'll come back around. All right, so we utilize our weapons to spearhead faces, to smash windows, all right? So you need to have your weapon system where you can use it in a very, with economy of motion, all right? Also, you think about when you transition. If I'm here and I have something to hold, I can transition, right? It gives me something to hold on to. If I shoot barriers, right, and if I have a forward grip and I shoot barriers, it allows me stuff to hold on to, right? It allows me to really control the weapon. That's really big, guys, especially in confined space shooting. You want something that gives you that forward control. Otherwise, I'll be fucking moving the whole gun. Back when I first joined the military, we were doing this shit. We know this shit, okay? So we're doing this shit and we thought it was fucking bad. That's so fucking badass because you can wedge in your body armor. Well, we quickly found out that's the dumbest shit, right, in a real war because I'm overexposing my muzzle line. So now if I have an index, if I have a target here and a target here, I have to bring it up and it takes longer to drive the gun because I have what? Barrel weight, okay? So I want to minimize the barrel weight. I just want to I want to just move the tip of my gun. So that's why I put the forward grip on. So it allows me just to move just this portion. It allows me what? Faster on the gun on the drive, okay? So if a requirement, if you look at your life and you're like, hey, yeah, there's times where I'm going to have to make entry into a house, you know? There's going to be times where I'm a SWAT guy, I'm going to have to serve high threat warrants, and I run with ARs. Well, you need to configure AR so you can move that fucking thing in a house. Understand? In confined spaces. All right. Any questions on why we run what we run? All right, so let's just say you don't have a forward grip. Another great grip is the C-clamp grip. We know what the C-clamp grip is? C-clamp grip? The C-clamp grip forward, all right? The C-clamp grip forward, it works the same. It allows you to move just the tip of the barrel. If you guys are going into a compressed position, you're going to be slowing that gun. In confined spaces, it's not good. That's not a good technique, all right? We did away with that. As soon as 9/11 hit, we realized that shit don't work, okay? It's great to revisit the fundamentals. Also, your level of training. Who trained you? And what was his purpose on how he carried and managed his gun? Was it information trickled down over years and nobody know what the fuck? You have to understand the why, right? Because if you don't understand the why, then why fucking carry a gun? If you don't understand the data on your weapon, then you'll never understand the holds. If you don't understand where to put shit, then you'll never manipulate that weapon for you. Understand this. All right, so let's talk about slings. So I went through every fucking sling there is to go through. When I first joined, we were running MP5s, right, in close quarters environment. So we went through you know what the 3-point sling is? Everybody? Okay, it's 3-point sling. It's free floating just like a what? 1 point, right? So it racks you in the balls. So if you fucking ego down, you're trying to extract them off target, you're gonna get racked in the balls. If you're trying to climb up fucking ladders and stuff, that's not a good sling.
Same thing with a single point sling. Single point sling is great, man. It's great on the flat range because it allows you to maneuver that weapon just like you don't have a sling. But if you have an officer down, you're trying to track them off the deck, you're gonna get racked. All right? If you're trying to climb fucking, I don't know, over fence lines, think about it, man. In the process of picking slings, I realized that I like the 2-point sling, okay? The 2-point sling allowed me, obviously this is an old sling, it has sentimental value, that's why I still run it. There's better designs out there than the VTAC right now, but the VTAC was the very first sling that kind of had the simplicity I liked in a sling. So Kyle Lamb, he designed the VTAC sling, and it allows you the ability to tighten down. So if I need to climb, it tightens down around me. If I need to extract the down ego, everything's tight on me, understand? It'll never flop around. Let's just say I enter a building and I want the rifle to free float, because if I have my rifle here, it's hard for me to transition to weak side. So when I enter in a confined space, if let's say I off ramp and I'm moving and I'm seeing a doorway, I'll start moving my weapon into just over the neck. And this allows me the ability of a single point sling. See, because I could push, I could transition, I could move, and if I need to climb, then I'll climb, cinch you down. Understand? So your sling, man, is just as important as a holster when it comes to a rifle. Right? You want to be able, for long distance shots, you know, on a standing, sometimes I'll sling my weapon like this and I'll cinch it down and watch my elbows. That gun's locked. Right? So you want to utilize your sling, man, right, as like a holster, right? So your sling's going to set you up for how you're going to present your weapon. Make sense? We understand presenting a weapon, or mounting a weapon. Okay. Any questions on slings? What are we running? 1 point. Yeah. Okay. So hey, look guys, check it out. We were issuing the military certain slings. If I disagree with it, I'll go buy my own sling. All right. So the thing is this: if I'm showing you how to use a sling today, and you agree with the methodology of that sling, I advise you to go get the sling, because this, what you carry in your hands, will win a firefight. It will change the outcome of the fucking gunfight. You pull out, he pulls out a pistol, you pull out AR, and you're shooting him precision shots at 200 meters, he can't even reach you, understand? Okay. All right, this is a game changer for you guys. Carbine. The thing is, you have to build that data, man, right? So we have to collect data on the gun at every range. So like Brandon was saying, you know, when he was in Afghanistan, he would set out targets at every range. We need to identify how ballistics will work at every range. So if I put you on the 25-meter line and you're shooting, if I collapse you into a 5-meter line, do you think the offsets are changed? Yeah? Then you need to know your offsets. Eyes and ears, meet me downrange. A lot to take away, okay? So the thing is that now you're introduced to it, man, right? You're introduced to a new mindset, okay? Either you embrace it or you don't. Either you go home tonight and you practice it or you don't. It's really up to you as an individual. Do you want to be better, right? Because you can have the same mindset and go, you know what, that was great, but man, it was hard. Everything is hard at first, everything, okay? But some of you guys are getting it, right? Because you're applying the fundamentals and you're understanding the concept. If you find yourself having a hard time today, well, that's the process of learning, right? That's the process of developing yourself, right? And even if you got it today, well, there's still some things you need to work on. There was nobody in here that was perfect. Everybody is not perfect. And we have to train and we have to work on things. If you find yourself not hitting shit today, that's because you didn't understand the first teaching, which was holds, right? That's why I put you on holds in the first place. So you have to know your holds. If you don't understand your holds, then, well, we could drive the gun all day long and you're not gonna hit the target. Understand? Don't beat yourself up. Don't beat yourself up. I'm putting you on a 3-inch fucking box, right?
with speed. So if you find yourself blowing it out of the area, it's because you're trying to mimic speed when your speed and accuracy isn't there. So it should be a shock to you that, man, I can't even fucking hit a 3-inch box at 7 meters because you're outrunning your headlights. You know what the holds are. You know how to do it. The first drill, when you just stood there, everybody hit the 3-inch, right? Anybody had any problems? But then we started adding what? Layers, right? Layers of teaching. But did we go away from that first teaching? Holds. You can't hit the fucking mark, man. Then you need to work on your holds. If you can't drive a gun and hit your mark, well, you need to forget about the drive and just work on your holds. Understand? Okay. I don't want you to get frustrated, guys. All right? It's about learning today. Everything's hard at first, right? Even for my experienced guys, right? Everything is hard at first when you reprogram certain fundamentals. Okay? I'm not saying today that the high compress is it. I'm saying that allows me mobility, right? It allows me to move and shoot. And I told you from the get-go that a combat course, a combat carbine course, is about moving and shooting because I have to move to what? Cover and concealment, right? If we're out here and the target's right here and I'm right here and that's my threat, you think I'm going to stand here? Then why do we train like that? Because in the military, you know, anybody read the book On Killing? Grossman talked about in World War II, they used to lay down in a static position, right? And they had the pits where they had to shoot these big ass fucking bullseye targets. If you ever worked the pits, is Marines or soldiers are underneath there, and then they shoot this target and they pull down the target and they plug the targets where you shot and they bring it back up and they lower it back down, right? We did that in sniper training and stuff like that. But that's how they used to work in World War II. They shot these big ass bullseye targets. When the Americans confronted the Germans for the first time on the battlefield, it was a human being. It wasn't a bullseye's target. So statistically, majority of the shots were over the Germans' heads because the soldiers could not make that mental breakthrough to take life because they shoot at fucking big bullseye targets, right? So you look at the targets nowadays, does it shape like a human being? Does it have faces of women and children on it with a gun on their hands? Because what we're doing is we're desensitizing ourselves to killing. Okay? So what I'm saying is the way you train is the way you're going to react in a conflict. Because that split second to go, oh my God, as a human, not a bullseye target, it's your life. Because you can't make that mental break because you didn't train the way that I'm telling you, a combat experienced guy to train, then you'll never understand it. Unless you're out in a gunfight, you will never know, right? So you have to train that way. There's no hesitation. And you have to train your body to relax. So if I talk about a gun as an extension of your hand and I put the gun in your hand and you're doing all this, well, now it's not a normal movement for you. A normal movement, sir, is you standing there just like that and bringing your gun to your eye line. That's it. Nothing more. Okay? And if you find yourself kicking back in recoil, then you need to let go of the muscles that's pushing you back. I demonstrated with Jason, right? If he throws out that drive hand, he's going to get rocked back. For my Marine, right, who we talked about today, right? He's a great shooter and I respect what he's done. But the thing was, he swerved off to the target like this, toes, toes. Instead of heels and toes on line, he went like this. And just that little change, he was able to handle recoil, right? Am I right? That gun, you're doing this every single time because you're too tense. Relax the muscles. Relax the muscles. Think about the cadence. Count to me 1 to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. You keep that accuracy?
Put your green
Okay.
dot
Then count it.
at the top of that line.
1.
You understand? Give me in the number
Keep the
1.
accuracy. Okay? You're not
You're not keeping the accuracy. You know your holds, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep it.
You were shooting too low.
All right. So what happened there?
Green dot,
Right?
the top line
You're
of
keeping the
green
cadence,
box.
and then on around 4, you lost that cadence.
No.
Yeah. Do it
You
again.
have your number 1 box at the top, right?
Relax the shoulders.
Where is your dot?
And stop
when you put
tilting
it
your
to the
body
number 1
forward.
target?
I'm doing the bottom part.
On 4, you're dropping it.
Yep.
Which box?
Every time on 4.
All right, bring it back in. Concentrate on the cadence. Push. You're losing that hold. You're losing your hold on 4 is just kicking your ass. All right. So hold. You know your holds, right? Okay.
Number
Go.
1 box is up here. Number 1 box. Where do you put?
So he was doing this and he tensed up, so he rocked back, right? But if I just take a leg and I just throw here and I relax the body, did you find a difference in that?
Very much so.
So even with my experienced guys with military background, I respect, but there's a different methodology, okay? And the thing, why do I take this methodology? Dude, I was trained by a lot of countries and a lot of military commando forces, right? And I draw out what is useful. And I write it down like some of you guys are writing down the notes. I write it down. And basically I come back and revisit when I'm ready to learn that again. Understand? And you're gonna find, like tomorrow when we talk about grip, yeah, we know how to grip a pistol, but do you? Do you? You see? Do you know how to grip a rifle? Because some of you guys are up in the chicken wing position. Do you know how to stabilize that platform? Right? It's not just about pulling it out and shooting, it's about speed, right? Because I take your distance, what I take away? Time. So you have to react faster, and the only way you can react faster is what? You have to allow your body to move that weapon. Not the weapon around your body. Your body has to move that weapon, just like if you're in a fight. If I tell you, hey man, throw me a punch across, you can only deliver that cross with power if you apply what? The core mechanics. All right, if I come up and I do this, yeah, it'll probably hurt you. But if I drive my core, my body, I drive with speed, and speed is power. Okay, same thing with a gun. I can move the gun like this. Yeah, I can move the mic, I can move to Jason, right? But see how I unlock or I can move the mic and drive to Jason. See the difference? If you apply the mechanics of your body and you apply the path of a gun, so if I know my path of guns here, right? So if I see you as a threat, see, I'm already on you. If Mike is already on it, see, everything's already lined. See? So that's why I have to practice that path, because that gun has to land on my shoulder pocket in this presentation. Because if I have this presentation and she's a threat, now I can drive, I'm already on her. There's no aiming. Okay? It's a reaction. So we're at this range. If you're bringing up your gun and you're trying to find that red dot, well, I didn't teach you properly. Okay? Because at this distance, it's not about aiming, it's positioning your body into a certain point. Make sense? Okay. Now, obviously, you do have to aim, right? That's why we're going to 3 inches and 2 inches and eventually 1 inch. You want to aim, but you want to be able to drive that mechanic, that body, to get that gun there as fast as you can, and then you can slow down and aim, I guess. Understand? And in time, that slow aim becomes fast, and it becomes more accurate if you understand your cadence. If you're able to swallow your pride and look at those targets and go, man, I'm fucking missing the target. All right? If you're able to slow it down. If you can't swallow your pride, you'll never get any better. Understand this. Life is a process of learning, and today you learn new things. It's up to you if you want to accept it or not. If you want to absorb it and you want to put it into your life. Look at your world. Look at your threat. If you're a civilian, when would you carry a rifle? Okay, so Mike, when would you employ your rifle, man?
bad happening around the house.
Right. When shit hits the fan, he needs range, right? He needs distance. He knows the distance. He knows how to gauge distance and read the distance in order to understand his holds. Yeah. Right. So you take that weapon and you apply it to whatever your life is. If you're a police officer, well, you're probably using this to save your life or what? Stop an evil, right?
The thing is, if you don't understand your holds and you don't understand the minute angle in your gun, then you'll never understand your offset. You never understand that. So you have to get the data first and then develop that data, and you have to record that data. What was today? What was the humidity today? What was the atmosphere? What was it like? What ballistic was I using? What grain of bullet was I using? And that needs to be recorded. How did I perform today? Was I injured? Was I tired? That needs to be recorded. Because how I perform in the Philippines is different from how I perform here. How I perform in a higher elevation like Colorado is different from how I perform here. Right? So you have to understand your body and the performance of it. I train with heart rate monitors all the time. I know my heart rate. I know what I can perform at. And that's just a deeper understanding of who you are as a human being. Any questions out of me today? I just want to remind you guys that it's a beautiful morning today. Life is beautiful. And we should value every moment, every day. With that said, 1,000 days of training to develop, 10,000 days to polish. Think about that deeply. What you see that we do and what performs so naturally is because I dedicated many years to learning. And gunfighting has to enhance your team tactics, your individual tactics to have to enhance your team tactics. All of the movements today is going to enhance the team movements, right? So we talk about high compress, we talk about low readies. Man, I've been dealing with that since I was 19 years old, that argument. Let me tell you what my conclusion of that argument is. You know, for many years I had to run low readies, for many years, right? And I was forced by certain units to run low readies. Where do you think, why do you think a lot of units harp on low readies? Why do you think that is? Safety, catwalk, shoot house, so-and-so, right? Don't flag me, we should be up there anyways, right? But the thing is this. So there was a point in my career that I got to work with the Navy. I got to work with certain Marine units, and they were all about the high compress. And I explained why. It was because they had to do a lot of the shipboarding stuff, right? And what they found was a high compress, right, allowed them to be able to see, right? You think about, like, if I go low rate, how many guys seen this? So where your muzzle is where your fucking eyes are gonna look, right? So what I do in a high compress is, think about this, guys. It's not a high ready, it's a high compress, just like a low compress, okay? So a compress is, I'm bringing the gun in. All these movements here, like I said, is gonna clean up your abilities to move in the house, right? I compress a gun because I don't wanna overexpose my muzzle on an entry point. I don't want to overexpose my muzzle on the unknown. So I compress my gun. So what I learned was the high compress allowed me muzzle awareness. When I say that is, clear gun. All right, so I like tension slings. All right, guys, I like tension slings. And for CQB, let's just say I patrol like this, but for CQB, you'll see me come over around my neck, even on a 2-point. And what's that allow me is, it allows me to move this weapon freely, and if I need to
cinch down, I lock down into a 2-point. Get it? Man, I carry 3 points, 1 points, fucking 5 points. I saw slings made out of vines before, out of rebels, okay? So I saw almost every form of sling. And what I'm going to tell you is, it's based off of your gunfighting. It's based off of your mission. So if your mission is maybe you'll have a down officer, you have to pull them out. If you have a 1 point, you're going to get fucking racked. If you have to jump over finch lines, your sling's everywhere. Your sling is like a holster. It's really important. And you have to understand how to move the sling. So if I need to tighten down this, you'll see me be able to see I'm using this, my elbow, and basically I'm weaving this gun in. See it? Or I can loosen it and I can weave, see how I weave it into this position. Understand? So the sling, you better know how to work it to stabilize your shooting position, but also maximize movement in the house. Understand? So today, if you're running 2 points, I'm going to ask that you release that 2 point into a neck, right? Because there's no way that I can go weak side when it's across. So I'm going to have to free that to move it across. Understand? So let's talk about high compress. What do I look for? You know, guys, you know, when I first joined the teams, we're like, 2? You need to get aggressive on that gun. I'm like, okay, what's aggressive? Lean forward. So I lean forward. And now I lean forward more because get more aggressive. I lean forward more. So what's that do? First, it hurts my fucking back all day, right? That's why you see a lot of guys getting up like this, right? Because back in the old days, that's what we did. We would lean out and we'll pop up like this, right? Pop up, pop up. So that is a conventional low ready to pop. See it? We're trained on that. So what I'm going to teach you is to push, to compress the gun. Compressing the gun is like me throwing a punch, right? It's giving me a reference point on a gun. So on a high compress, my reference point is this muzzle, right? Think about my hands. If I need to touch Trung, right? I could see him. All I do is just move this hand towards him like I'm pointing a finger. Okay? So let's talk about the theory behind that forward drive on a high compress. So Trung, can you stand here, brother? And I'll stand here. So if you see me right here, I want you to look at me. Look at me. Point your drive hand at me. Now looking at me, point your drive hand at Trung. Please don't look at Trung. Look at me. All right, without looking at Trung, put your drive hand at him. Okay, now turn to him. Are you on him? That's how you fucking drive a gun. Okay? Miyamoto Masashi said that your normal stance has to be your tactical stance, and your tactical stance has to be your normal stance. This means that these repetitions, these movements need to be normal. So this is my aggressive stance these days. Notice how my lead leg is here. You know where I learned this from? Boxing. If a boxer is able to move side by side and he's able to work his foot movements, he's able to cut through drills, and that's what I need in the house. I need that stance. So then my gunfighting off of Kyle Lamb's forward drive, I'm like, man, that's so proficient. So then my style has changed. Understand? So your normal stance, if you're standing there like this today and you're talking to me, that's your shooting stance. Okay? All you do is just lean one leg forward and you're bringing the gun out. All right, so on a high compress, we're gonna work a high compress push and we're gonna work a low compress push. Both of these tactics will be utilized in the shoot house. High compress push, and both of these are very dynamic movements. So clear gun. High compress push is I'm standing there, I'm looking at the muzzle, I'm seeing this in my peripheral, I'm looking at the target, right? So let's say that gray box is my target. Clear gun, gray box is my target. I see the push, right? So I'm pushing the gun. Notice how my weapon is what? already off safe, right? So now it goes back on safe. So once I take the gun off of the line, right, off of the mount position, it needs to go back on safe. So here, it's on fire. If I take it off the muzzle line, it goes back on safe. Here, understand? Do we understand the mechanics of a push? Think about a boxing, or think about a boxer. If I have, this is my jab hand, this is my cross hand, and you're a target and you're a target, I'm just gonna box. I'm gonna move to you, see? I'm moving to you, I can see you move, I can drive the hit, I'm already on the cameraman. Understand? So those are the mechanics that I developed over years through martial arts, right? If I'm able to fight a guy and he's throwing kicks and I'm able to register, you better I could register on a gun. What's going on? The hardest thing about CQB, situational awareness. You can't fucking see the room, you can't react. You don't see the threat, you can't employ any tactics, right? So it's about getting your weapon up, right, where you can see. Understand? Any questions on a high compress? Let's talk about a low compress. A low compress, like the low ready positions in the past, is this, right? You're already on the shoulder mount, right? And you're just driving the gun up, driving the gun up. What we do nowadays is we come over the shoulder, right? And we drive the gun up. See, he's already on fire. Here, driving the gun up. So imagine if this is a wall and the door, I'm coming in, I'm driving the gun up, see? I'm already on fire. Understand? So the compression, why do I need to compress the gun? Why am I teaching you this? Because if this is a wall and this is a room which your guys are in, this is a door opening, if I don't compress the gun, I can overexpose the muzzle. Understand? I can overexpose that 90-degree angle on the threat. We understand what 90 is on a threat? For anybody who don't understand 90 on a threat, this is a 90-degree angle on the threat, and this is a 45-degree angle on the threat, okay? Okay, so those are angles. We're going to talk about more of that tomorrow, but we have to learn to manipulate a gun first. Eyes and ears, meet me downrange. So when it comes to rifle training, right, and one of your skill set is to conduct close quarters battle with this higher power rifle, then you need to understand the data from this range. If I put you at 5 yards, think about this distance. What does this mimic in your world? In your house, what does this mimic, sir?
A bedroom.
That's right. Okay, so now we're identifying distance. You have to understand distance, because you don't understand distance, then you don't understand timing. Because if I take your distance, I take your time. And close quarters is close quarters battle, so I already took, because you close in with the threat, you don't have time. So your movements have to be fast. And your angles and your position in your body has to be on point, because what I'm doing is I'm angling on a doorway. I'm angling on a hallway, right? So these movements now needs to be developed here. All right, so the first movement we're gonna learn is the high compress. The high compress engagement is I'm bringing the weapon up like this, like almost like port arms, right? So I'm bringing the weapon up, okay? Notice my shooting position. I'm in an athletic shooting position, right? Like a boxer, okay? I'm bringing it up. Notice how my head is upright. My head is over my body. I'm not leaning forward. If I lean forward, I want you, right now, I want you to just stand there, right here. In a isosceles stance, I want you to lean your head forward. Feel the weight shift on your toes. Do you feel it? All right, and lean backwards. Do you feel it? So if you're able to feel the balance from your head balancing over your spine, right, that's what you want to be, because that keeps you mobile. So that changes your shooting position, right? So the days of getting aggressive is over. Now it's more upright so I could see. Understand? So then the high compress, I'm going off the muzzle and I'm punching the gun out and I'm firing. Okay, now let's talk about this range. I got you on a 3-inch box, okay, 3-inch box. So guys, basically what I did was I'm giving you 27 countries. I took 27 countries and I divided what worked for me overseas for so many years, and I developed a close quarters training rifle course that's going to enhance your movements in the house. So the first thing is a push, a high compressed push. The requirements is muzzle over the threat. So imagine your muzzle, so if I tell you engage one, your muzzle should be kind of hovering over that threat, understand? And when you push, you're pushing like you're punching towards that one. The mechanics are always going to be there. The body movements are always going to be there. So if I work these movements over and over and over, what happens? It becomes habit, but you don't aim anymore. What I mean by that, if I enter a room and let's say you're a threat and you're a threat, all I do is shift my body and everything's already in line. Everything's, because the movements are always, if Trong is my threat and I see you, see I'm already on it, the movements are always the same. So what we're developing is the same movements. They call it Mushen. When all your emotions are eliminated and truly your training kicks in, a state of no mind. Okay, so that's what we're working on today. So back off, circle around the demo. All right, guys, so the first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to understand my offset at 5 yards. So center hold on 1. Center hold on 1. It's a red dot on 1. And I should be what? Based on my physical offset from my optic to my bore. What should I be? So I should be kind of 2 inches kind of below it, right? So you need to identify your sight to bore offset. You look at some of those ex-commandos from Somalia, they had these carrying handles and they had like a 5-inch, 6-inch offset because that was technology at the time. So you think about it. They had to hold 5 to 6 inches off a low percentage target. Is this a low percentage target? This is not a low percentage target? Sir? Is this a, no. I see you shaking your head. This is not a low percentage target?
The size of the box, yes, but this range, I would say no.
Okay. All right, so this is a low percentage target because when you come in a house, in a room, and you got that traditional hostage, target, this is what we're aiming for. This is what we're shooting. The thing is, remember, you're not going to be standing out here doing this nice and beautiful and stagnant. I'm going to jack your heart rate up to 160, and you're going to start moving, okay? Later on, once you develop this push. Okay, so think about where we're going. Eyes and ears. So nice and slow first. I just want to understand my offset from this range off of this ballistic. So on demo, 1 upper deck. So point of aim, point of impact. Understand? At this range. What do you think I'm going to do next? I'm going to keep on going back, and I understand my offsets. Understand this? All right, so once you understand, notice the push. Get it? We get the push? And then once you understand your offset, now you're going to adjust your hold. So on 3, I'm going to start adjusting my holds. Get it? Okay, very basic stuff. I'm building that data. Any questions on the high compress? Is the weapon back on safe once it goes off this mount? Is the weapon on fire once it's mounted? Ready to go. All right, firing both eyes open, correct? All right, Saucily shooting position, right? We're punching out like this. I don't want to see you upright. I want to see slight bend in the knees. All right, first iteration up.
Can you talk about structure on the gun, holding it?
The structure on a gun is, for me, I try to mimic a pistol and a rifle the same way on a forward drive hand. Forward drive hand on a pistol is this, right? It's giving me what? Structure, because I have what? Wrist line structure. On a drive hand, because I have this forward grip, look at the structure. Same structure, okay? So what's that give me? What's that give me? You're a threat, and Russ, you're a threat, right? I'm going to point towards you. I'm already on you. So if I'm able to point with my thumb to the threat and my structure's there because I've been doing these movements over and over, you think I really need to aim at this point? Unless it's a low percentage, right? So what I'm training you is speed on a gun at this distance because I took your time to react. Okay? Makes sense? All right. Any questions on the forward hand? Any questions on the drive hand? The movement from low ready or movement from a compressed position, once you hit that, is already on fire and the trigger finger is on the trigger, ready to go. Okay? Ready to go. Don't over push this where you punch through that trigger. Okay? Nice and fast, but that trigger finger is already on the trigger. So, you got it away, Tyler? So load a gun. Okay? So, see, I'm already on that wall. Okay? But I have trigger discipline. So it's a very aggressive movement, light on the trigger. Make sense? Okay, and then what we're gonna do, 3 rounds, and then from there, you're gonna adjust your holds. Understand? So you should have 3 rounds. Your first round is point of aim, point of impact, 2 inches. And from there, you adjust your point of aim where your point of impact is knocking out the black. Understand? Jeff, sir, take control.
Evens on the line.
So why would we do this? Why would we go into this drill, right? Guys, I'm going to give you as much knowledge as I can, right? So you're not going to be able to run these iterations so you feel comfortable. It's not about that. It's about me giving you a snapshot of how to train yourself and be proficient when I'm not here, okay? So I'm going to give you all this knowledge. So when do we do high compress? When would we go there? Think about if I need to get, so this is a hallway and this is a door and I need to get into this area, right? So clear gun. So here I'm high compress. See, it allows me to drop that muzzle in. In CQB, if you guys know the tactics of CQB, then you understand that we flood a room in CQB, right? So think about number 1, number 2, to dig corners, number 3, number 4. Is it more proficient to sweep the gun up or drop the gun down center line on the room? What do you think?
Drop the gun down.
Okay, so that's why I'm not so concerned about low ready and high. Dude, if you know how to fucking do CQB, you're gonna set your weapon up for success because you're dissecting that room, dissecting that door. Understand? You're looking at where your teammates are at and you need to angle that door, and it depends on a low compress or a high compress. Depends on your teammate, depends on you. Depends on, if you need to center, if you need to snapshot that room or not. Understand? Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to work a low compress. Jeff, new targets? Yep. So we're going to work a low compress. Low compress, unlike the low ready that we're taught, weapons clear, the low ready that we're taught, because they're saying, hey, if my buttstock is already mounted onto my shoulder pocket, all I do is just traverse the gun up. But if you feel the weight of it, also notice how I'm already forward extended. So is this really conducive to me in a house if I'm trying to exercise muzzle discipline on a threshold, right? So you have to be able to pull your weapon back, all right? So the low compress is me not doing this traditional way, but me coming up this way. Notice how my weapon is up like this. This is a low ready for us now. Okay, so instead of the old days of pushing, remember I told you, it's the same movement. It's punching out, weapons already on fire, I'm bringing this back into my shoulder pocket. So again, weapons clear, low compress, bring it up, on fire, back on safe. Here, low compress, bring it up, fire. If you find yourself doing this, that's wrong. Upright, normal. Because I want to be able to walk, I want to be able to see, I want to be able to move, I want to be able to poke around. See how I'm moving my feet, right? I want to be able to do that. I can't do that when my weight's forward. I can't transition to a gun, right? Because I'm going to have to get back up on that level, right? Otherwise, I'm going to have to clear my gun like too much movements. So if I'm upright, I can transition to my pistol if I need to. Understand? All right, again, low compress. Here. Any questions on low compress? All right, guys. Jeff, take control. Loose, look. Ready up, loose. Relax. You know, sometimes, I could demonstrate all day, but then if a student demonstrating, everybody, oh yeah, that's good. So come on out here. Come on, watch. Look at his kit, right? Look at his kit, but I want you to look at his movements, right? Bare, minimal movements. People ask me, too, why the martial arts? Why? And I say, from A to B, what does the martial arts mean, right? From A to B, is to do something with proper form. If you're able to do something with proper form, then it becomes effortless, right? So this is the martial arts of it. So watch his effortless. So engage your target again, go back out here. I want you guys to kind of horseshoe around, but watch how effortless it is. All right, get where you can see his gun push. Shooters ready, stand by, push, push, push. Thank you, sir, thank you. You see? Effortless, right? Notice the mount, his body didn't shift, he didn't have to fight his kit, all right? And that's where we need to be, bare minimal movements, okay? So why do I teach you how to mount the gun? Why am I teaching you that's so important? Because back in the old days, when I'd go in a hallway, number one and number two in a hallway was down their fucking optic. Was down their optic. What do you think would you see when you're down your optic? You see that fucking red dot and you see that. So what we do now is we kind of compress our weapons either in high or low. Number one, number two, they're already kind of offset, but they're off that gun a little bit. They're off the gun so they can see what? Right? So if I'm coming here, he's threat, bare minimum movements. He's bare minimum movements, understand? And the push method was the fastest for me versus leverage on a gun, the weight on the gun going up. Make sense? Any questions on this? All right, so the next iteration up. Jeff, take control. Faster than a punch. Push for speed, push for speed. Yes, push. Yes, push. That's it. All right, guys. Compress on demo. All right, so on demo, on a push, I'm here, I'm pushing aggressively. Some of you guys are doing this. No, you have to let go, man. You have to let go of all your muscle tension, right? Because your shoulders are stiff. Some of you guys are built like fucking rhinos out here. If you guys are that, you gotta let go. Because you can only move like water if you let go of the muscle tension. So watch my muscle tension. I'm letting go of my muscle tension. I'm here, I'm letting go of my muscle tension, see? Letting go of my muscle tension, I'm here. Get it? Nice snapping movement. The only way I could do it is I let go of muscle tension. Some of you guys are really locked in or like, ah, right? And what happens is you overdrive the gun, second, and you're too tight, so that means you're not gonna move fast. We're here for you, and my biggest goal is to be able to train you on an individual skill set and a team skill set that you're able to progressively advance your team through this training curriculum. So you're able to snapshot my sequence and how I train for close quarters, then you can take this and implement on a flat range and mimic in the tape drill into the shoot house, understand? So that's what we're doing. Do we see how these movements can snap in the house? Can we use this in the house? You see it? All right. You have to form data, right? So anybody who goes to an AR class, I don't care if it's confined space, I don't care if it's distance shooting, you have to know your baseline data, okay? And your baseline data, your zero, is everything you feed off your information. Okay, so you need to start understanding ranges. Okay, I remember when I was a young, going through ranger training, we had to study ranges. We had to look at things and interpret range. So if I know my range, I know my what, sir? I know my holds. Okay. So in close quarters battle, like I told you, we have our sight to bore ratio. Okay. So you need to start developing data along the way. So when I say along the way, is you need to look at your terrain. For my police officers, my civilians, my soldiers, right? Look at what do you encounter every single day. Okay. So let's just say your mission is to make dynamic entry into a home. Okay. In whatever country or in whatever county you're in. Okay. So let me put myself in this situation is, do you think the houses are different in Africa than in Asia? Okay, so different terrain, different environments, different understandings of your combat environment. So what I'm saying to you is if you're using an AR as a SWAT guy, then that's your primary, you need to know the ranges and you need to get good at certain ranges and you need to record that data at certain ranges. All right, I briefly touched base with it yesterday, but dude, I was trained with heart rate monitors. At one time, I would put a heart rate monitor to me during war. And then through a process of a whole rotation, I would download all that data, and I'm like, yep, this is about average of what my heart rate spikes on a mission, okay? During close quarters engagement, this is where I am. Roughly for me, physically fit back then, I was around 160 heart rate. So I'm in a fringe before I start losing what? Sir, what did I lose around 160, 170 heart rate? Dexterity, motor skills, vision, okay? So you need to start understanding all that, the physiological effects of a gunfight at close quarters, okay? If that's your realm, okay? So I'm teaching you today, it's more than just a gun, it's being able to overcome your subconscious. Now, yesterday, I talked about it, did I not? I talked about the subconscious mind, and I say, yeah, don't lose your shit when you get up online. Did the subconscious mind take over? So consciously, you have to be aware of that and then control that adrenaline, control that ego, control whatever that's going to interfere with your learning process. We understand. All right, so we're going to start off at close quarters. This is a 3-inch dot. So everything I'm teaching you today is take my lesson, take my curriculum. You know where to find these targets? Okay, so then you take my curriculum, you take the training process, you download the training aids, and you go out to the range to mimic it. Okay, for my police officer, it's very important you understand terrain and distance. Okay, all right, so at this range, do we see a sight to bore offset? We know what a sight to bore offset is? We know what a sight to bore offset is? Amber, what's a sight to bore offset? All right, so where you're looking in your scope and where you're actually going to hit, okay? We call point of aim, point of impact. Okay, point of aim is what you're looking through. Your point of impact, depending on the offset of your gun, right? So you're going to have to understand your holes. So how do I develop that data? Eyes, ears? High deck 4, 1. Target 4, high deck 1. All right, so I'm just going to go nice and slow. Nice and slow so you can kind of understand where I'm going. I'm going to go 5 rounds and watch my holes. So on high deck 4. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my red dot on 1. Understand? Red dot, point of aim is 1. Where's my point of impact? Roughly, I predict 2 inches, right? I'm looking at right? It's 2 inches below my my optic. So all right, high deck 4, 1, on 1. All right, so you see my groupings 2 inches below. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start implementing holes. All right, so we're going to blow out what? That black, no, we're going to blow out the black center, right? So I want you to know your holes. So now I roughly know 2 inches is roughly my hold. See how I applied that initial data, and then I start implementing my holds. This is really easy. This is gathering data. Gathering data. All right. So let's talk about shooting positions first, okay? Now, do we believe in a low ready or we believe in a high ready? What are we going for? Police officers, what are we doing? Depending on the situation, I like that answer. What is your department SOP? All ready? Okay, all right. So I like that answer. A lot of departments I train, they're not that fluid in mind, okay? That means they crystallize a belief. That means that, no, it's low ready all the time, okay? Obviously, where do you think that low ready safety buffer came from? Shoot house, right? Because you got fucking instructors on the catwalk and they don't want to get flagged. Well, what I realized was, during my career, my path, during the war, we cross-trained with a lot of different Spec Ops units. We had to integrate with a lot of different units that we're not used to working with prior to war. So I started seeing some of their SOPs, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. So the Navy was really big on high compress carry. I wasn't sold on it at first because I was kind of doctrinizing my belief, right? So I was trained on low ready. All right, we get yelled at on low. I really got proficient at the low ready. But I tell you what, man, sometimes you have to just kind of like absorb what is new, absorb what's useful. And what I found useful on a high compress position is because me being a fighter, right, a martial artist, I throw a punch a certain way, okay? So why not mimic that body movement? We hear the weapons extension in your hands, right, all the time. But we don't really train that way, okay? Athletes train that way, right? They the weapon, the ball, whatever is extension in their hand. Martial arts train that way. But I see a lot of tactician guys, they don't train that way. They brief it, but they don't teach it, right? So if you're naturally throwing a punch like this, a jab, why not high compress that gun where I'm looking at the muzzle, okay? I'm not over my eye line, just like with a pistol. I'm kind of looking at the muzzle. What's that allow me? Point of reference, right? So, sir, can you come out and stand over here? And I'm going to stand over here. Can you guys, on your drive hand, we know what a drive hand is? All right, on your drive hand, can you point it towards me and look at me? Okay, can you stay looking at me, focus on me, drive your drive hand to him. Don't look at him, please. Bring it back to me. Don't look at him. Can you see him on your peripheral vision? Drive your hand to him without looking. Now look. Are you on him? That's how we drive a fucking gun in a house, okay? We drive a gun into our peripheral vision. We drive the gun into points of unknown with speed. All right, so we have points of domination in a room for civilians. You should identify points of domination in your house, right? What is the maximum, what is the firepower you need to sustain, I don't know, a hallway, a room, whatever, okay? Start looking at those distances and start studying. Police officers, start walking around your environment as you're serving your warrants and start looking at the terrain a little bit more in detail, all right? With a little bit more detail in your weapon ballistics and everything else. If you are, then good for you, okay? So the high compress works the punch. So basically what I do is I punch, like I'm throwing a punch, I punch, and then I seat the weapon back into my shoulder pocket. So it looks like this. I punch, and I seat the weapon back in my shoulder pocket. The gun's off safe. Understand? Anytime the gun is off your eye line, the gun goes back on safe, and it comes off the eye line. Anytime it's on the eye line, the gun goes on fire. So let's just say if I make dynamic entry into a room and I need to clear opposing threats, does the gun go on fire? Sir? So let's just say we enter a structure, right? And the one guy has to go this way, number 1 or 2. Do I clear with the weapon on safe? Or when I go in, the weapon's on fire? That's right. The weapon's on fire. Anytime your eyes are lined with the weapon, it's on fire. Anytime your weapon breaks off an eye line, that means This is eye line, right? The weapon's on fire. Anytime it drops here, it goes on safe. Anytime it goes up here, it goes on safe. Understand? Listen to me, guys. I had a lot of guys tell me, I run my weapon on fire all the time. I don't believe in safe in the house and this and that. I get you, man. And that was probably your world. And I thank you for what you did. But I'll tell you this. You never, if you're looking to train to that level of intensity where you're doing rapid reloads around your buddy's face, right? You're moving around each other's extremities around legs. Why not develop that safety on our flat range, right? Yeah. Do you think I run my weapon on fire in the house? Sometimes, depending on the threat, okay? But it's better to develop that state of no mind here, where you're not even thinking about it. It's a natural movement. Just like a punch, it's a natural. As soon as I bring it up, it's on fire. I don't even think about it. Some guys tell me, well, in adrenaline, when you're going through and you're facing danger, you'll forget your weapon to put on fire. Well, I'll tell you, man, you didn't train hard enough, right? You didn't develop that muscle memory in times of a flat range. You understand? Today is about safety, okay? It's not just safety on a range. We don't want to kill each other, but it's safety in you manipulating that safety. It's part of the process, presentation. Understand? Okay. Do we understand this drill? All right. Obviously, the 6-inch, the 3-inch right here is acceptable. But for the whole drills, I want to be able to hit. The black. Understand, for your whole drills, because I'm not rushing you here. This is not speed here. This is gathering data. We understand this drill. First 8 shooters up. Something new today, okay? So if you're used to the low ready, let's try the high compress today. All right, let's see what we got. All right, the high compress is this. If I'm telling you, I can talk to you and I can point my finger towards you, I can drive that gun to him, okay? So the high compress will allow me that, and it allows me mobility. That's what I need, mobility. Okay, so try to work something new today. Okay, it's about safety. Weapon safe when it comes off eye line. We understand the drill. First, you're going to center hold on one. You're going to look at your offset. You're going to study your offset. After that, you're going to apply the offsets to all of the other targets, 5 rounds. 5 rounds on one. It should hit around here. Offset, 5 rounds, 5, and all targets. We understand this. At this time, load and make ready. Stand by. Threat. Weapons clear. Let it hang. Let it hang. All right, so not bad. Not bad. At this distance, guys, you should not be blowing it out of the 3 at all, okay? Especially on slow aim fire. You should be able to knock out that black at this distance. You have to slow it down. Slow it down. Trust me. You'll hit speed today, okay? Slow it down. Understand your holds, okay? Do we understand this exercise? All right, next group up, first targets. A good tight shooting position. Let's talk about stance. Stance was one problem I saw in the first group. All right, let's talk about stance. I want to draw a line in the ground, okay? And I want to put my toes on this side of the line if I'm right-handed shooter. And I want to put my left heel on this side of the line so the line intercepts my toe to my heel. All right, I want to be able to cover from my 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. Understand? I want to be able to traverse that gun from 3, 12, 9. In one movement, I want to be able to hit 12, 3, 9. That's going to allow me to cover fire. That allows me to spin and get that avenue, that cover fire. Understand? So your footwork has a lot to do with this. A lot. We don't lock out our footwork. So when you lock out, what happens? You're going to start getting rocked back. So all I need you to do is just bend your knees. Get out of the mindset of doing this. This is old school shit, right? Get into the mindset is you're standing here, I'm talking to you. And you're just bringing that gun up to your eye line. That's it. Nice and comfortable. No muscle tension. Okay? Load and make ready. Center hold on 1. Center hold on 1. Upper deck. Upper deck is what we're shooting. We understand our holds. Okay? We understand our holds. You have to study the holds at this distance. We get it? All right. Any questions on hold drills at close quarters? So now what we're going to do is, what I usually like to do is I go from 3 inches. I start studying my 3-inch holds, okay? And then I start studying my 2-inch holds. And then today we're not going to get there, but then I start hitting 1-inch dots at this range. All right, so the 2-inch, so I want you to study again. Center hold on 1. You should be popping around somewhere around here. And then from there on, you should be knocking out the black. Understand that? Do your magazine changes as needed, 5 rounds per target. Do we understand this drill? Okay. So back it up. Where were we at earlier? So roughly you're around 3 yards. Now I'm going to move you back to 7 yards. Okay? So for my guys that measure out their lives, right? You've got to walk around and measure out a hallway, right? I remember when I was going through training, counter-terrorist training at 21, I would walk around North Carolina Mall and I would look at hands, right? And then I started looking at structures. I started looking at distance. What is the distance to the store, right? What is the distance to my hallway in my house? Can I make that shot? What's the distance down the street? What is my normal commute? Can I make those shots? Can I make that shot in the distance? You think I think like that when I'm overseas? Better believe it. I measure out, like I was in Africa, I had my Terp bring me locals, and I would measure them out. The workers that go on base, I'll measure out their shoulder line, their heads, their pelvis, from the torso on up, because I need to be able to gauge the distance in order to kill, my enemy. Okay? So you need to start looking at this data and start implementing this data in. So now we're at 7 yards on in. The 3 things that matter when I'm engaging a target is what, sir? Huh? Size of the target, distance to the target, shooter's ability, okay? Some of you guys can shoot, but you're slow as fuck, all right? So the thing is this, you need to start developing your speed, as long as you don't miss out on accuracy. Start pushing the gun a little bit, all right? So this distance here, what did I just do? I increase the distance, but what I do? I strengthen the target. So your shot times should be slower. Okay? In time, you'll start developing the speed and accuracy at this distance. But if you're blowing it out of the tube, my friend, then you need to slow it down. All right? The standard today is obviously just hit that fucking 2-inch block. As long as the round's in the 2-inch block, I'm happy. But if you're blowing out the 2-inch block, then you need to slow down your rhythm. Okay? Any questions on this drill? What do we do first?
Data on the 1, confirm on the 2, 5
Eyes and ears. First line, load and make ready. 7-yard line. Look at his shots over here. You see it? Boom. Boom. That's you're too stiff. You gotta relax. Let it relax. Okay? If you're stiff, you're gonna bounce back. Some of you guys, Bob, you're really tense, man. So some of you guys, and it's not just him, right? If you tighten up your shoulders, man, right? Where's that recoil going? Shoulders, right? So you tighten up everything, it's gonna fucking rock you back. That's why on speed shooting, if you're tight, what happens? You're going to rock back and then you're going to come back. You're going to rock back and come back. You want to let that energy muffle through your body if you want to speed shoot. Okay? You have to let go of everything. It took me a long time to understand that because I want to tighten down on my gun, right? That's what we were taught before the war. Tighten down on the gun. But what happens is it starts rocking you back. If you relax your shoulders, man, and get a good tight position, and I'm saying if you get forward of that muzzle, right? Forward that muzzle, you're going to have more control. What's happening to you is you rock and you'll come back. Rock and come back. That's 0.5 of a second on a reset. You understand? So you're almost taking a second for every shot. You want to be able to put 5 rounds on deck in 1.5 of a second. All right? That's what you want. Now, why 5 rounds on a 6-inch ring is the standard today? Why do you think that is? Right, so I could take that 6-inch ring and I put it in the chest, the face, and the fucking pelvis, okay? And if you think about what I do is I go up and down, right, on my gun, okay? So if I put 5 rounds in the chest, I'm trying to blow out his spine, okay? If I put 5 rounds in the pelvis, he's dropping. I put 5 rounds in the face, he's done. In my understanding of war, 5 rounds was always the answer that put people down for me and my teammates, okay? So I'm giving you that answer. I'm giving you that answer. So today, the standards is 5 rounds on a 6-inch at 7 yards in less than 1.5 of a second. You got this. You guys got it. Okay. Any questions on this drill? Why didn't you hold on your first shot? Why did you hold on your first shot, sir?
So my tech busted, so now I'm on iron sight.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Able to utilize the structure of your body to drive very much like an athlete, okay? So if you're not looking at how an athlete performs, right, you're wrong, especially in this arena, right? Being a warrior, you have to look at the most proficient means to execute a movement, right? You want to look at something that's almost effortless in executing a movement. If you're straining muscles and doing all that, well, that's not the move. It needs to be almost natural. Right, no muscle tension. So how you do it is you just kind of stand there and go, oh, if I need to bring, I'm comfortable right now. I need to bring my gun up to my eye line. I'm just bringing my gun up to my eye line. I now throw on body armor and say, oh, I can't really get to this angle right here, so maybe it has to change a little bit, okay? And then I find that spot where I find my dot, and I find a spot where my legs and it still allows mobility, and I rep the fuck out of that thing, okay? Rep the fuck out of it, so now it becomes a natural movement. All right, so the next drill is driving the gun. So imagine you're coming in, right? And what are we always taught on the flat range, right? So you stand there on the flat range, whatever, low compress, high compress, or low ready, right? You're doing up drills. You come up, you got the dot, bam, bam, follow through recovery, right? Follow through recovery. You guys doing that? All right, situation awareness, weapon on safe, bring it back down, right? All right, and that's what we do. We rep out of the range. Do we do this, guys? All right. So if we enter a room and there's 5 threats in the room and they want to all kill you, right? What do you shoot first? What do you do? Do we follow through recovery? Do we shoot one, burn them down, and go, oh yeah, burn them down? Well, I see that a lot, right? With law enforcement officers, you guys do this stupid shit, or you guys are coming out and doing this stupid shit, right? The thing about that is, I get it. I know why you guys are doing it. It's called follow through, right? You're tracing that threat down. But the thing is, the battlefield is more than just that threat, okay? You need to eliminate that threat. You need to open up your vision to the battlefield, okay? So as soon as I eliminate the threat, boom, 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 right? I'm looking, he's down, I'll pull my gun back and I'm observing the battlefield. That push can happen, well, you see how fast that push can happen. So let's say I burn him down, boom, 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 right? I pull the gun back, I see movement, I drive my gun here, and I put my guns on that, whatever that threat or non-threat, whatever it is. So you guys have to understand that, man, all right? So driving the gun, it's just that. You're gonna bring up the gun to presentation, mount the rifle, you're gonna fire, and you're gonna pull that gun offline. The hardest thing on driving the gun is understanding the speed that you need to pull that thing off. That's the hardest thing on. Once you understand it, you'll be fast on a fucking gun, okay? The old days of driving the gun, guys, was if I have a threat here and I have a threat here, so I engage Zach, he's my threat, boom. I turn my head and I drive my gun to the second one. Is that what we're taught? What you guys are taught? Yeah? Okay, so you want to identify and then turn it. So in a close quarters game, like, I don't know, 5 on in, 10 on in a confined space room, if you do that, that takes what? Seconds, milliseconds. I'm trying to shave off milliseconds off your time. So if you saw what you did this morning with Brendan standing there and then I'm standing here and you're able to put your drive hand on me and then move to Brendan, right? That's the mechanics of this technique. So the mechanics of this technique is you're going to identify the threat and you're going to bring up the threat and you're going to engage the threat. You should already pick up the peripheral target to your left. Understand? So there's going to be shooters on the right side and on the left side. As you engage your threat, you should already identify that there's another target center line. Do you see? Right? So you're going to bring it up, boom, and you're going to drive that gun to that center line. You're not going to fire center line. You're just bringing that gun off. Okay, eyes and ears, meet me downrange. Back it up a little bit. All right, so I want you to take your drive hand, and I want you to put it on me. Put it on me. Whatever your drive hand is. So, do you see Brennan? Okay, so don't look at him. Do you see him in your peripheral vision? Now, I want you to still look at me. And I want you to put your drive hand on Brendan. No, don't look at him. Look at me and put your drive. So come back to me. Okay, now, still looking at me, I want you to put your drive hand on him. Now I want you to turn your head and look at your drive hand. Are you around there? Okay, if you're around there, then that's using the mechanics of a punch. That's using the mechanics of hand and eye coordinations. So that's how I drive my gun. Okay, so the days of driving the gun, coming out in full presentation, looking and turning, yeah, that's slower, right? But now it's the days of moving and processing the peripheral vision. If you're able to process your blurry areas, you can react to it a lot faster. There's a sequence in how I did it, was I put little sticky tapes all through my house, right? And as I'm walking through the house, I authenticate whatever's on those stickies. I'm sitting there, I'm watching TV, but I'm actually watching my wife through the blurry areas. Through the practice of that, through time, you'll be faster in picking up the blurry areas. You'll be able to process things a lot faster. Understand? It's not just about the gun, guys. It's about the ability to react. The ability to react. The one of the hardest things to learn, but once you master the drive drill, is a game changer. Okay? Because now you're putting down combatants before they can even process what's going on. Okay? You want to put rounds on fucking threat. So let's just say I enter that room again, there's 5 combatants. What's my procedure? What would you do? What would you do, sir? You enter a room, there's 5 fucking combatants, you got an AR, what are you going to do?
Try to put one round on each of them.
That's right. You're going to put one round
in each one of them, and you're going to follow through by doing depth shots on them, right? So one of the things I had to do, one of the things we studied was as we enter a room, we put as fast as we can on 5 targets, and then we're going to swing back, and then we do the depth shots. The depth shots is to the face, right? Why do we put 5 rounds consecutively on high percentage areas, like high on chest? Why is that a point of reference on almost every tactical target you see out there, especially law enforcement target? Why is it always around here?
More of a target space.
What?
More of a target space, less missing.
High percentage, heart, spine. That's when I realized that, you know, our training, man, like I started reviewing back to our training. At that time, I was in a specialized unit, so I had many years of war behind me, so I was able to relate to a lot of information. So I dove back into a lot of my teachings, right? And in a CQB environment, why do we run in the house and shoot 2 rounds, right? So you have to understand that. So whatever your department is teaching, why are they teaching that? Not being a fucking asshole and question, but you need to understand the why, man. So you can put it into your world or not. Okay? All right. So when you're engaged in multiple threats, right? When you're moving and shooting, your upper body and your lower body moves independent of each other. That means that like a tank, imagine a tank, right? Tank. And if I need to move, my toes are continuing to move forward and my upper body moves independent to my lower body. That makes sense? On a move, if I need to hit you here, obviously my toes need to be forward. It needs to be forward in the direction of travel, but my upper body needs to be able to drive the gun. When I'm stagnant shooting, I want to push my energy from the ground. That means that my upper body and my lower body moves together, not independent of each other. Okay? Think about like a baseball. Think about any athletic movements. You're going to move with what? Your core, right? Your power. Okay? So we want to utilize that energy. Okay? So on this drill is you're going to find a good shooting position, 12, 3, 9, where I can engage, and I'm going to get into a good locked in position. Okay? I'm going to drive my gun to presentation. I'm going to fire 1 round. I'm going to pull the round off target. On presentation, fire 1 round, boom, pull it off target. Pull it off target. Okay? All right, eyes and ears. All right, center target. I'm going to bring it out nice and fast. Shoot slow, move fast. So I'm going to bring it up, pop, pull it off target. Watch me pop. See? Watch me pull off target. Notice how I'm utilizing what? The athletic movements. I don't want to see this. No, it needs to be like this. Bring it out, fire, and bring it up to the next target. I'm already aligned to that next target. So as I'm firing, I'm picking up that next threat. Understand that? So if I'm firing over here, I should see center threat. If I'm firing on the left side, I should see center threat. And you're going to drive the gun to center threat. So driving the gun to center threat. So if I'm on this side, bring up the gun, drive the gun to center threat. See? I'm already on that line. Drive the gun up, drive the gun to center threat. Drive the gun to center threat. Make sense? All right. If I see you guys moving independent of each other, that means your upper body, right? You're going to be slower, guys. Just feel it. Also, a good rule of thumb, have we heard put your hips to the threat? We heard that before? That's what you're kind of doing, right? So if you're a threat and you're a threat, rounding chamber. So if you're a threat and you're a threat, right? So I'm here, I'm just going to put my hip line to you. I'm putting my hip line to you. Here's the methodology behind my teachings here.
if I'm able to continue to go to the same fucking presentation every time because I rep out 5, 10, I don't know, 20,000 times, right, throughout my life, if I continue to go to the same position over and over, that neurological pathway is already established through my brain. So all I have to do is just change my hip line, right? And the presentation will always be the same. You understand? That's why we're punching the gun in the same direction every time. We're punching it and seating in a shoulder pocket. So if I have you as a threat and you as a threat, I'm punching you. But watch my hip line. I'm driving my hip line and everything is still lined up the same. Same thing with a pistol. Okay? So find that sweet spot, man. Find that presentation. Understand? Okay. Any questions on the drive? Shooters on the left, you're going to drive right. Shooters on the right, you're going to drive left to center. You're not shooting center. You're just driving gun to center. Load and make ready. Take instructions from the instructors.
All right, so the first thing I want to talk about is holds, man, right? So when short range holds, and then we're going to start moving back, so you're going to start seeing your holds. The three things that matter when engaging any target, pistol shooters, is what? What should I consider when I engage my target? The guys took my pistol. The size to the target, the distance to the target, and the shooter's ability, right? Some of you guys can't even group 3 rounds on a fucking, a dime, right? When I say a dime, is that shot group. You guys can't even do that. Some of you guys can't. So you have to know your own individual abilities, guys, right? So if you realize, okay, I'm not that accurate at this range, then you need to record that today, right? You need to write it down, and you need to revisit it and make yourself better at that range. So right now we are what, 5 on in, right? So on a carbine, you need to train 5 on in because especially police officers, if you make entry into a room, isn't that 5 on in? So let's just say we have to do a low percentage shot. You have a hostage situation going on, or you have a mother trying to kill their kid, right? Whatever the situation where you have to do a low percentage shot to neutralize that threat. If you don't understand your holds, how can you fucking make that shot? And I want to ask you guys this, and there's no right or wrong, I'm just curious. We're all police officers here, and you guys are carrying carbines. Why are we not zeroed? Why is your rifle not even zeroed? I'm not talking for everybody, but I would say 90% of you guys, your rifle's not even zeroed, man. Why is that? Okay, that's mindset, it's what it is, right? It's mindset of complacency is what it is. It takes 1 second, a millisecond to take a life. I lost a friend in a firefight one time. I was on a wall and I was engaging, and my gun was low, so I ducked behind cover, and I called out to my teammate, and he was down. Just a second ago, he was up. You understand this? Life is like that. So if you're a police officer and you swear to protect and serve, then you need to have the weapons and tools that's going to allow you to do that. This rifle is going to give you that medium range power that you need. You got the short range power with the pistols. Okay, so I'm asking you guys, look, change your mindset here. All right, if your gun's not zero and this is your livelihood, man, we're behind the power curve. That's mindset. All right. So 5 on in, we agree, is room space, right? So what I usually like to do is I like to study my weapon, right? This is building data on your gun. So the first target I want you to hit is point of aim. Point of aim 1. Understand? You see the numbers? Point of aim 1, you're going to impact around here. You're going to take that distance, right? And you're going to start holding. So if you want to impact here, your point of aim is obviously here now. Okay, so, and then we're going to start moving into the 2-inch, and then you're going to start moving into the 1-inch dots, 1-inch blocks. Okay, and you're going to study your holds. You're going to study your holds. When we're firing a rifle, let's talk about firing position standing. So you have the low ready, right? So the low ready. We understand this? The low ready? So what's the advantages of the low ready? What's the advantages of the low ready?
Quicker target acquisition.
Look at where it is already. It's in a shooting position already, right? It's already loaded in my shoulder pocket. All I do is just bring it up to my eye line. Okay, bring it up to my eye line. All right. What I found out was through the years, that's what we did. And there's a time and place for it. There's a time and place for every type of presentation. Presentation is being able to mount the gun. Being able to mount the gun and be ready to fire. Okay? So, do we agree that we need to get shit off our legs? So, the days of running, I don't know, pro mask, flashbangs, all right here, or pistol down here, do we agree that you need to get that shit up? Because it allows what? Mobility? Okay. So if you're running like this, do you think you're gonna hit your gun? Huh? If you're in a low compress, right? Understand this. Look at the travel time that it takes for me to get my gun up. All right, so during the process of my career, I started toying around with different type of presentations. One presentation I do like is the ability to push the gun. So being a martial artist, I like the mechanics of functional movements, right? So I look at how my body moves, right? What is the fastest movement to get to point A to point B, and I put it into the gun. So if you agree, do we agree a jab is a fast punch, right? A jab is a fast punch, a cross is the power punch. Okay, so if this is my drive hand, it works the same movement. It works the same movement as a jab. Now, yesterday in my pistol class, guys, if you remember what I said yesterday, if I'm standing here and I'm standing here, so back up. Back it up a little bit. All right, so I want you to take your drive hand, and I want to put it on me. Put it on me. Whatever your drive hand is. So, do you see? Okay, so don't look at him. Do you see him in your peripheral vision? Now, I want you to still look at me. And I want you to put your drive hand. No, don't look at him. Look at me and put your drive. So come back to me. Okay, now, still looking at me, I want you to put your drive hand on him. Now I want you to turn your head and look at your drive hand. Are you around there? Okay, if you're around there, then that's using the mechanics of a punch. That's using the mechanics of hand and eye coordination. So that's how I drive my gun. Okay? So the days of driving the gun, coming out, full presentation, looking and turning, yeah, that's slower, right? But now it's the days of moving and processing the peripheral vision. If you're able to process your blurry areas, you can react to it a lot faster. There's a sequence in how I did it, was I put little sticky tapes all through my house, right? And as I'm walking through the house, I authenticate whatever's on those stickies. I'm sitting there, I'm watching TV, but I'm actually watching my wife through the blurry areas. Through the practice of that, through time, you'll be faster in picking up the blurry areas. You'll be able to process things a lot faster. Understand, it's not just about the gun, guys. It's about the ability to react. The ability to react. The 1 inch, okay? So the 1 inch gets really tricky. The 1 inch is you're hovering over wherever it's not a target. Understand this. You're gonna put 3 rounds into each block. 3 rounds in each block. All right, so let's talk about shooting position, standing. Some of you guys are doing this, man. So I'm gonna get really aggressive on my gun. All right, I'm gonna get in a really aggressive shooting position. All right, here we go. Really aggressive. There you go. That's aggressive. This is how I'm gonna aggressively shoot my gun. That's it. So the days of doing this shit, okay? Dude, I have never shot, and I shot AKs, I have never shot where I need to get into these stupid positions, because what happens is when you get into those stupid, what you perceive as tactical, right, it stops mobility. You stop mobility in a gunfight, you die. You have to keep moving. You have to look for a better cover and concealed position. You have to go to vantage points where you can identify the enemy and hit them at those angles. Understand? So if you are stagnant in a gunfight, look at how stagnant I am. I'm weighted myself on the ground. So if I need to move, what do I have to do? I have to break, come up, and then move. if I'm already here in this position, I can still move, right? Because my hips are open. Who does CrossFit in here? Nobody? Okay. So if you're doing some kind of athletic performance, some kind of athletic movement, CrossFit's one, right? What do? We open up our hip line because we want more power. We want more mobility. We want more drive. So today when you're shooting, your hips need to be exposed. Your hips need to be exposed. Some of you guys too are standing like this. Well, that's gonna rock you back, guys. So what I like to do, a rule of thumb, is I like to draw a line on the ground. And then I'm gonna have my toes on one side and my heels on the other side. Okay? And that will give me my shooting position, my stable shooting position. The thing that my stance needs to be where I can drive the gun 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. If I can't drive my gun because I'm bladed to a 9 o'clock position, then I need to adjust my stance so I could drive my gun in this direction right here. Understand? And then I need to be able to understand how to manipulate my body off of one step, how I can turn into a 180. Nothing more than one step. Anything else gets too complex, understand? So, on a high compressed position, on the 1-inch dots, I want you to pick up the muzzle of your rifle. You understand this? So I want you to stand here, I want you to pick up the muzzle of your rifle. Okay? That's your reference point. At this time, once you identify your target past the muzzle, I want you to punch that muzzle towards that target. Think about if this is my jab hand, this is my reference point, I can punch towards you. You already identified that you can put your fingers without looking at somebody off of your peripheral. So now we're going off these same mechanics. It's very important. It's just like laying in the prone. If you guys are not getting this position right here, right, lock it down, you're not going to hit any target standing out there at range, okay? So it's about that. So on a high compress, look at my punch. Here, I'm going to punch out, and I'm already on fire. Okay, here, punch out. Look how it sits back into my shoulder pocket. I'm pulling everything back into my shoulder pocket. I'm here, reference point, punch out, into my shoulder pocket. To my shoulder pocket. Right now, this is your speed. Until you get that movement down, all right? We understand the next drill. 3 rounds into a 1-inch block. Work 3 rounds in each block. Load and make ready. Yeah, that's it. And that's your reference point. You only hit it once. 5 rounds on target. Slow it down. Body. So as I'm standing here, very bare minimum movement. So I want to be able to bring the gun up. So if my sight to bore ratio, right, is low, what do I have to do? I have to duck my head down, right? But bare minimum movement. So being a martial artist, I like the mechanics of functional movements, right? So I look at how my body moves, right? What is the fastest movement to get to point A to point B, and I put it into the gun. See, I don't have control of my rifle, see? I'm not using the structure of my arm. But if I bring this out into that L, see, I have complete control of my rifle. You understand? You see it? Some of you guys are doing this shit. So your body's kicked off away from the fucking gun. You understand? You want to get behind the gun like this. You want to get behind the gun, right? And you want to lay belly to ground. So that's what I'm saying. If you have all this shit on, can I get belly to ground? I'm getting a baseline data right now. I'm not doing tactical shooting, okay? I kind of set up a support by fire position. If I don't have a bag, I use my mag, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this rifle into the butt of my shoulder. And I want to identify a certain portion of this rifle, right, that I'm going to use a portion of my face to put against the rifle, right here. So when I put my rifle on my face in that certain portion, right, I'm always finding that sweet spot where it completely finds that zero, understand? So I'm developing that path. To find my natural resting position, I close my eyes and I wiggle my body. And then I let things settle and I open up my eyes. That red dot, if it's on that target, that's your natural shooting position. That's what your body goes to when you're not fighting. Right? When you're fighting everything, where you're not going to get a fucking good zero because your whole body's tense as you're trying to stabilize the muscles when you shouldn't be. Get it? Lay behind the gun, let that recoil absorbs in your body and it muffles through your feet. Or emergency reload drill, a bolt lock, right? Reload. So on a bolt lock reload or emergency reload, you want to be able to move to your lifeline, whatever your lifeline is, okay? My lifeline is my program position and where I'm going to reach once my mag goes dry. Back in the old days, I used to carry the ready mags. Remember the ready mags where it had like the mags on the side? I liked that until it made my gun fucking heavy, right? And then I had to climb over walls and shit. And then this got released, and then this mag fell out. I'm like, oh shit, under night vision trying to pick it up, right? So I went away from that because in confined spaces, that also bulks up my gun. And I don't need it because I'm programmed to move to a different position now, right? So if you look, I'm very streamlined, right? I'm not, bulking up my kit. I want to keep everything streamlined because I need to be able to move efficiently, right? In close quarters, you have to move. All right, so this is a great drill that I love, is that I take a full mag and an empty mag, all right? So I take the full mag and I put in my weapon and I hit it forward. Then I take the full mag out and I put the empty mag in. Now I do a press check. So what's going to happen? What did I just set up, man? Right, bolt lock, right? So it's going to require me to conduct a emergency reload. So how I usually do it is I always like to move to my regular work position, my workspace. So imagine on a pistol when you're shooting, right? You have a workspace. Same thing with a rifle. Notice how I adjust my buttstock. The reason why I adjust my buttstock at that length is because once I drop, I'm still getting this gun to my workspace. Make sense? So I have full control over this weapon. If I'm here and I'm trying to work here and I'm not using my buttstock, do I have control? I've seen guys reload like this, okay? But look how sloppy the gun is on you. It's moving around on you. So if I have it here and I'm moving here, it's basically the same mechanics as a pistol. In a gunfighting world, right, you want to keep a lot of things universal, man, right? Mechanics are mechanics, and you want to keep those mechanics the same as much as you can, right? So if you have one methodology for a rifle and another methodology for a pistol. When I'm talking about methodology, I'm talking about stance. I'm talking about, the push. I'm talking about mechanics of economy of motion. If you have one way to do something else and one way to do something else for another, then you're not finding your thing, man. You're not finding that universal skill that's critical to all, right? So this is a universal skill. Workspace is a universal thing between all the platforms. If you can't do a reload in your workspace, man, if you can't do it on your workspace, then you definitely can't do it in the low areas, right? Not proficiently. All right, so eyes, ears. We're at close distance. Remember your holds on the close distance. So I'm going to push it out nice and slow. I'm going to push it out, fire, slide lock. It bolts to the rear. Now I'm coming back to my high compress. Now I'm coming back in, fire again. Safe. Take the mag out, put it back into my lifeline, come in, reset the drill. Again, push it out, We understand the drill. This is how you work lifelines, okay? If your lifeline is a rack system, this is how you work the rack system. This is how you work your equipment, your kit. So you keep on doing the drill repetitively into its muscle memory to get it back there. So a lot of people ask me, hey, do I put my mags, bullets forward, or do I put bullets backwards? Right? You get what I'm saying? You put it wherever you want to put it, but I'm telling you, for my natural position of my hands, right? If I'm here, I don't want to twist my hand anymore. I'm just going to come back like this, see? And then the mag inserts in. It's already in its proper orientation. If I have bullets forward, if I'm coming back, notice my hand. I'm coming back here, grabbing, then I'm going to have to twist. See it? So you might as well set it up for success, right? So think about how you shoot, economy of motion. So if the bullets are backwards, then it's a clean grab and it's a natural fit, right? Okay. I'm just saying, when you're wearing your equipment, wear to whatever, how you move, right? How you do your reloads. And if your reloads are slow and not proficient, then you need to reevaluate that again. All right. Fresh target on center. So I'm going to bring it out here. Drop. Insert here. Back up. Safe. Okay? And now I'm resetting. Watch how I do it. Nice and slow, nice and smooth, okay? Round in the chamber. Watch. Up, nice and slow. Here, safe. Bring it back. Insert it in. Back up. Back on safe. Confined space carbine. All right? It's 3 o'clock. Confined space carbine. I took you as far as I can. Obviously, there's a lot more. Right? There's a whole lot more to this. It's, you know, I mean, when I put together the curriculum back on the teams, this was 10 days long. Okay? So you got a snapshot of it. Your homework is download the fucking targets, go to the range, get within 5 to 7 to 10. That's close quarters range, right? And work your groupings. The drive, the rapid reloads, the mounting of the rifle on your shoulder, right? That's all important. Hand and eye coordinations. One of the drills I used to do is I take a shot, boom, freeze, and then they'll bring in numbers to my peripheral, and I'll call alpha bravo. I'll authenticate those numbers, right? Because what I'm trying to do is train my peripheral vision as well, okay? Do you notice that as the day progressed today, right, you were doing the same repetitive stuff, but there was more shit. Like now it's driving the gun, now it's a rapid reload, now it's changing positions. But it's the same shot placement, it's the same holds, the same targets, correct? And that's what you need to do. You need to slowly start building, right, all the skills. So first is what? I don't know, driving the gun, understanding your holds, right? And the next thing's driving the gun. And then how do you understand your holds and driving the gun? You go to shrink the targets down. What are the 3 things that matter when I'm engaging a target? That's right. Those are the 3 things that go in my mind, because if I'm far away from the target, let's say if I'm here, I can take a rapid, boom, 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 boom. And as I go, now he's 25 meters, I'm going to have to slow it down, right? Because all the fundamentals have to be there. Your mind can easily run away with you. If you don't have control over yourself, then the spirit will take control over you. Have you found out today, or for the guys that trained yesterday and the day before, that when you get flustered, you go back to your state of training? Right? Even when you're trying to break that nasty habit, when you get flustered, you go to that state of training. That's your spirit. And you get rid of that spirit by training to a state of no mind. When all thoughts and emotions are eliminated, truly your training kicks in. There's no other state in training. There's no other state. And I'm telling you, as a survivor of multiple gunfights, that you kind of, when adrenaline kicks in, you almost have an outer body experience. And your training kicks in, or it doesn't. You live or you die. Right? You're never going to rise to the occasion. You're going to rise to your level of training. That's all to it. And if your level of training is just in movements, then you didn't train the mind. If you train the mind, then you really didn't train the body. You see where I'm going with this? All right. What did we learn today? What did we learn? Start pushing it out. What means the most to you? What you learned today? Aggressive, right? Okay. Being aggressive is like a shot group, right? If your shot group's outside and you're overly aggressive, then that's no good. That's a waste of energy. Okay, you need to channelize your energy. So if I'm overly aggressive with my movements and my shot placement are off, then I move with aggression. I shoot right slow. Okay, until my slow becomes faster. And the more you get off the gun, you know you got to warm up and get back on it. Okay. All right. Any questions for me? You get lazy and you don't want to develop your skills, then that's where you'll be. That's where you'll always be. And if you got training before, remember what I told you? I went through the military, I went through different units. And if I had the mindset to, hey man, I'm good. Right? Because the Green Berets, they taught me a fucking good skill set, but there was other units that enhanced that skill set. You have to break free of the ego and let go of your pride, man, because this is your life. There's no pride to your life, right? Let go of it and continue to grow. If you don't let go, you'll never grow. You'll never develop anything new as a human being. Understand? Hi. Arigato gozaimasu. Okay? Should be moving like this. As I'm in the gunfight, I'm coming in. Sometimes we have to dig deep to understand our spirit. Sometimes we have to dig deep to see what we have. Okay? You have to channelize that energy. Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes you feel the blood. It's hard to breathe. Your legs are fatigued. But that's when you know you're alive. Okay? You're working your body. You're working your body and your mind. We're developing the mind here, if you haven't understood. You develop the mind because you push through the obstacle. We develop the body as we're moving through. You develop the weapon in conjunction with the body through the mechanics of movement. Maximize cover! Maximize cover!
Right, when you're approaching a barrier, when you're approaching a door, entry points, you have to worry about two angles. You have to worry about a 90-degree angle and a 45-degree angle. 90-degree angle to the door. Jeff, can you shine? If you look at the 90-degree angle on the doors, once I cross the threshold on the door, then I actually break the cover, right? Break cover and concealment. And the biggest problem that we have is overexposure. When we're trying to make entry into a room, when we're trying to do a slow approach, the overexposure on a 90 basically compromises the team, it compromises you on entry. And when I say that is a 90-degree angle, you can see the 90-degree angle. A lot of guys, they'll come in and they'll overexpose their muzzle past the 90. You can kind of see my muzzle overexposed past the 90. As they're clearing, the muzzle is already past 90. All right, so on an approach to 90, if I overexpose my weapon, overexpose a body part, then I'm breaking that 90-degree rule. So you have to take the 90-degree rule dynamically or deliberately. Dynamically taking a 90-degree angle, you're kind of coming in blind, right? You're trying to figure out the room. You're trying to figure out the obstacle as you're taking that room. Deliberate, you're kind of pieing off that room, right? You're pieing off the room prior to entering the room. So you want to pie off as much as room prior to entering it and just clear what needs to be clear. And then you have a 45-degree angle on the doorway. So if you're approaching like an open door, you're going to have a 45-degree angle that you have to worry about. So a lot of times when we're trained CQB, a lot of these narrow hallways, what we're going to do is we're going to overexpose basically our foot, kind of overexpose our legs, right? So it's all about the angle games when we're talking about close quarters combat. Approaching, if I go center line on a hallway, start approaching, see how I broke the 45-degree angle. He has a shot on me right now, and I do not see him. It's all about the angles games. Obviously, if he's more on the towards the front of the room, go ahead and start moving. So as Jeff start moving towards the front of the room, you're going to start seeing the angles change. As he moves to the back, you're going to start seeing that 45-degree angle change. So when you're approaching a room, you always want to plan towards the front, and you want to minimize exposure in a hallway. How I do this is I'm a right-handed shooter, right? So as I approach, and if I keep my my right leg out, and as I'm clearing, he already sees me. I already broke that 45-degree angle. So what I'm going to do to switch is I'm going to switch my base to my right foot now. So my right foot is usually back. You're going to start seeing me switch my base. As I clear, you're going to start seeing the footwork, right? You're going to start seeing the footwork, and now I'm going to start slowly pieing. I already see him on threat. So Jeff, do you have me?
See muzzle.
Right. The only thing he sees is muzzle, right? He does not see my exposure, and when the muzzle is exposed to the threat, well, it's too late for him. So the 45-degree angle. Why don't I switch base with my right foot? So light. So let's just say I come up on a 45 and I move towards the wall. Why don't I just switch base like this, right? And start slowly pieing. Because once I slowly pie, you can start seeing my weight start shifting forward. So if I'm going to fall, I'm going to kind of fall into the exposed area. So if I come in here, I'm start pieing, see my weight start to shift. I want to move this leg here and pie this way. If I need to, let's say, if I'm here and I take a shot, right, and it's overwhelming firepower, then I can easily collapse back to the wall with this direction here versus falling out into the hall. As I'm coming up, I'm going to switch out my base. I'm going to start pieing. I see Jeff.
I see nothing.
If I try to take a dynamic, I do not see Jeff. He sees me. My foot is exposed right here. He sees that line. I broke the 45-degree angle rule. He sees me before I was able to get that angle on Jeff. If I'm able to switch my base,
then I'm able to see into the room and get those angles by maximizing cover. Right, so usually when we enter kind of like a narrow hallway or even a wide hall, I want to split stacks. I want to be able to split my teammates on the left and right side. First, that allows me angles, right? It allows me exposure. It allows me to see into things that I can't see if I'm on left side or on right side, right? What I can't see, my other guy can see. So you want to split stacks. Also, what you want to do is you want to maximize guns, right? So if, let's just say I come out of the room and Jeff is right behind me, right? And I have my weapon here and Jeff is right behind me. Well, I only have one gun up, okay? But if I split stacks, now we have two gun up. What I can see is this angle and what Jeff can see is that angle. So I often get asked a lot about footwork, right? Footwork is key to CQB, right? So it's about putting your body and putting your body in the proper position. So let's just say this is the 90-degree rule, right? And then you have your 45-degree angle rule. So as I come out, let's just say I have to move to the right. I have to move to the right side. And then I plant my right, let's say I plant my right foot here. Well, I have to plant my left foot in order to make that pivot movement to the right. See? Because I can't really come in here. I have to plant and then I have to pivot that movement. So what I want to do is I want to have my left leg come out and pivot almost at the same time. So as it comes out, I want to pivot and I want to come across the hall. All right, guys. The reason why number one man doesn't really do the door check is because we have to contain and isolate the door. What you don't want is number one man to kind of do a check and then kind of come in and then have to worry about the pistol, right? He should be already up in a ready position. So what we do is I'm going to clear across the danger area, the breach point. My number two man is maximizing what? He's maximizing cover. He's maximizing the angles, the 45-degree angles. All right, so when we're here, I'm looking at the entry point. I have security on the entry point. Okay, as soon as that door opens, I'm going to identify threat or non-threat. My number two man does a door check. If the door is locked, he's going to give me a shake. That means the door is locked, and we're going to have to defeat the door. Usually for us, if it's a push door, we'll shotgun. If it's a pull door, we'll blow it up, right? So on this, it's a push door, right? You want to identify the mechanics of the door. If it's a push or pull, right? You can look at the handles, you can look at the hinges, right? Identify if it's a push or pull door. So this is a push door. So upon entry, notice how my 45-degree angles, right? I'm up against the wall. I'm not out here in the hall, all right, overexposing myself. I'm minimizing exposure and I'm maximizing cover and concealment. Once my number two man sets, I'm basically picking up my number two man on my peripheral vision. I'm not taking my eyes off that door. I'm picking up Jeff on my peripheral vision. As soon as that door opens, I'm going. All right, so it limits the responsibility that the number one man has, right? So I don't have to worry about the mechanics of the door. I don't have to worry about defeating that lock, right? I'm worried about entering that room, and I'm at the ready position. I see threat.
I see nothing.
Thing comes down to maximizing cover, right? So why do you think we switch knees like that, right? Because we don't want knees out on an obstacle. The reason why when I'm moving up to a barrier, the two angles that I worry about is a 45-degree angle and a 90-degree angle on a barricade. I want to abide by those rules, okay? Also, I don't want to suck up too close to the barrier, obviously situational awareness, right? But if I suck up too close to the barrier, what happens? Excuse me?
You jam yourself, and if you extend, you're going to extend back to cover.
Okay. What else? Huh? You can't see, right? Because the barrier's fucking in front of you. So if I'm engaging and there's fucking a bunch of Kim Jong-Us coming at me, right? I don't see it. Okay? But if I step back, do I still have cover? But what do I have to worry about? The 45-degree angles. So on a 45, let's say I'm doing an approach on a 45 and there's a combatant. So the 45-degree angle line is here, see? So I want to maximize cover. So let's just say I'm coming here. If I come out here and if I start clearing, does he have me? Does he have me? Okay? So if I'm coming off the angle, you have to go off a 45 degree. Obviously, if the guy is closer here, then it's steeper than a 45-degree angle. Okay, so I want to utilize the barrier to pi. So if I'm here and my foot's dynamic, right here on the outside, I lost it. He's going to pop me before I even see him.
Does everybody see that? The light and shadow?
All right, Paul, I want you to stand right over there, man. Right to the side of Jeff, right over here, right there, okay? Right there, right there. Yeah, okay. So let's just say I don't listen to the 45-degree angle rule and I come up. Tell me when you see me. I don't even see him yet, right? If I come up here, even if I start pieing, do my sequence, tell me when you see me. Okay, so there goes the 45-degree angle rule. Okay, so how do we beat it? How do we beat the 45? As I come on approach, you'll start seeing me. If I come in like this, you'll start seeing me shift my legs. See, 45, and I'll start pieing out. I got him. Did you even see me? I got him already. The thing is about angles. Okay, so everybody understand the 45? I see threat.
I see nothing.
Thing comes down to maximizing cover, right? So why do you think we switch knees like that, right? Because we don't want knees out on an obstacle. The reason why when I'm moving up to a barrier, the two angles that I worry about is a 45-degree angle and a 90-degree angle on a barricade. I want to abide by those rules, okay? Also, I don't want to suck up too close to the barrier, obviously situational awareness, right? But if I suck up too close to the barrier, what happens? Excuse me? Just to back off, okay? Back off. Sometimes I'll even drop like this, or drop and I'll roll out, okay? If that gives me more stability. Once I come here, then you'll see the transition over here. That's the line. So I don't want to see this, guys. Right? It makes no sense. Okay? If this leg's here, move this leg here. This is your stance. Draw that line. Here. My legs are out here. I want to come out dynamic. So let's shift this here. Drop this leg back, come out, and drop it here.
Hey guys, Stu here with Team Ronin. So today let's talk about dynamic CQB. You know, CQB has changed a lot throughout the years. I've done CQB majority of my career, 23 years in the Special Forces. But what I've seen that changed the most in close quarters combat is understanding your environment, right? Understanding your operational environment, understanding hasty and deliberate assaults and when to employ whatever tactic. Okay, so hasty is coming up on the target, you know, the target door is open, so making dynamic entry, reacting to the situation versus a deliberate type of assault where, you know, you understand the structure, understand the plan, and you execute with more of precision and planning. In our close quarters combat course, we go over, you know, dynamic entry, and we break down individual task and team and command, right? So the individual task is, you know, each officer in the stack understanding his or her area of operation, area of responsibility within the tactics of close quarters combat. We break down the individual skills as in the understanding play, but also the weapons, manipulation, and handling within a close quarters type of environment. I mean, we're shooting, you know, you're really 1 inch off each other's barrel in some situations. That's what we train for in the Special Forces, to be able to shoot with precision in that kind of confined space. So along with that changes your fundamentals. Okay, so it changes your fundamentals in marksmanship, in pistol handling or weapon handling, weapon manipulations, and understanding that and the structure. All right. So we break down into tactics portion and strategy. The stuff I teach is from my experience within the Special Forces doing, you know, CQB. So we break down into the tactics portion of it, where we talk over the entry. What does each officer's area of responsibility once they move up to entry point, how to lock down and secure the entry point, and also how to provide security for external threats as well. We teach the proper techniques on entry and how to dominate the room. We break down into areas of responsibilities once we go into the room, priorities of work. So I teach officers how to quickly dominate the room by going to their points of domination and interlocking fires, eliminating first the threat, controlling the situation by eliminating the threat, controlling the living, searching the dead, searching the living, and searching the room and find security. And all of this is conducted, you know, really fast. So everybody has to understand their points of domination so you can effectively interlock and fire while still providing security on unknown areas within the structure. So we teach that. We also teach officers how to take down a room. So there is dynamic entry into the room where you kick the door, you enter, you move into your points of domination, and you're reacting to the situation as it presents itself. You are taking that room blind. We also teach reverse clearing techniques. This is a great technique when it comes to limited numbers, especially when it comes to officers in limited numbers, is that we don't penetrate the room, that we reverse clear the room from the adjoining room, and we clear as much as we can. We call it pine. Clear as much as we can, and then we employ the tactics to effectively enter to the uncleared area. So we teach that. We also teach officers on how to provide security and communicate and control their stacks in different portions of the home. So you have to look at the terrain in the house, right? So, and translate that to a tactic. So terrain is a four-way intersection, a T-way or L, a center-fed room, a corner-fed room, how deep penetration it is in the hallway. So all that needs to be registered as terrain, and you have to understand the play and react to each terrain. Since the majority of officers that have trained, their primary weapon is pistol, so we do teach combat pistol course. I usually take my officers out to the combat pistol course the first day, where we break down dynamics of a combat pistol by revisiting the fundamentals and how that changes in a close quarters environment. As in, you know, in pistol marksmanship, you have stance, you have grip, you have side alignment, side picture, you have breathing, trigger squeeze, follow through, recovery. So you have all these different fundamentals that we're taught in a combat pistol fundamental, but how's that change in close quarters combat? Because maybe you won't have that perfect isosceles stance, you know, or that perfect stance that you
train with in a close quarters range. So that needs to be mimicked in the house to maximize cover and concealment in the structure. Understand that you're going to have to eliminate some of these fundamentals. And how do you do that? How do you train to do that? So we break down these fundamentals. I break down the scenarios that I do on the flat range that translates well into close quarters combat. In close quarters combat, I pick my leaders. I pick the leaders within the stack and the command, and I work these leaders. You know, they have to understand how to control their stacks. Stack leaders have to understand how to communicate with other stack leaders and other elements that's operating within the structure. They need to understand where the position of each team is at, and they need to effectively communicate that to their command group, which is controlling, you know, maybe they're out at a talk, controlling the whole scene or the threat. All these forms of communication, markings under limited light, how to use a light source, how to use that effectively in, you know, maybe limited visibility in a structure. So we teach that along with tactics and foot movement. So we do break down foot movements and how understanding how to maneuver the body to position yourself in, you know, a center-fed room, to take a snapshot of that room prior to entering. We teach how to fire our weapon by manipulating the structure of our body. So in a close quarters environment, it's not just about turning the weapon, it's like a martial art, right? You have to employ the movements of your body to effectively, you know, eliminate the threat. So a lot of things that I see the officers have to deal with is, you know, taking down a threat that's maybe drug induced and become like superhuman. So in our course, we break down the anatomy of a human being and ballistics and how and where to put the shot placement at what speed and what spread in order to neutralize that threat, no matter if he's drug induced or not. So I feel that these are all important things that officers need to learn. Officers, soldiers, anybody who puts himself in, you know, harm's way needs to understand. A lot of these teachings that I bring on is from my experience in times of war and combat, and how, you know, the fundamentals that we were taught had to be revisited and manipulated into a close quarters environment.
How's everybody doing today? Who's out of town today? Who came in from out of town? Nice. Well, thank you for coming here. Enjoy Colorado. Hopefully we're not going to get any snow in when you guys are here. We got hit by snow last week pretty hard. So, all right. So, Street Fighter. What is Street Fighter? What is the technique behind forms and styles, right? Well, I'll tell you, I'm a martial artist. I've been a martial artist since I was 8 years old. And when I first started in the martial arts, it was traditional, right? I didn't know anything, right? So I'll start off traditional martial arts, the strike movements, okay? It wasn't until I went into the special forces training was when UFC started coming out, right? Around 97, UFC started coming out, and everybody's like, whoa, this is how a fight should happen, even myself. I'm like, wow, this is martial arts. This is how things work. So I dedicated 8 years to jiu-jitsu. I kind of stepped away from every martial art, and I practiced ground fighting for 8 years. And I was assigned to pretty specialized units. And during the Iraq War, we were engaging the enemy at very close range. We were killing our enemies at a very close range. And then throughout the process of my career, I had to start working in more of the covert missions. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is that what I perceive was martial arts is not going to play out in a real street fight. Okay? I have seen two brothers hack up each other with machetes in the streets of South America. Right? I've seen guys get gunned down in Africa. So what martial arts is going to defend against a little boy with an AK? What martial art is going to defend against a Turk coming up to you in Bosnia and stabbing you, right? So you need to get past the mindset of what you perceive as what's going to work in what UFC is going to work in a real fight. Yes, those techniques are universal. You get knocked out, you get knocked out, right? But the thing is that if you come with the mindset of a cage fighter, that's your mindset, right? Because in a real fight, it's all about the guns and the knives and the impact weapons and the rocks that you can find. You don't fight fair. If you fight fair, then your strategy sucks. Understand this? You have to understand yourself. Okay? So that's the first thing is you have to eliminate the mind. What you perceive as effective. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you, as a former Green Beret who's worked in 27 countries, I would tell you, what I perceived before the war is definitely not after the war. And I process a lot of my techniques and styles that I drew from, and I'm going to give you what worked for me. So what is Street Fighter? All right. Street Fighter extends past physical movement. Okay? You have to understand timing, and you have to understand distance. I could draw out if somebody's following me through time, distance, and change of direction. I could shoot somebody if I could process time and distance, right? So it's the same thing with combatives, right? I'm not going to pull out a blade and the blade's 3 inches and start swinging the blade when we're not at that range. It's not effective. You understand? You have to understand the effective range of your weapon. And your weapons, if you don't have what you perceive as a weapon, then it's your hands. Where do I hit somebody to cause the effects I want, right? And think about, like, if you think UFC, right? If I come up to you and all you know is UFC and you brainwash your mind to this is effective. Now, I'm not saying it's not effective. But if you come at me with a series of punches and I stick my fingers in your eyes, who wins?
Okay? Or I'm busting open his ears.
If I hit you in your ears and bust out your eardrums and you don't have balance, who wins? Right? If I stick my finger in your eyes and I pull a blade and shove a blade into your face, who wins? Because you came in with the mindset of a fair fight, and there's no such thing. See, my experience backs it up because I've seen women and children getting gunned down and burned, and what war is not fair. You understand this? So my mindset is I take from my experience in war and I give it to you. Now, the thing is, I'm not giving you the 100% solution. There's no answer to this is going to save your life or not. I'm giving you a technique and a technique off of my experience. And my experience comes from the extremes. But you have to take the technique and you have to morph it into your body. How you move is different from how you move. How you process things is different from how you process things. You understand this? It's not about the threat only. It's the threat. It's where the threat's coming from. So if he's holding a weapon in his right hand, then that's the threat hand. But he's the threat. And then everything around the threat, the surroundings, right? The situation. What situation are you? Are you in a Muslim country? You're going to stick a blade in, unless you want to get stoned, right? You want to drug out in the streets and make it on CNN. You understand this? You have to understand your operational environment. Okay? All right, so in the process of things, you need to understand timing and distance. Amber, if I take away your distance, what do I take away? I take away your time. I take your time to react. Bruce Lee talked about, in the martial arts, he talks about your offense needs to be your defense, right? In close quarters combat, if I saturate your mind and I'm hitting you at different angles all the time, your brain is constantly trying to what? Process what's going on. And through that process, then you have to come up with a solution and then the execution, you understand? If I'm constantly attacking you in an offensive movement, I'm processing. You're not. I'm taking away your ability to process. In the special forces, we call it surprise, speed, and violence. Okay? You hit the guy with surprise. So if the guy comes at you with a stick, you pull a blade, you shove it in his face. Surprise, I got a knife. Surprise on how to use it. I'm going to hit you with speed and violence. Understand? Okay. So distance has a lot to do today, and you have to understand that. We have to understand the concept before you can start coming up with your theory on stuff. You understand? You have to understand the reasoning why I'm teaching you this stuff. Understand that? Because a lot of people always go, what if this? What if that? What if? There's too many what ifs. All right? You have to eliminate the what ifs right now and take in the teachings. Once you leave here, you can process the information. But if you come in with a mindset of what if, then you'll never learn. Okay? You have to absorb what I'm saying to you. So the concept today is being able to understand center line and off center line of your opponent. That's number one. You have to understand how to get past this energy. All right? In close quarters battle and knife fighting, he has a center line. So if your opponent has a line from his head down to his groin, I have a head down to my groin. So if I stand center line, I have to worry about both his hands, both his legs, and his head. You understand this? In the military, we call this the X, the kill zone. Okay, so punch. Within his kill zone, this is his effective range for his punches. Understand? Obviously, he could throw hooks and stuff like that, yes. But this right here is in his effective range. If I move one step to the left or to the right, and that line runs from his head down to his groin, what did I just do? What did I just do, though? Sir? That's right. I took away his arsenal, right? Half his arsenal. So if I'm standing here in the X, I'm at 100% of his arsenal, both his hands and both his legs. But if I move one step to the left or to the right, I'm basically cutting his body in half, eliminating 50% of his arsenal. Now, with timing, it comes with timing. Okay, so if he throws a punch, say I'm already in. See, I'm already in here. But if I go like this, damn, I lost it. Right? So if he resets, I lost it. I'm back to that 100%. You understand? So he throws. Now I'm close. So he lost his 100%. So you have to understand timing. It's not about pairing an attack and go, damn, that shit works. Right? It's about taking that distance. See, I'm already close to him. I'm already close to him right here. I'm moving towards him. That's the biggest thing, is that when a guy has a knife, a gun, I've seen it, okay? A lot of people want to stay back here, right? Well, if he has a knife and he's coming at me, if I'm staying back here, I'm always on that X there. But if he comes at me, now it's a different game. Understand? Notice how I have to close in that ground. You have to understand the angles of attack on the blade, the positive attack on the blade and the negative attack on the blade. So if I'm swinging a blade, this is positive, right? This is positive going to hit my opponent. Once I hit my opponent, then this is negative. This is negative energy. So negative energy, you have to be able to control that negative energy and get back to that positive energy, that positive strike. Understand? So as he's throwing, angle, see, this is positive. As he's throwing, that's positive. See, now he's negative. So I'm looking at those angles. I'm looking at positive energy and negative energy. Once he swings through, I'm breaching. Understand? Once that threat clears, I'm breaching. Or I could parry the threat. All right. So how do we get off center line, right? I've been to 27 countries, and I work with a lot of indigenous commando forces. I work with a lot of tier 1 commando forces overseas in UK, Israelis, and I tell you, I pulled a lot of forms and styles from all. I'm not talking about just hands and blades. I'm talking about tactics, strategy. I pulled it all. All right, and I wrote it down in my book. And before the war, when I say before the war, we are always at war. The Green Berets are always doing stuff, right? But when we invaded a country, that's what I'm talking about, Iraq,
the war became very up close and personal, closer than I ever experienced. You know, obviously in training we do it, but to take a human life at that range is different. And what you perceive in training, it doesn't play out in real life. You understand this, okay? So you have to come in with a mindset, a strong mindset, to not back up away from that threat. Okay, so the techniques you're learning today comes with a mindset. If you don't have that mindset, then you don't have this technique. Okay. So in my travels, I went to Indonesia, where we were training and we were learning the ancient art of sulat. This movement is called hubad. Hubad translated means to tie and untie the hands. Okay? So it's a lot to do with like Wing Chun, sticky hands, but it's more direct. Like if you see Steven Seagal, he's really direct with some of his parry movements. He executes a little bit of what I see is sulat into Aikido. Okay, so really direct stuff. So to start off, to understand the concept of it, this is a parry technique. All right, so you want to go left, right, left. Okay, so left. Notice how where I'm parrying. I'm parrying right here, and then I'm shielding right here. So as I parry, I shield and I tap. Parry, tap. Notice how it's effortless. Effortless. So power, hold. Don't let me move it. See, his power's here. Strong power. His power isn't here. Because, don't let me move it. Because this can go to his eyes. See? Right to his eyes. Or right to his face. Understand that. So in the art of JKD, Jeet Kune Do, by Bruce Lee, he talks about intercepting fists. He talks about being able to intercept that power prior to that power hitting you. Understand? So think about a bullet. If I draw a gun, I fire, boom, right? That bullet spins. Okay? And as it's coming at you, if I can kind of be fast enough to slow down time, just tap it to the left or right, it goes off the trajectory. Right? So that bullet comes to you, and we're able to freeze and tap it, that bullet comes off the trajectory. I'm kind of doing that. I'm intercepting that force prior to it hitting me. So left, right, left. Notice how as soon as I parry, it's offline. So he's coming towards my face right here. As he comes, see, it's already offline. See, as soon as this comes up, I'm already offline right here. Okay? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Notice how I'm processing his speed. Okay? Left, right, left. Why are we targeting the right side right now? Well, first, a journey of 1,000 miles begin in a single step, right? So this is your first step in understanding. Okay? Trust me, when I first learned this, I'm like, really? That's it? That's some stupid shit. Right? Until they started fucking me up, right, in the jungles. And I'm like, okay, I got it, that works. All right? So it does work. Just bear with that first movement. If you don't get the left, right, left initially, then my friend, you will never advance on today. Okay? So if you're trying to overthink what I'm doing right now, you'll never get to where you need to be today. So you need to listen to the instructions and hear what I'm saying, because the technique is going to basically advance on to other techniques in blades and sticks and impact weapons. That's where we're going today. It's not about empty hands. It's about me getting to my guns and knives, or a pen, or a fucking rock, or anything I can find. Understand? Okay. So the first movement is you're going to partner up. The partner is going to basically just stand there like this, right? And I want you to look at the distance. If you're at this distance right here, is that a hubad movement? Look. I'm leaning forward. When I lean forward, what happens? When you lean forward, what happens when your balance is off? And what happens in this class? Yeah. You're going to fall on your ass, right? I'm going to sweep you. Because it's easy to sweep somebody once you feel their balance. And the only way to feel the balance is if you go light hands. So if you're going heavy like this, right? Look at the energy. Look at where the energy's going. If I go light hands, his hands are moving, but his body's not moving. So you have to go light hands today. Understand? First movement. Left, right, left. It's not 3 contacts, and it's not like this. See? Water flows downstream. See? Left, right, left, left, right, left, left, right, left. Water doesn't flow like this, right? So I don't want to see this. Because once we have a blade in our hands, if you do this, what happens? But you have a blade in your hands here, see? The blade now has parried that attack, and it's cleared that pathway. Understand? Any questions on the first drill, hubad? What's hubad mean, sir? To tie and untie the hands. Okay? Partner up, tie and untie the hands. Also, when I hit my opponent, when I parry my opponent, he feels it. Okay, I probably bashed up my forearms and more times than I couldn't imagine, right? On Wing Chun dummies and trees and stuff like that, wherever I could get my hands on. So my forearms is power, right? So when I parry attack, he feels it. When I hit him in a joint, he feels it. Okay. It's not about just movement. It's about developing your body into a weapon. Okay? Because if I could tell you, hey, stick your fingers through somebody's eyes. If I create this on my fingers and I could shove it through an apple, because many years of practicing, what do you think that's going to do to you human? Okay. So it's more about just movements. It's about being able to strengthen your body, right? Some of the wrist movements that I practice my wrist strength a lot, because in the war I had to control people, right? I had to grab people and control them. So during that process, I started to develop my wrist strength. One of the ways I developed my wrist strength is I kind of get into this position, I hold it, right? And then I'll start doing push-ups on my wrists. And through time, you start developing strength. You are a weapon.
Hey guys, too, with Team Ronin, and welcome to the very first teachings of a Ronin. Today I want to talk about the practice of the mind. I want to talk about the importance of mental health. Like physical fitness and physical training, training your mind every single day is very critical. For how we look at the world is how we're going to live. How we look upon things is our truth. So why not train your mind to live positive? Why not train your mind to live a positive life so you can have more success, more happiness, more of a fulfilling life, right? You don't have to be a victim of trauma to worry about the practice of mental health. Truly, it should be practiced every single day, even with a person with no traumatic experience in their past. Mental health is one of the most important things that you can do on a daily basis. The practice of the mind has always been very important to me as a martial artist, as a warrior. But I tell you why mental health was so important to me. After my time in service, I reached a state of depression. I did 23 years, 18 plus years of that was with the Special Forces. I traveled to 27 countries. So I experienced a lot throughout my career. And I tell you, after going from 150 miles an hour to a dead stop, let me tell you what happens when things come to a dead stop. The war finally caught up with me. So at that time, I reached a state of pretty bad depression. And I needed to study how the mind worked. I needed to understand how things work so I could kind of come up with a course of action in order to beat this. is. You know, as a special forces soldier, we're always constantly looking for intelligence. And we take the raw intelligence and we dissect that intelligence and how it pertains to us and our mission, right? My mission was to find peace. So I needed to gather the intelligence on how a mind works and how the body's connected to mind in order to come up with a course of action to meet my end state, which was peace. And I came to realize that, you know, the mind is connected to the body. You ever felt, you ever seen a scary movie and then you felt it throughout your entirety? You ever had a thought that irritated you and you just felt that rage or you felt that pain, that heaviness in your chest? Well, that's your mind connecting to the body. A lot of bodybuilders can tell you that, you know, they make that mind connection to the body. Martial artists the same way. We make that mind connection to the body. Same thing with mental health. If your mind is negative, then your body is going to feel that negativity. And in time, that can truly cause sickness, like cancer. A lot of times people tell me, hey, I'm fine, but yet they drink like a fish, right? So you're masking these emotions. Well, you mask these emotions enough, when you don't have those dependents, then that emotion is going to surface and then you're back to square one. So how do you get over traumatic events? How do you train your mind to have a positive energy? Okay, so let's talk about the mind. Let's talk about why is the mind always thinking about negative stuff, right? Why am I always thinking about negative stuff? Why I'm not focused on all the positives in my life? Well, as a human being, as an animal species, we're trained to survive. That's embedded into our brain. So the mind focuses on survivability. So if you faced a traumatic event before, the mind is going to tell you, hey, I don't want to go there. But what happens is we overthink things. As a human being, we overanalyze. So we say, what if? What if this happens? Oh, I see this sign. I can't get over the past. You're releasing those chemicals from your mind into your body. So you're releasing the anxieties of the future. You're releasing, you know, the sadness of your mistakes from the past. You have to let it go and you have to truly live in what is. In all of time, which is the past, the future, and the present moment embodies the whole time. So you have to live within the present moment, okay? So for me, it was about understanding that and then applying the practices in order for my mind to truly live in this present moment. Now, there's a lot of practices, right? I have seen it around the world. I've seen ancient monks heal their bodies through just mind. So how do we train such a powerful muscle? Well, for me, it was through different forms of meditation. And there's so many practices of meditation, but I found that there was a certain series of practices that helped me. I started with mindfulness meditation, which was a Eastern practice of Zazen, is to truly be in that present moment. Mindfulness meditation allows you to kind of block out the future and block out the past and truly dive into the present moment. And we do this through breathing exercises and positioning of the body. What I found was that this is a very hard practice, and it took me close to 5 years to truly understand it and master my mind. During the process, I had to train my mind to be in the present moment. And doing mindfulness meditation can be extremely hard, especially for people that had traumatic experience from the past. It's hard to quiet down the noises. In fact, if you just sit there right now and you just trying to concentrate on your breathing, you're going to probably think about something else. It's truly a hard practice. So how do you implement mindfulness meditation and positivity throughout your day? All right, guys, before we get into the practical application of meditation, there's two things I want to cover. So going back to that survivor mindset. That survivor mindset, as in it looks for comfort, it looks for the issues, it looks for the problems, because your survivor mindset is trying to tell you, hey, look, pay attention. But a lot of these things, it won't equate to you living a peaceful life, right? So it's being able to quiet down that noise. You have to understand how to frame your day, okay? So when I say framing a day, is that you want to build discipline throughout your day. Remember what we're doing. We're trying to break out that routine, that survivor mindset, the comfort zone. So in order to do that, you have to completely be a different person. You have to take on a different mindset, a different approach to your routine, to your day. In order to move past that negative energy of the past, well, you're going to have to create new neurological pathways in your brain connected to your body. And that's by injecting positive thoughts into your mind. Before we do that, you have to understand how to frame your day, right? Framing a day is super important. You have to break out from that regular routine. A lot of us go through life going, hey man, how come I don't, I can't be happy? How come I'm not accomplishing this? How come I'm not successful in this arena? Well, it's because you're probably doing the same thing every single day. You have to change that routine. You truly have to make time to improve yourself every single day. If you have a set routine and set schedule, in time it becomes habit. And what I want to do is I want to establish a habit of discipline every day. It's about defeating your day. So for me, I get up pretty early in the morning. I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And people are like, whoa, why do you get up so early, right? The reason why is because the survivor mind that seeks the comfort, that seeks to lay in that warm bed, you have to break that up. So by getting up early, it allows me to build that discipline. It allows me to break that weak mindset of seeking comfort. Second, it allows me to truly get up before the sun comes up. It allows me to work on myself prior to the day. So if I'm able to frame the day, that means if I'm able to get up early and I'm able to meditate, it puts my mind in a positive mood, and throughout the day, I'm more productive. I have more energy. So as a businessman, that's super important to have that energy so you can give to the business, so you can give to others. So truly it's about renewing the mind. It's about changing your daily routine to become the person you wish to be. So when do I meditate? I meditate early in the morning and I meditate late at night. And those are two different forms of meditation. So let's talk about the practice of meditation. So when do I meditate? I meditate early in the morning because it puts me in a positive mood. If I'm in a positive mood, then I can project more energy towards whatever I'm directing towards that day. I can project more energy towards others. I can help more because I have that energy. And that's what you want in the morning. You want to inject that positivity into your mind, and then in return, it will be delivered throughout your body. Let's talk about the place, right? Where do I meditate? Well, anywhere that you feel comfortable, right? And you can, I personally like to meditate outside because I love nature and I like to connect with that energy. But if it's cold, because I live here in Colorado, sometimes I'll meditate inside. It's really where you feel comfortable, right? In a quiet place where you're not going to be disturbed. Let's talk about body position. All right, so I'm not really particular on how you get your body position, long as you're comfortable, okay? So you can stand, you can lay down, or you can sit in traditional Zazen meditation positions. If you want to practice the traditional way, then usually what I do is I have a meditation mat, you can kind of see it here, and a meditation pillow. These two things you can purchase as a package on Amazon.com. So then you go down to your usual meditation position, okay? So have designated places that you go to meditate, because the more comfortable you are in these areas, the better that you can lock on to that meditation, that present moment. In the morning, when I go into my meditation, in the morning is about positive energy. It's about mindfulness, gratitude, and positive energy. So those are the energies that I'm injecting to my bodies in the morning. At nighttime is more about reflection, so it's a different type of meditation. So let's talk about the morning. Let's talk about prepping your meditation. So prepping meditation is super important. You want to go to your meditation position, right? So in a sitting position, I usually sit like Indian style. Whatever's comfortable for you. Some of you guys got injuries, it's okay to lay down, it's okay to sit down on the couch, or it's okay to sit Indian style, whatever is comfortable for you. Before I even go to meditation, I want to talk about prepping the meditation. Prepping the meditation is changing the physiology of your body, all right? So for me, when I was in the Special Forces, if I was scared, right, if I was facing fear, I would change my physiology. That means I would just smile, right? And the brain is connected to that muscle, right? The brain is connected to the body, like I said before. So you have established that neurological pathway to your brain. You're communicating with your brain. By smiling, it delivers those signals that, hey, everything's good, everything's all right. So when I'm facing fear, I change my physiology. So when I wake up in the morning, I have to wake up my brain, right? Because, in the mornings, I'm still kind of not awake yet. So to wake up my brain, I change my breathing patterns. Comfortable seated position, and I change my breathing patterns. I'm putting more oxygen to my brain, delivering more signals to my brain. So, kind of looks funny, but it looks like this. I take 9 shallow breaths really fast, and I take the 10th breath slow. So it takes about 5 seconds to inhale on that last breath, and then I'll hold for 5 seconds, and I exhale for 5 seconds, and I'll repeat that 3 to 4 times. So it looks like this. It looks kind of funny. Okay, so get in good position. All right, guys, so now your turn. Try to breathe 9 times really fast. This is the pace. And then your 10th breath, 5 seconds to inhale, hold for 5 seconds, 5 seconds exhale. The only thing I want you to concentrate is just your breathing right now. This is not meditation. This is prepping for the meditation. This is changing your physiology. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm waking up that brain. Okay, so once I wake up that brain, after about 3 to 4 reps, I can feel my brain kind of waking up, right? So my body's waking up. So after I do 3 to 4 reps of that, I go into a state of gratitude, right? So I'm just expanding that energy. I'm showing my gratitude to God. I'm showing my gratitude for life and the blessings that God has given me. So after I finish breathing, I go into a state of gratitude. What's unique is when you place your hands, your palms together, and put it close to your heart, right here, you can feel the energy flow throughout your body, as in the heartbeat, you can feel it through your palms. After I finish my gratitude, I go into a state of zazen. So I'm going to a state of here and now. The form of meditation is called mindfulness meditation. So mindfulness meditation is a form of a practice of zazen. So zazen is being present in the moment. It's not thinking about the future, and it's not thinking about the past. It's just truly in the present moment in what is. Okay, so how you train your mind to do that is you sit still, and I get into the good meditation seating position. Shoulders roll back, lungs expand. Then I go into my 5 seconds inhale, 5 seconds exhale, 5 seconds inhale, 5 seconds exhale. A focal point on the ground. So I pick a place on the ground that I'm looking at roughly about a 45-degree angle from my meditation position. 5 seconds inhale, 5 seconds exhale. The only thing I'm thinking is breath. I'm not thinking about anything else. I want you to think about only your breath controls. Inhale, 5 seconds, exhale. Now it should be work, right? It's not a natural flow of things. You should be drawing in air and then pushing out air for that complete 5 seconds. And what you do at that time is you just forget about the world, okay? And you're breathing in and out, and you're training your mind to be in the present moment. And guys, in time with this practice, you can apply anywhere. When I was in the Special Forces, I would apply these meditation during preparation for free fall. As we go up, I'll meditate as we're going up on a free fall jump, and then it gives me clarity on that infill. Same with operations and missions. If I can truly block out the emotions on things, and I can dive into the root of what is. And truly what is the present moment, right? It's not the fear that hasn't taken place yet, and it's not the traumas of the past. That has nothing to do with the mission. So this practice is great for a warrior. So you want to practice mindfulness meditation for at least 5 to 10 minutes. For me, it's going to be hard at first, so try 2 minutes. And if you get that, try 5 minutes. And then try to get up to about 10 to 15 minutes of mindfulness meditation. So after I go about 10 to 15 minutes of mindfulness meditation, concentrate only on my inhales and exhale, 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out. Then I go into what's called injecting positive memories into my brain. So let's talk about that. So now that I awaken my brain and I have shown gratitude, and then I dive into what is, which is the present moment. I'm truly surrounded in what is now, right? Then I go into a state of projecting positivity into my brain. So that means, remember when I talked about the survivor mindset? The survivor mindset always looks for the negative. It always looks to remind you of the traumas of the past, because it's trying to tell you, hey, look, pay attention. It's trying to survive, right? It looks for comfort. So you have to break that normal routine, and you do this through projecting positive energy into your brain. Because if I'm able to project positive energy into my brain, then I'll feel it throughout my body. I'll feel that energy, okay? And if I'm able to do that in the mornings, well, I just have a better productive day. All right, so after I do the mindfulness meditation, then I go into the same position, 5 seconds inhale, 5 seconds exhale, 5 seconds inhale, 5 seconds exhale. But at this time, I don't concentrate on my breath. I concentrate on a positive experience. Just like a negative experience, right? When you talk about a negative experience, well, there's an emotion tied to that experience. Truly, you can fabricate that emotion in your mind, you can fabricate that memory in your mind, and you can feel it throughout your body. That's why people have anxiety attacks, depressions, and all that. So if you're able to reverse the cycle and you're able to project positivity in your brain, then that delivers positive signals into your body, giving you more energy, giving you more positivity in life, allowing you to live happy and full. All right, so get into a good seating position. Expand your lungs. 5 second inhale, 5 seconds exhale. Now what I'm doing is I'm thinking about something that's positive, a positive experience, and I'm projecting it on my brain. It can be meeting the one you love. It can be your house, your car, your accomplishments, whatever. Find that moment that you're like, wow, this is great. Okay, so find that happy day and go back to that happy day and project that memory into your brain. As you do this, and as you're breathing, in time, you're going to start feeling the energy grow in your core. You're going to start feeling that energy grow in your body. And the more positivity you inject into your mind during your meditation, the more energy you're going to feel. Okay? The reason why I go into the positivity portion last, because it gives me that it gives me that energy I need. And then the last step, after I have gone through, prepping the meditation by awakening my mind, changing my physiology, I go into a state of gratitude, I go into a state of mindfulness, zazen, and then I project positivity, which is about 10 to 15 minutes. So altogether, it's about 30 minutes for me to meditate in the morning. After I go into positivity meditation, it's about releasing that energy, right? Because truly the body is connected to the mind. For me, it's about physical fitness. It's about going down to the gym, and it's about releasing that energy in a very positive way. And what I find when I do this, right, in the mornings is, gosh guys, I'm telling you, I have a lot of energy throughout my day if I'm able to do these necessary steps in the morning to kind of prep me for a positive day. If you're able to frame your day, if you're able to master the day, and you're able to do that consistently, well, in time, you're going to be successful whatever you do. In time, you're going to meet that goal. You're going to meet that happiness, that fulfillment, that success, or whatever you're doing. Too many times in life, I feel like we look for the externals. That means if I get this promotion, if I get this raise, if I get whatever, right? If I get this position, those are all external things. Those are all external things. Yes, you want to work for that. You want to strive to be the best person you can be, but truly it's about working on yourself. Work on yourself in the morning and establish that positivity by framing your day, you're just going to be more productive throughout the day. And for the people that are facing depression and facing traumatic experience from the past, this is truly how you're able to sever it. You're able to sever all those negative thoughts that's projecting all these toxins into your body by projecting positive thoughts in the morning through breathing and meditation and gratitude. Okay? So, like I said before, this is going to take a little bit. It's going to take a while to understand the concept and understand the practice. You're able to do this in the morning, you're able to frame that day to be positive. And you do this constantly enough, guys, that's a win. What I want to talk about in framing the day is that it's the little battles. Don't neglect the little things, okay? So the little things is, when I wake up is hygiene, okay? It's making my bed, it's washing the dishes, it's eating properly throughout my day. That's how you win the day. If you're able to win these little victories throughout the day, it's just going to give you more energy because you're defeating the day. That leads me to what I do at night, which is reflection, meditation. All right, so usually I go into a quiet place after my day is over, and I go into a state of mindfulness again. So I go back into the state of being here in the present moment. So during the day, I'm concentrating on work. I'm concentrating on, product development. I'm concentrating on business. So my mind is constantly spinning. So at the end of the day, I need to slow down the brain. So I do this by meditating at night. And I start meditating at night after my duty day is over. And I go into a quiet place. I get into a good meditation posture. And now I go into mindfulness meditation. So I do the same thing I did in the morning, right? The mindfulness meditation to be here in the present moment, right? By 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out, I'm fixing on a focal point at a 45-degree angle, and I'm just concentrating on being in that present moment. After I finish that, it goes into about 15 to 20 minutes of reflecting on that day. Did I accomplish everything that I need that day? What did I do that fell short of that day? I truly go into that state of reflection, right? Because if you're able to reflect back on the day, then, well, you won't make the same mistakes that you did the day prior, right? So that's the thing, is that if you make mistakes during that day, you fell short, hey guys, we all make mistakes, we're human beings. But you're able to fix yourself the next day, when that's a win. All right guys, so that's how I frame my day. And I hope that this practice of Zazen and living in the present moment can truly help you. So let's recap. First, I get up early in the morning because I'm defeating routine. Second, I go into a state of awakening my mind by prepping the meditation, by breathing. And then I go into gratitude, mindfulness meditation for 10 to 15 minutes. And then I go into positive meditation for 10 to 15 minutes. Then I go into physical training to release that energy. At the end of the day, I go into more of a state of reflecting meditation where I reflect back on the day and I look at the positivities and I look at the negatives, and then I try to fix all the negatives the next day. All right guys, so that's how I frame my day, and that's how I apply, mindfulness and Zazen to my daily life. Don't neglect training the mind, right? Too many times we concentrate too much on the physical aspects of training. The mind is how we look at the world. So if you have a strong mind, you're going to look at the world with a strong attitude. So train your mind, train your brain every single day to be positive, and you'll live a positive life. If you're able to defeat the day consistently, well, that's the recipe for success, happiness, fulfillment. So don't stop. Don't give up on yourself. It takes time. So I asked the monk one time, what's the best form of meditation? And the monk said, the one that you do every single day. So don't give up. A journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step. Into our next teachings of a ronin, life in every breath.